Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are back for day 2 of the state of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. It is Thursday, I think, July 11th. I have to look at my phone to remind myself what day it is. I feel like we've been in trial forever. Remember, the state of New Mexico has charged Alec Baldwin for the fatal shooting of Helena Hutchins on the movie set of Rust in New Mexico, October 21st, 2021. The allegation here is that he recklessly handled the firearm because he pointed it at cinematographer Helena Hutchins and pulled the trigger while the hammer was cocked. The Rust armorer in charge of the weapon, Hannah Gutierrez, has already been charged, tried, and sentenced in this case to the maximum potential sentence of 18 months. And the defense, as we heard in opening statements, said Alec Baldwin is the shiny object. He was an actor acting. Everyone else was in charge of making the weapons safe. And when it was handed to him, it is his job to act. And in the world of movie sets, things that might be reckless in the real world are part of movie magic. Yes, they said movie magic in their opening statements. Yes, they did. So with all of that, we're going to get into court. We're going to be resuming testimony with cross-examination of witness 4, the crime scene technician, Marissa Poppell. She testified in Hannah Gutierrez's case and has testified again to the other live rounds that were found on set. And of course, those live rounds were tested by... So we're going to be talking about that more. Emily, did you sound balance that last night? No, other things happened, but we're ready today. Have we added the hear ye's to the soundboard yet? No, we haven't, but we're ready to
bring the jury
because that's what we do here. So I'm going to roll the intro. Emily, has this turned into a morning show? Yes, but I don't have an awooga horn, but I do. Like we can always do this. And then we sound like a full morning show. Speaking of which, for all of you that heard me this morning on Carson and Kennedy over on Mix Boston, we had a lovely chat. I always enjoy being with them. So to both Carson and Kennedy, good morning and hello. Always good to see you both. So we are going to go back into court. I forgot all of my rings. Why do I feel so off balance? Oh, I washed my hands. I took my rings off. Me immediately messaging Dr. B and being like, can you bring my rings, please? I forgot them. So they're all still up at sidebar. We're going to roll the intro. Let me know where you're coming in from. I've got coffee this morning. I've got water. I've got cursey words. I've got sound bites. We're ready to roll. Leonard, are you ready to go? All right, Leonards of the chat, hear ye, hear ye. I am now calling us to order for day 2 of the state of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. Remember, we are trying to watch this as jurors. It is very difficult to do after watching the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So if it's difficult for you, it's also difficult for me. It is hard for me to put aside the things I learned in that trial and try to watch this trial fresh. But I am very, very much trying to watch this trial fresh. And so I have to keep like checking myself in my brain. Like, have we learned this? Are we going to learn this? Let's see what we learn. And it's hard. Alec Baldwin's also a more polarizing figure than the armorer on the set of Rust was. And sometimes that's hard too. A lot of people have other images of him, other things he's done, said, acted, been in their minds. And sometimes it's hard to put that aside, but I think it's always valuable for us to try to put that aside because A, we learn a lot about ourselves and our thinking, and B, we don't always get to practice critical thinking in this way in the real world. And I think it's good for all of us. So welcome to the pain of law school where you have to have these like cognitive battles with oneself and sometimes with one's peers to reach the truth of the thing. Because at the end of the day, is this his responsibility or is it not? And should it be or should it not? Is this a proper use of laws like this or is it not? Should you be able to rely on other people telling you something is safe or can you not? I think they're bigger questions than Alec Baldwin, and we are exploring those questions together because at the end of the day, oh, Emily, where did you find that soapbox this morning? I don't know. It's too early. But at the end of the day, we should be in charge of how the law works. They are written by men for us. Well, by men. By that, I mean by humans. I should just start saying by humans because we're going to start needing to distinguish by humans, not AI. And the quote, the laws of men really harken back to a time when women weren't allowed to participate at all. So fuck that. The laws of humans really should be determined by the humans who they govern. And with that, humans, we get to see if this is how the law should play out or not. So apologies. No, Emily, don't apologize. It is a terrible habit. So welcome to the soapbox this morning about the laws of humans and how we control them. But at least when we know what the laws are and how they operate, we know what to ask for when something results wrong, don't we? All right. So with all of that, let us roll. And we got very deep this morning. They're pulling out a whiteboard in court. So I hate those things. They reflect horribly into my eyes, but it looks like they're having some tech issues in court. The streamer in me knows exactly what that's like. Let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
Yes, we're going to keep sharing court on the screen, even though court is not back yet. But they were a moment ago just rolling like a big old, like just a literally a out of a classroom whiteboard into court to, I don't know, that they could maybe write on. So it seems like there are some tech issues happening in court, but it is going to be. So we're going to just chat while we do all of this. Oh my God, EDB, Skull Ice Cream Cones. Where did you get that shirt? I have no idea where I got this shirt, but it is not fancy. I don't know where the shirt is from. I will try to look at the label afterwards, but it's probably from like Target or Torrid or whatever. But I've had it for a couple years. Most things that I wear, I've had for at least a couple of years. When I moved, oh, hey, Dr. B, I left my rings on the counter in the bathroom and I feel horribly unbalanced. Like I don't know what to do with my hands. And it's like, I'm like Dave Matthews when he sings Sledgehammer without the guitar and he doesn't know what to do with his fingers. Thank you. I'm unbalanced. I am unbalanced. So most of the things I wear, I have had for longer than I care to admit. When I moved to Tennessee, I realized how old some of my clothes were as I was looking through them. And I'm like, I've had this since before my children were born. My oldest is 16. So I definitely tend to keep things for a moment. I am a human who likes routine. And I tend to lean into like black shirt, pants, shoe. Emily, what is your style? Black shirt, pants, shoe. That's about it. I'm a pretty easy person. And when I was at the DA's office, I think one of the things that the male DAs were always frustrated with is they're like, we have to do like shirts and ties, and you guys are in basically like tank tops under a suit jacket. I'm like, yeah, amongst all the other things women are challenged by in the field of law. But yes, we can definitely do easier sass underneath a jacket. We don't have to do a full long sleeve shirt because I would have roasted. Like I would have been so hot in court. So it's very nice. But Emily, did you move with any of your suits? No, yeeted immediately. If I wear a jacket now, it is either some form of winter or leather. That is, or denim, sometime or denim. So, JH said, can't wait to hear the FBI sound. JH, don't worry. We're gonna do that a lot today. I think I just yeeted myself by accident. We're gonna probably do that a lot today. But we've also got Code Bruh queued up. So I will try to moderate the sound, but I will be reloading the soundboard for that one. So it's just a touch louder. Thank you, Dr. B. You're the best for bringing in my jewelry dish. Oh, everything's in the jewelry dish. Thanks. I only need these.
If I didn't bring something, I'd end up going back. So I just bring the whole dish.
Hold on. Do you want to say hi to the law nerds? I'm going to send this back with you.
Oh, sure.
Because I'll get distracted. Do you want to say hi?
Hello.
So we are waiting for court to start. There's a Baldwin brother.
Steven.
Yes, we are waiting for court to start. So, yes, he's got like Jeffrey Dahmer glasses going, like from the TV show. I don't quite know what that's about, but don't you think? Yes, no.
I wouldn't know.
Okay, we've been playing the FBI soundtrack quite the FBI soundbite from Kevin and Bean quite a lot. So,
love it.
I know. Anyway, What are you
Can you
asking?
not hear in the court, or is it?
No, there's no sound yet because they haven't started yet.
No. I mean, what is he?
Oh, that's a hearing device because he can't hear very well in court. So that is a court provided assisted listening device.
Oh, okay.
So, and the witness is sitting on the stand while the attorneys are trying to figure out whatever the fuck they're trying to figure out. So,
Got it.
yeah.
Are
Probably
you trying
time.
to figure out where that shirt came from?
Yes.
That was?
Why?
Because I heard you talk.
Yes. I was. Do you know? Do you remember?
I do.
Oh, wait. Are you checking my? Thanks, Dr. B.
It's toward.
Yes, the chat determined it was. Can you? I'm gonna send this with you. Thank you. Okay, now you've got to fix my in-ears because now you've because they're
still there.
they're attached to my shirt.
Just use yourself.
Oh my god. I need a roadie. Not the drink kind, like an actual band roadie who just comes in and handles things and makes sure my in-ears are all connected. Thanks, Dr. B. If you mess up my hair, I swear. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. B. Wait, why are you tripping over things in my office? Oh my God, you're a mess. Okay. Chad, I'm sorry for the distraction of my husband. He's just like, what is happening? Just all of the things. So with court, what are they waiting for? I don't know. Does it look like Alec Baldwin's also like, what the fuck are we waiting for? Yes. So am I still waiting is the vibe of the morning, it seems. So am I still waiting? Okay, Emily, stop. It's too early. It's never too early. Lisa said, I like the prosecutor. She kicks ass. I'm not sure which prosecutor we're talking about, but both of them kick ass. They just have very distinct and different styles. Just Aaron Thing said, yay, my 4-month law nerdiversary. Hello from Oz. Hello to you, Just Aaron. I need the secrets of this court reporter's ponytail. It absolutely rocks. There's got to be some kind of appropriate ponytail holder that gives it the lovely bump. Joni said, Emily, hearing a little ding from the Law Nerd app is like a kid hearing the ice cream truck. Bring the jury. There we go.
Bring the jury.
From University of Arkansas. What does WPS mean? I don't know what WPS means. I'm sorry. I don't know. But I know there are Razorbacks involved. All right. It looks like the jury's coming in. So whatever is done is now sorted. Kylie needs a holiday. Bring the awesome Emily. Thank you. Sitting up waiting for trial with a sneaky bourbon at 1 a.m. in Australia while the kiddos and hubby are asleep. My peaceful time. I mean, it is those quiet hours of the morning. Are we going to get any sound in court at all? No. We're in open court. Can somebody cue the audio? Did we ever find out where the pinky ring went? Some said he switched fingers. Or it was on the other hand and I was mistaken about the hand it was on, which is very, very possible. So hopefully we'll see soon. But I don't know what's going on. The courtroom looks emptier today than it was. Maybe people realize that you can hear better from the court TV feed, but something was going on. I can't believe we still don't have court audio. Like, what in the world why is there no audio? I have zero audio, and it seems like we should. Miguelina, will you check another feed?
Media in the war room or whatever we call it. One more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any.
Oh, she's mad about coffee. I can't hear it all though, so I'm going to try to switch feeds real quick and see what's going on because that is horrific. So give me one moment. Let me switch feeds to something hopefully that doesn't have a scrolling lower third or hideous sound. But thank you, Miguelina, for a different feed because that is just freaking preposterous. All right, every day they change their feeds.
Ourselves.
That's a bit better. Oh, that's letterboxed though. The video on this is terrible. So Miguelina, if we could look for one more, but we'll start with this.
Okay.
The video on this is absolutely awful, but I'd rather have audio at this moment, and then we'll go from there. But it seems that the audio wasn't turned on from court TV cameras.
Bathroom break or whatever, and you just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along. Okay. So, thank you. All right. Before, and I'm sorry, I don't. This probably isn't the most appropriate time, but
we're rolling
media
with it apparently.
and media in the war room or whatever we call it. One more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids.
No coffee.
Of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up.
I can't believe the
Okay,
media
and that
would
also
even.
means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. Let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves,
I
okay?
can't.
All right, sorry, I had to
believe
bring
it.
that up right now.
That's the judge
Yes,
is always
she's
going to
still
take a
under
moment to
oath. Is that fair?
chastise
Do you
the
want me to-
media, but
All right.
I can't.
May I proceed?
Yes.
You would think they would be kind of good neighbors, right?
Good morning, Investigator.
Good morning.
There's a note from the jury already. There's already a note from the jury to the judge.
All right, why don't we look at these now?
Oh, so now the attorneys are going to approach. This poor witness is just like, what are we doing?
Just
This
so you
is
keep in front.
delightful. So the jury already has a question. Fantastic. Law nerds, I know that you clean up after yourself, so you're welcome to have coffee, whiskey in your coffee, whiskey in a teacup, bourbon, water, any variety of caffeination delivery system. Just my only admonition to the law nerds is don't forget to hydrate. So jury question, no water, no water only for the media. She will take their coffee away immediately. Like immediately. You can have all the snackies you want. Of course, they're focusing on Hilaria because why not? And she's also sitting in a place where she can be focused on, which doesn't surprise me. Am I too cynical? Does it all seem like we're gearing up for the reality show? Though then again, if it was your partner, wouldn't you also want to be in court to see what happens? Probably.
Good morning again. Good morning. So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of.
All right. Since they are just starting with the witness, we are switching feeds one more time. Law nerds, thank you for begging my indulgence because Miguelina, my amazing producer, who in the chat is Tech Valor, but Miguelina found a feed with closed captioning without a scrolling lower third because on the list of things that distract me, turkeys at the top of the list. Off-topic discussions. You guys know I say it all the time. I don't cover breaking news because I'll rabbit hole and then I'll forget what the fuck we're doing. And then I'm like, wait, we're talking about a trial. And then I'll be distracted about other things. And then I'm embarrassed and then I'm off track. And then there will inevitably be 15 comments of like, oh my God, Emily, just get to the point. Right, which is what we're doing here. So we are going to switch feeds one last time. So we have closed captioning so that when I do make comments, and for those of you that can't hear because court is recorded via potato, we have a really good double system here with our closed captioning. So thank you, Miguelina, for finding us some closed captioning and audio that is, the best we can get.
A lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for.
Woohoo!
And I'd like to sort of divide what we do
third
this
time's the
morning
charm,
into sort of
folks.
two
Third time's the
categories,
charm.
The firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The media was yelled at about
As to the
leaving
firearm,
cups.
I think where you left off yesterday
I feel
is
like we've got
ultimately
it now.
that firearm was destroyed in the test pit. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday. It's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I
Amy, I love
believe
that.
it could be put back together with replaced parts. But as far as in my terms,
Fair.
destroyed meaning no longer in existence is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the
Boxy,
evidence
I'm going
in
to
this
answer that
case,
when we get a break. That's a great question.
The
and I have an
gun
answer for you.
will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Fair.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And
Parwa, thank you so
knew,
much for the super
that
chat.
he had provided star line brass, silver
Thank you.
ammunition
I love
to the
this
set,
community. I
correct?
appreciate you
Yes.
guys.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was starline brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was starline brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house.
This is a good
correct?
tip.
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenny kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition. Yes.
Right, but you were aware
She doesn't know
of
if he
whether
kept
you
it
found
before.
the exact
That's
correct
fair.
live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
It
Yes.
concerns me. Anyone else? Are you concerned? I'm concerned.
So I want to take a step back
Especially
for
when
a
we saw the
second.
photos of the prop house.
When you go out to collect
Civil
evidence on a
lawsuits.
day like
Mhm.
October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
He's just going to keep
And-
saying broken.
When you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without
I'm
gloves on,
super
right?
distracted by the
Yes.
whiteboard too,
You
chat.
knew
I
that
hate
when
it.
somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence.
Yeah,
Fair?
chat, y'all are
Yes.
very concerned too. So.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same,
I'm
right?
just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
Parwea, thank you for the gift of
And you
memberships.
logged
It's
all
very
the evidence you
appreciated.
collected in this case.
Thank you.
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you.
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
Sorry,
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I'm holding on to that for questions.
I do not. As
That's
part
a
of
good question.
I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this,
Imagine how horrified this witness would be were she to watch photos of pieces of plastic in the snow with no evidence markers, no zoomed out photos, no measurements. Imagine how soul crushed this witness would be. She's like, I document the evidence. I take photos of where stuff is. I use different evidence flags to numerate items of evidence and potential items of biological material. Like, I collect everything. I go through everything. I let the crime scene talk to me. I look at what it all is, but I don't investigate further than that. I say what we have. I say what we might not have, and that's it. Love a restrained witness of like, that's not my job. This is not my job. This is not my job.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock.
And Corporal
And
Hancock would
you
I
write it down.
object to the hypothetical.
She's
Overruled.
she's not an expert, which is a
As
fair
I was
objection.
saying, you and Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used. And you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that. And once I
That's
confer with
what I
Corporal
was saying.
Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes, that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you
The law
do
nerds stand confidence
is,
above all
and you
else.
talked
at
about this a
point.
little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes,
So in this case, for example,
I was just
Mr.
thinking
Baldwin's
this.
clothes had red on them and you tested it for blood, right?
yes,
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
yes,
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
correct.
Okay. So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right,
Me always.
Joe, come on.
It's funny when he was like, as I was saying, Lyndon said it in the chat as I was saying, like, he really is the walking embodiment of per my last email in that moment. But the court didn't shut Carrie Morrissey down doing it. They're not going to shut the defense down doing it. We just got a question about that. It's like, but Emily, I thought the judge ruled. NY mom, yeah. Please help me understand why the prosecution is doing speaking objections when the court said they had to approach. Rules don't apply to Morrissey. Rules don't seem to be enforced in this court. I don't know. It's not a great parenting style. And that is why the children were fighting during the last trial, because she says there's a rule and then doesn't enforce
It
it.
was up there. It was
At
up there
all.
that you had a problem.
So the judge didn't stop them. And they all just
And I'm
wilded
putting
out
State's
yesterday.
Exhibit 29.
I'm just a minute, Mr. Spiro. I'm wondering if
Oh.
you're trying to figure this out. Right now.
She's like, stop touching shit. I'm going to zoom a little bit. Why? Because we can. As they're trying to figure out, just use the Elmo. As a lawyer, I can tell you, when you're standing there with the jury and you're trying to not waste their time and you're trying to figure out tech, it really does make your soul die inside and it makes you very sweaty.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
It's really stressful.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 29. And I'll, in a moment, I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes,
And so,
That's that
and in
Starline
fact, you were
brass.
able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
yes,
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
yes,
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
yes,
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the,
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that.
She's not a
so it was
firearms
not completed
examiner.
by myself.
Well, fair
She's a
to say
crime
that
scene
because
tech.
you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence in this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Hey, Carrie, good job, lady. Look at that. That's exactly what you were asked to do. All right. Gold star. If the judge isn't going to keep a behavioral chart, I feel like at this point, maybe I need to. Like, gold star for doing exactly what you were supposed to do. Is this the bare minimum? Yes, but my expectational bar of attorneys keeps getting set and reset every trial we watch. And so I keep thinking, oh, well, this will be fine. And I think if we went back to Deputy Heard, I think maybe I wouldn't be as harsh on Elaine after watching Lally. I feel like maybe in hindsight, it could get way worse. And I just didn't know.
spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Oh, the whiteboard completely hides the rest of defense table from the jury. I didn't even notice that until we looked back. Okay, well, they're not going to see Baldwin's face.
Yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer and that impacted your future testing, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
And see if this refreshes your recollection.
We'll provide you a copy.
What I like about these witnesses and what you will notice in this trial and hopefully others is that especially with the witnesses who are used to testifying, their demeanor doesn't change when it's cross-examination. Every witness we've seen so far, their demeanor has been consistent on direct and cross. It was so stark in the Karen Reed case how the demeanor shifts happened on cross. They were staggering. This is a high-profile case. These attorneys have been after one another in filings, but the witnesses aren't shifting at all. So let us continue forward. We're going to zoom. Let's see. I don't know what he's looking for, but instead of ASMR paper flipping, we're going to zoom. Because wait.
And I'm showing
It
the
is a
witness.
central feature of why I like watching trials this way.
And as you can see from up here, this is a
It's the
lapel camera from
a detriment
1021.
in real
Power
life
recording
when
from-
I can't zoom.
Do you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
I also have to say
And
long
so,
rights to all of you that tuned in this morning to the
Does that
podcast. Thank
refresh your
you.
recollection,
And there were like almost
that
8,000 of you
Mr.
there.
Baldwin
Thank
told
you.
you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it
I
happened.
don't think she was standing there.
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So did but when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
Okay. Objection. Let's approach. It is. Mhm. I think he's trying to refresh this witness's recollection improperly with things that don't go to this witness. So if a witness says something out loud to the detective and the detective does not relay that to this witness, he can't refresh this witness's recollection with what was said to a detective because she doesn't know. And she said, I don't recall that. So she can't be impeached on it, which means he can't bring it in and be like, but you were told this. He can't say that. She's like, I don't recall. So if she wasn't told, first, it's kind of hearsay, right? But to refresh her recollection of did this impact your investigation, it's being used for a non-hearsay purpose. But I don't think he can refresh this witness with something she said she wasn't told. So let's continue zooming. He did this yesterday too with trying to impeach a witness on something that wasn't really proper grounds for impeach. Oh my God, I'm not going to fast forward anymore. Carrie is so animated at sidebar. We're just going to watch that happen. I've told you again and again and again, this is not how we do this. What are you doing? That's all me speculating, by the way, based on her exaggerated body language up at sidebar. Do you think the jury can hear her waving her glasses? I feel like they probably can. She's subtitled in real life. Is that a Sonos speaker? It looks like a Sonos speaker. All right, I'm gonna zoom just a little bit because whatever they are upset about, they are clearly very upset about. So, and the judge is just like, oh, we're back in real time. My bad. And there's another question being handed in from the jury. I like this jury, right? This jury, hold on. I need my backup glasses. I need exemplar glasses. I like this jury. They're very active. This is going to be fantastic. We're in for a really good 8-9 days of trial. And it's always better when it's not 9 weeks, right? But I told you. No, I don't want to ruin the arms of these glasses, so I'm not going to do that. But the jury is ready to go, and they have questions. We love a jury that has questions.
Just to go back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And
That was the jury's question.
another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
Oh, they're going to get to that.
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Do you know why she doesn't know?
Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay.
Those were questions
And-
from the jury.
You know, you were interacting as we were left off with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you in fact test the hammer of the, did you in fact request to test the hammer of the firearm?
Robbie, a
for
couple of you have
prints
asked
and
who
DNA?
Billy
Same
Baldwin.
objection.
not
That
Billy.
doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
She's now instructing
It's the
him on
first
how to
question,
lawyer.
Then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr.
I have no idea who Stephen Baldwin is talking to in court. I don't know who that is. She was there
Baldwin.
yesterday.
Did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Poppell, when you made the request, did you specify, you know, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting it.
I wonder if they're going to go through and count up all
And
the different
When you got to
blanks
the
and bullets based
prop
on that
part,
whiteboard.
you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time for certain is that you were looking for Starline brass silver .45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Always
And
has to
that
be
was quickly
considered.
dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And
Rob,
so
I
you
agree with you.
continue to
He's
investigate
been-
that
He wanted a bit in opening too. It's not as
as this case
precise.
proceeds and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was
right.
being
She's not an investigator. She's a crime
So,
scene tech.
you know, we looked at,
Very clear about what
and
her
I'm just
job
going to
is.
show you
And I think she did it well.
Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
She's like, I went through
These
1,500
were some of the rounds that were
fucking
located
rounds.
loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart. I mean,
She didn't say they were live. She said they were
rounds
rounds.
were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds, whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2. Right, what was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this
like
was
we're
the
ready
box,
for the box.
handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from
What's
at
in
the
the
time
box?
to
We're
load
opening the
the
box.
firearm.
Lots of conversation about
That
the
was then
box.
placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And
Right.
can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes.
I can.
This round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
And you also showed the jury that these Starline brass nickel live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's
That
Exhibit
arrow should be
15.
removed.
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15 this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Did you say Jason Eccles?
Okay.
Respectfully, sir, what the fuck did you just say in court? Emily, are you offended and Supernatural fan? Yes, I am. Immediately. Sir, what? I mispronounce last names. I mispronounce first names. I get names wrong all the time. Is this the peak of EDB hypocrisy? Yes, it is. But also, what? You said
Baldwin
that.
has a live
You
round.
said that.
And was then 15 this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Sir,
Okay. And so
put some respect on that man's name and face and career. I'm going to stop now.
Mr.
Leave
Eccles, another
Jensen
actor on the set,
alone.
turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet. in
I
his
have no
bandolier,
chill
correct?
when it comes to
Yes.
Jensen Eccles. I just cannot control myself.
And you have no reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
Right. The slander.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church,
Thank you, chat, for being along with me.
you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that.
So for those of you who are like, what the fuck just spiraled out of control here? Jensen Eccles is an actor who was on Supernatural, among other shows. He is a objectively, I think, attractive human being. His character in Supernatural is an absolute joy and delight. But yes, Jensen Ackles was in this movie. And yes, one of the gun belts that was Jensen's prop belt had live rounds in it. Jensen was in the church with Baldwin in that early scene before this incident happened, before lunch. So you see in opening statements that the defense showed the video of the two lawmen coming into the church with Baldwin sitting there and pulling, and drawing and practicing drawing. That scene was supposed to be a showdown between Baldwin and Jensen Ackles and the other actor who played the other lawman. I apologize, other actor, because Jensen Ackles has kind of taken up all of the air in the room for the people who played the lawmen. But his gun belt did have some of the live ammo in it. Is this the most we're going to see from him in this trial? Yes. Is he going to testify? No. Do we all want him to testify? Sure. Why? Because Jensen Ackles. Would that be delightful for him? No. Hey Siri, I can't say that. I'm going to trigger everybody's S-word devices. Was I going to say play Carry On My Wayward Son? Yeah, I was going to say that, but are we going to do that? No, we'll just put it on the playlist for later. We're going to continue. So that is why we have gone galloping into a different direction.
And you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or location.
Damn it.
Right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence.
So apologies for
One of the things about a
nerding.
search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go. Right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so
To all the law nerds that said don't
When you
apologize
went
for nerding
inside
out, it
of
kind
the
of is one
church-
of our founding principles here, isn't it?
you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone who wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
Do we need an entire soliloquy about it? No, we don't. Do I think we can pull
no, I think
that much of it?
Well, she said she objected.
So did we try to get away with that much? Yes, we did. Do we think it'll get swooped? I don't know. Probably not. It's fair use. So anyway, all right, we're going to zoom as he's trying to introduce these into evidence, and the prosecution has some objections to that. We get to do court sped up just slightly. It looks like most of those are photos. I wonder if some of those were taken by, our friends over at the FBI. So thank you, chat, for discussing and the law nerds who are not familiar with Jensen. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. So all of the SPN fans are like, how dare you? How dare you, sir? And as I said, yes. Is it hypocritical of me who mispronounces everyone's name? Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to do it anyway? Yeah, absolutely. Can't help ourselves. Can't help ourselves sometimes. Though I think he corrected it. So, and this is also, Deborah said, I thought Jensen always checks his guns. He does, which is probably why we won't see him testifying in this case, because the prosecution has really no reason to call him and no relevance to call him. And for the defense, it doesn't help. So, and as the chat is sitting here going, I like pie, I absolutely get it. Just a reminder in the chat that the mods do delete self-promotion and promotion of channels across the board. It's been a rule we've had since we had problems with it way back in the day. That just across the board. So that is appreciated, but it also can derail and distract the chat. So I appreciate all of you for your conscientiousness. Look, we just do our thing over in this little corner of the internet. I know others are doing theirs. So thank you. And it's, a big wide internet. So I appreciate it. It is distracting to me. It can be distracting to the chat. And I absolutely appreciate it. Maybe on a members only live stream at some point in the future, we'll talk about some of the incidents in the past. But there are reasons. There are reasons. So mods, I appreciate you. Jay McCarthy said, "Do not blaspheme." Jensen deserves all of the respect, right? Put some respect on his name. We will exterminate. Exterminate. This is Doctor Who. I get the Doctor Who reference, but I also think I didn't know the words for time blindness before I became friends with Warren, who you see in the chat as Octo. But I did know that it was wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, and I've never heard a better description of ADHD and time blindness than Doctor Who explaining that it's wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Has it taken all of the restraint in my body not to add Doctor Who tattoos? Yes. Are we going to lose that battle at some point? Also, yes. So this is the Doctor Who Dalek crossover reference that we need. The way I cackled in the movie theater, by the way, when I went to see which was it, Lego Batman, when they had the Daleks on screen and they're like, "British robots, ask your nerd friends." My family and I cackled in a movie theater. It also used to drive my mother nuts growing up that I would literally laugh out loud at movies. I'm like, they're movies. They're movies. For all of you saying pudding and fish fingers in the chat, yes. Oops said, "Question. If we've already proven that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was at fault for loading a live round, why is the defense spending so much time on this?" The jury doesn't know that yet. And the defense, as best I can answer it, the defense has a jury instruction because there is a mitigation where the actions of Hannah Gutierrez can actually kind of cut off his actions, Baldwin's actions, the interceding or intervening factor. If you watch the Gutierrez trial, Bowles did this badly, but Bowles tried to argue this as to the medical care for victim Helena Hutchins. And as Bowles was trying to argue this for the medical care, he was trying to say that the way that medical care was rendered, it was actually kind of appalling the way he did it in closing for me. But the way that medical aid was rendered is really what was the problem here for Helena Hutchins, not that his client loaded a live round. That argument didn't go so well for Hannah Gutierrez. But for Baldwin, his attorneys will be arguing in closing the intervening factor here, or the interceding factor, the thing in the middle that kind of cuts off Baldwin's responsibility, is Hannah loading this live round. So when we get to the end of this case, there is that argument, because if the jury finds that some other factor is the main factor, then Baldwin is entitled to a not guilty. So that is a big part of this. That's why the defense is spending so much time on this. This is key foundation to their closing argument. And while they might not tie it all together here, they're going to tie it together later. So that was a fantastic question. Hope that answer made sense. Law nerds, you're all going to be like, it's because of the intervening factors, and they're going to argue that in closing. Obvi. Yes, you're the smartest of all of your friends, and you're hydrated, and you maintain healthy boundaries. We love you. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. Carrie does look mad, and I don't know why. She's won a lot of those objections.
Please don't
at
talk
sidebar.
among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
You're sending them out on a break? What the fuck, man? I guess they're sending them out on the break. Okay. We're going to take a moment just to celebrate that you law nerds have again made this the #1 place to watch live trials. I was queuing up for a TV appearance a couple days ago, and they were talking about the Karen Reed case, and they were like, we're the #1 place to watch the trial. They started talking about their live viewers, and I was like, that's adorable. Everyone can just say it, but it's really true when we say it. I'm hoping that, come on, it's open court. Back to don't break the seal. It it makes me dead inside. All right. Yeah, we know court is on break. Thank you, E-News. But I hate that you're not at the seal. So let me queue up one other feed that has the seal and see if we can monitor real time. Oh no, that feed doesn't have the seal. That feed just shows the exit sign. Are you joking me that what we're pointing at is the exit sign? Because people can pick different cameras. All right. Well, we hate that. So we will be looking at the seal and waiting. Don't sing Psalm 41. Don't sing. So am I still wait? Yeah. We're on a court break. This morning has been a real hodgepodge of false starts. All right. Well, now that we're on morning break, am I going to summarize? No, there's nothing to summarize except Jensen getting called Jason. We're going to have a chat and answer questions because streaming is dynamic and court is apparently having all of its own moments today. So here we are. Is Jensen Eccles, I always pronounce it badly. Is Jensen on the witness list? He was on the witness list. He is not going to be called. Crazy Al said, never apologize for defending the honor of Dean. I like pie. The SPN fans in the chat know exactly what it is. Beyond offended in SPN fan, Jason Eccles. Sir, we do not accept this. Correct yourself, Mr. Sparrow. Mr. Sparrow. No, Mr. Spyro still a video game character. Dr. Baker, let's go with the flawless transitions. Thank you, Stephen. Dr. B's like, who, me? Wanting to be on camera? Never me. Hi, Lonards. He's always just like, no, I could never. Oh, hello. He's too funny. He loves it. When he lectures at work, he absolutely just loves the interaction and the questions. He's like, it's kind of like having a live chat. I'm like, yes, teaching is very much like having a live chat. You have a back and forth. It's just a different back and forth. Molly said Karen Reed equals Stardew. Alec Baldwin equals Power Wash Sim, Gaming and Court. Gaming and Court is the best. And I will tell you more than a few. Emily, can you tell people this out loud? It doesn't matter. My friends know that I love them and they're busy working and don't have time to watch all of the streams. So we'll just bury this in the middle somewhere. The amount of attorneys I work with that put privacy guards on their phones so they could sit and play like mobile gaming in court is quite a lot. Like it's quite a lot. The mobile gaming is strong with the lawyers and you're sitting in court for so long and you need to keep your brain occupied and you need something to do with your hands. And why not? There was lots of playing of the games. Teddy said, am I the only one who likes the prosecutor? No, I think there are varying levels of liking the prosecutor. I like Erlinda quite a lot. And Carrie Morrissey's effective. There are times that her tone makes me feel like I'm being yelled at. That might be very much a me thing. We might all have some of the same trauma response to her tone, but she's effective. And the jury may very well like her. That jury came back so fast in the Hannah Gutierrez case. That jury was right on board with her. So the things that might ruffle my feathers might not ruffle their feathers at all. So we're here. Tara said, glad to be here with the Lonards after surgery. A, thank you for being a member for 7 months. And B, heal well. Donna said, good morning, Emily, mods, and fellow Lonards. It's good to see everybody. They need Doug from the Murdaugh trial. Doug was amazing. And when Brian was walking out, he was like, Wes! We watch a lot of Nailed It in this household. So when we're talking about production assistants, Wes! But yes, they needed Doug. Time Online said, my mom got home last night and asked me how was trial. I love that so much. It took me a second to realize I told her about your gavel to gavel coverage and how I've been setting my alarm to get up for court. I mean, we live in court now. We're on virtual jury duty. It's remote jury duty. Look, it's the same. We just get to talk about the case. This is the hardest thing, I think, or would be one of the hardest things about being on a jury, is you can't talk with your fellow jurors about the case. Like at all. Like it would like at all. You can't at all. We've seen jurors kicked off of cases mid-case, like in the Cardi B civil defamation case in Georgia, one of the jurors went to the other jurors and was like, oh my God, can you believe all that like YouTube stuff that they were talking about? And that juror told the court she was trying to talk to me about the case and the juror was removed. You just can't. Girl daddy, Dr. B is a hot daddy. You did well. Thank you. Don't tell him too much. Don't tell him too much. He doesn't hate to hear it. And he knows. He definitely knows. But he's lovely. And again, we have been together for, I don't know, we met in 1998. How long is that? A very long time. So now we are just like ingrained parts of each other's brains. Stephen said Dr. B said my name. I know it wasn't me specifically, but I'm going to be Delulu and say it was for me. It was absolutely for you. You were seen, Stephen. Yes, he absolutely did. Julie said my boys were in FAA and they cut the sleeves off of the dress shirts they had to wear under their corduroy FFA jackets. You know, Dr. B was not FFA. He was, oh no, was he FFA or the other one? There's two. I don't remember, but I will ask him about cutting the sleeves off. The amount, by the way, that my algorithm, y'all, has this happened to you? The amount my algorithm, Adam Goals said 63 years, I believe. It's been 84 years. The way my algorithm feeds me the very intense kids who raise pigs all the time, like very intense. And my husband showed pigs, my sister-in-law showed steer. But when I pull it up, and I'm like, Brian, what? He's like, oh, it's serious business. I'm just like, I feel like my soul is being stared into. But then when we moved to Tennessee, as part of what we do as band parents, because band parenting is a full-time job, we also work at one of the county fairs. And so I have gotten to see a whole different type of the local animal showing and stuff at the county fair. And I am so geeked about it. I absolutely love it. I think it's great. So Ida said, I handle administrative, where did it go? I handle administrative hearings for livestock shows. It's wild. Shag is a bad word, said yes, the girl with the ponytail and eyes. Yes, yes. In my feed all of the time. Like all of the time. It's so intense. But the pigs always look amazing. So I've learned a whole lot from my husband. Is Dr. B from California too? What part? Not LA. No, not LA. He is from outside of Bakersfield. I don't know if I'll disclose it. He's from outside of Bakersfield. I'll ask him. He probably doesn't care, but I will ask him. The biggest problem I had is we went back to a high school reunion. Why are we telling stories? Oh, because court's still on break. We went back to a high school reunion for Dr. B. It was literally right after I had taken the bar exam. So I take the bar exam. I think it was like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And we go up for his class reunion on Friday, because I think the class reunion was like on a Saturday or whatever. And so I had gone from Ontario, where I took the bar exam, back to the South Bay where we lived. And then we had like packed up quickly and driven up to the place where we were staying for his class reunion the next day. We get up there, we unpack everything, and I'm looking for the garment bag that has what I'm wearing to his class reunion, what he's wearing to his class reunion. And I'm looking for the garment bag. I'm like, babe, where's the garment bag? And he's like, on the back of the door. And I'm like, the back of the door in our room? And he goes, the back of the door at home? And so, oh, for those of you asking, you took the bar in Canada. No, Ontario, California. It had a massive, that's a whole nother story about the massive hall that the bar exam was in. But this was at a time when they were switching over to doing the bar exam, part digital, part handwritten. Could I handwrite the entire bar exam? Fuck no. So there were not a ton of places to take the bar exam on computer, a whole thing. Anyway, yes, Ontario, California. So he's like on the door at home. So we drove hours back to the South Bay to go pick up our clothes, and then hours back to where we were going to sleep for just a few hours. By the time we got to his class reunion, and Brian and I have an age difference, we did not graduate high school in the same decade. So by the time we got to his class reunion, my ass that had just taken the bar exam was the most haggard version of me that I have ever been. First of all, I had surgery like 15 days before the bar exam. Then I took the bar exam. Then we go to this class reunion with people that I have never met. So we go up to his 20-year reunion. I think it was his 20-year reunion. We go up to his 20-year reunion, and people started asking if I was his girlfriend from high school. And I'm like, you have aged me 10 years, you motherfuckers. Are you kidding? I'm like, I just took the bar. And then somebody was trying to like provide me with illicit narcotics. At this point, I am, planning on interviewing for the district attorney's office. So I'm like, a no to that, but thanks though. And then the local newspaper highlighted someone from his class, the same person that was trying to provide me with illicit substances, who was working in a more risque entertainment field. And my husband is just like, I went to college. I went to dental school. I did multiple postgraduate residencies. I'm a maxillofacial prosthodontist. I work in fixing people's faces after cancer surgery. But sure, the local paper is like high school class success. Others in his class who were like architects and doctors and stuff were like, okay, but that is not what the local paper chose to highlight. And my husband was so offended that the male exotic dancer was the one highlighted by the local paper. And I was like, but I mean, he is traveling the world. So I get it, but also my husband was just like, I've done all of the educational things. I'm like, baby, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, hon. Because sometimes when you seek a lot of education, the validation is also a part of it. And I'm like, I'm proud of you. But I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious, but I could understand Dr. B just being like, I'm like, I get it, B. You're one of the first in your family to go to college. I get it. I get it. That's it. There's a lot of people from his graduating class who were first in their family to go to college, first in their family and professional careers. So they were like, but no. Look, this was more of a human interest story. And I think it was probably playing to the audience. So, if you're good, we're not putting they probably could have put Dr. B shirtless on the cover of the paper, but it wouldn't quite have the same impact. And I don't know if he would have said yes at the time. He'd probably say yes now. I apologize that we have gone so far afield. Can Dr. B dance? The type of dancing Dr. B did was like running around in a pit in steel-toed boots. So that, no, which is why he and my kid were just at a show. And I was like, was there a pit? He's like, everyone was like 60. I'm like, good. When you're still seeing the bands that you loved in the 80s, it's nice to know that the audience is in their 60s. That's how I feel going to Offspring shows. Like, is there a pit anymore? No, somebody's literally going to herniate a disc or tear an ACL running around in the pit. So Christina said, I never realized how much likability of a lawyer can make or break. It is a huge factor. Hannah and Baldwin should be accountable, but every time Carrie speaks, I feel talked down to or yelled at. Anyway, love you. Thank you, Christina. And yes, likability is a huge thing. One of the defense attorneys I was always the most apprehensive to go up against is a defense attorney who was immensely likable. There were two different courthouses I worked at, two defense attorneys who were so damn charming. They were so likable. I could not out-likable them because I walk in still being the prosecutor. So just so freaking likable. And every time we were in court with them, I was like, oh, if we go to trial on this, the jury's just going to love you. Love you. Yes, likability is a huge part of it. And being able to talk in a way that people can listen is a huge part of it. So likability matters quite a lot in trial work, and knowing your strengths and knowing your weaknesses matter a lot in court. Really abrasive attorneys were much easier to go up against. Joni RN Mom said, Emily, tell Dr. B I'm a Tehachapi girl. Know exactly where that is. We love the 661. I will absolutely let him know. Sending love from Ireland. Where did these 3 years go? I don't even know, Gemma, where these 3 years went, but here we are. My dog stepped on a fish. But are we good to trash Dean from Gilmore Girls, right? We're not gonna hold character choices against actors for sure. Debbie C said, "Can I get a shout out to my fellow law nerd Emily in CT?" Emily, this is coming to you from Debbie. Hi, how are you? Hope it's going well. So let's see. Mama Lisa in the chat said that the pinky signet ring that Alec Baldwin wears is a family crest. All of the sons were given one upon graduation. I had no idea. There's a whole history to the ring. I'm fascinated by it. I'm here for it, and I didn't know. I don't even think my family has a crest. I don't think that that's a thing. I'm going to switch layouts real quick. So if you guys give me just one moment. Oh, that's absolutely not what I wanted to do. I'm going to be distracted for just a moment as I switch this because I want to keep the only seal in the corner, and I have too many layouts. Why? Because I was messing with them literally all day yesterday. So we're going to get rid of that one and try to do this. All right, let's see how that works. I just wanted to keep it up in the corner since it's not spinning like a fan so that you spin me. Just kidding. Not really. So that you know that we are still on court watch, because we are still on court watch with this. So let's see. Was he in 4-H? I can't remember if it was FFA or 4-H, and I don't want to offend him by getting it wrong. Just like if he was like, no, Emily played basketball in high school instead of water polo, I would get offended at him getting it wrong. Pamela said, I rescheduled a meeting. I told the boss I had to go to court. Hopefully it's important. Look, half these meetings can be emails. I swear. They can. I have the Weeping Angels tattoos that attacked Amy smiling and attacking on my forearm. I don't know if I could do a weeping angel on my forearm. The Weeping Angels are, I think, the only thing that have ever scared my oldest ever, other than maybe like now getting into like a Call of Duty lobby. But I think the Weeping Angels are the only like television thing that has ever scared T, like ever. Doctor Who is the series, but the main character is just the Doctor. Yes. I imagine we were chatting to chat. Rosebud 26 said, in defense of Carrie and her glasses, I recently had cataract surgery and need to use readers. I am not able to wear contacts. I definitely think they're readers. I also think she uses them for impact, and I'm here for it. There were definitely attorneys I know that would strategize whether they would use glasses in court, whether they needed them or not, to like take them off for effect. And I was just like, I just need glasses, man. And sometimes they help like mitigate the bags under my eyes that are going to exist because of the age that I am. Other Trisha Lynn said, try with EDB and Law Nerds on my birthday. Yay, pudding. Happy birthday to you, other Trisha Lynn. You guys know I changed my, I was tempted to change my Starbucks name to Other Emily. And I'm like, no, not Other Emily, The Emily. So my Starbucks name on my orders is now The Emily. And the baristas that are regularly at my local Starbucks know it was because we ended up getting Other Emily's, not coffee in the morning. And the ones who don't know are like, so for Emily, The Emily? I'm yes, The Emily, not Other Emily. Julia said, your husband grew up in the South Bay, LA area. How fun. Are you from there too? I grew up in Manhattan Beach. Dr. B grew up there until 6th grade when he moved up, well, more to Central California. OB nurse Chelsea said, what are your thoughts on the pharmacist comp? If a pharmacist puts the wrong meds in the bottle and then you give it to your kid or whatever, there's a lot of analogies in this to the medical field because of the just the necessary order of things, right? Where somebody checks it and then is required to double check it. When there was a question asked on the Rust panel here in Nashville, and it was a nurse saying, look, people are supposed to check it, but if I don't check it and then give it to a patient, I can be held responsible. And that happened here in Nashville. It just, and went to trial. It just really is so fact specific. But yes, when you rely on people to do things safely, who's responsible? And I think the analogy of a pharmacist giving something to a parent where the parent's not necessarily the one to check it is different than like Hannah Gutierrez, where she's in charge of checking it. So I think it's more analogous to this. But Baldwin did have protocols he was supposed to follow. Whether the movie set protocols are what's the negligent handling of a weapon here, it's different. So there are big questions here of laws and how the laws operate, and when restraint in prosecution is appropriate, when it's not. So let's see. We're still just here. Leonard's, good thing we can just chat. Carly, can they talk about Hannah's conviction? No. Like Carrie said, in this case, Baldwin will be held responsible. She could say, they will be held responsible, but that's different. So, but they can't get into the conviction and what have you, unless she testifies. There is that order to transport her out of court over the week, or out of custody over the weekend, but there's a lot she can't testify to. Hypermice said, I love all the song lyrics you do because my brain does the exact same thing. When you realize the neurospicy is super neurospicy, what's so funny is that with my parents, my mom is always just like, oh, your dad's ADHD. And then she will break into song lyrics. I'm like, oh, who's going to tell? Who's going to tell her? I'm like, oh, mom. Sometimes we all share the same neurospiciness. Court! Can we expect an interview with Crash Daddy? I mean, I can ask if you guys are interested. I will be honest in saying that the court reporter with a swiftness put her headphones on to see what they were talking about while approaching. Let's see. Are we going to resume over here? No, yes, no, no. So I can ask, but I will be honest. The interview shows when I do interviews never, ever, ever perform well. But if you guys are curious, we can ask. Absolutely. Can we have a code for sweaty balls? I don't know. There would be a lot of cases where I don't think I would feel right about playing it. I'll think about it. So, Dark Beholder said Hannah is meant to be called tomorrow now. I don't know if I'll go look and see if they updated the transport order, because the transport order was for the weekend. Maddie Flap said, lost my job. Thanks for keeping me company through it. Maddie, I'm sorry that you are not the only one in my sphere that this has happened to. A very close friend is in an industry that is very much shifting and has gone through that and found a job that she is incredibly happy with. And I hope the same for you, because sometimes it is a push in the right direction, even though it is incredibly stressful. But I don't know, the way I saw a work career when I, left college and graduated from law school, and the way I see a work career now for my kids and how they're going to navigate that, it's just skills. I mean, my parents' experience of like get a job, retire from that job is not our experience, which is very strange in your, 40s and 50s, that is not the experience anymore, because we kind of thought it was when we went into the workplace, and our kids know that that's not the experience. So it's interesting to see how things continue to shift. So what is going on in court, and will we ever know? I don't know. Valerie Frankie, I'm so sorry. Valerie said, today is 1 year of my dad's passing. Thank you for helping me keep my mind off it today. Those anniversaries are hard. I don't know if they ever get easier. So we will see. Joshua said, Court TV said Hannah will be there tomorrow. Well, hold on. I'm going to go to the docket in New Mexico. I'm curious if there's an updated order and that they're basing it off of that. But I can also, there are some at Court TV I could just message and ask. So will I do that at the lunch break? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I probably will. I probably will absolutely do that. So, Marie said, physicist here, I want to have an interview with the Crash Daddies. I mean, it would be interesting. Stellar said, I loved your interview with Law Nerd Sir Mix-a-Lot. And I don't know if Sir Anthony is in the chat for this case. I saw him in the chat for the Karen Reed case as well. We love Sir Mix-a-Lot on this channel. And I was actually, oh, there's the pinky ring, other hand, as y'all said. I've been working on doing some better breathing so that I don't lose my voice as much. And one of the things that I talked about is like, I need to not run out of air when karaokeing Baby Got Back. And she's like, this is a valid goal. I'm like, yes. I also don't want to lose my voice when I go to conferences and I breathe wrong, but I'm working on that because, not a singer. Never learned. Court TV said it was Hannah's lawyer that told them it would be tomorrow. Ari and Jeanette Levy. And Anjanette, I've seen Anjanette in court. So, again, I don't distrust what Court TV says. And if they transported her early, they absolutely well might have transported her early. which will be fascinating, won't it? This is why you need the Lawnard app, because we will let you know the second the state calls Hannah Gutierrez to just see how quickly she pleads the fifth. And or what agreement happened, because the defense attorneys for Hannah and the defense for Baldwin have a mutual defense agreement where they can share information and the rest of it. So let's see. I know Anjanette's from Law and Crime. I saw a couple of you saying Anjanette's from Law and Crime, but there are also those in court from Court TV, and they all will chat about that. Could you interview Alan Jackson? Can or would you interview Alan Jackson? Absolutely would. That case is not over. So with that case not being over, I will not even ask now. I do. I was never trained in how to speak for as much as I speak. But I'm learning. So Carmen said, "Oh shit, is Carrie still arguing?" Yep. Are we surprised? We watched the pretrial motions, or a number of them. I don't know why New Mexico courts won't pull up. Let's go a different way. Has their website crashed? Hold on. I am going to try to go a different way to find this. Let's see. It is a little bit frustrating because they have a whole dedicated site that looks like it is down for their high profile cases. So let's take a look this way, because now I'm curious, because they would have had to transport her by order, and that'll just answer my questions immediately. Am I going to reach out to Jason Bowles and ask? No, I'm not. Oh, let's see. EDB, Hannah's lawyer confirmed. Oh, just Raina said trying to get my kids ready for their haircuts. Let's see. This is exactly what I started thinking about for sure. Court TV said Hannah will testify on Friday. Well, I guess we'll see if she testifies, but thank you all. I guess we'll see if she actually testifies, because I think she'll just plead the fifth. So I don't imagine. Well, she'll have to say her name. So we'll see. But there is a lot going on in court today. And what's got to be frustrating for the media pool is they're sitting there waiting, and they can't hear any better than we can. So do they know what's going on? No, they don't know what's going on. They just also have to sit there and wait. No, I don't see an updated order, but her attorney would know, and her attorney could reach out and ask her to be transported, and so could the prosecution. So let's see. Oh, I bet she would plead the fifth. She would. Where do they keep her if they transport her early? They would keep her in local custody. So in most states, you have state prison, and then you have local custody. So they would put her in local custody, which is county jail. So she would be in whatever county facility is the county facility. Thank you, Miguelina. I appreciate that. So, but the website's not pulling up. JP Reality said go 90266. It is in fact that. Boxy said, do we know why there's no video? Oh, I wanted to get back to this. Look, sometimes we make the things we wanted to make happen instead of soliloquying about high school reunions. We haven't even gotten to talk about my 10th or 20th high school reunion. We'll do that another time. Oh my God, my 30th is going to be coming up. Yikes. Or delightful. I mean, 20 was way more fun than 10. 30 will be a whole other level of like, what's up, everybody? You know? Boxy said, do we know why there's no video footage of the incident when they were filming there? Greetings from Austria. Boxy, yes, because they weren't rolling. They were blocking things out, so there was no filming. They weren't supposed to be filming. They weren't prepared for filming. They weren't intending to film. They were just blocking things out, so cameras were not rolling. Thank you so much, Amy, for reminding everyone to do the YouTube things, the like things, the subscribe things. What I didn't know until I saw it happen on somebody else's channel, and it was mentioned to me by Reed, is that when you say subscribe, like the subscribe button actually like animates. I had no idea. And I was like, so all this time that I say do the YouTube things, I probably should also be saying the actual word subscribe, because then it like animates. I didn't know that. So let's see. This is just such a mess. PJs and snack foods in the UK feels good. Lynn, amazing. Baldwin's wife looks more interested than Alec does. She definitely is intently paying attention to court. These are hard days to sit through. Look, the fluorescent lighting alone is terrible. The lawyers coming back and forth grabbing notepads to go back up to the bench is indicating to me that they are probably arguing over something they've argued over before. But it's hard to sit there all day in court. The fluorescent lights, heat, the courtroom's not comfortable. You can't always hear well. You don't know from the lawyers what's going on. So you are kept out of the loop, sitting like literally cooling your jets and just waiting to see what's going on. But the court looks like they are going through and reading through something, whether that is case law or whether that is previous rulings or whether that is what the court is asking for. That's different, but it is wild. But yes, it's not an easy thing to sit through and do. It is long days. Jennifer White said, good morning. My 15-year-old is invited also. But these are long days. And I know, I think I was talking to Reed yesterday. I was talking to somebody and they were like 8 hours of stream. I'm like, yes, but 8 hours of stream is a normal trial day. When you're the attorney in trial, those are like 15-hour days with not a lot of sleep. And like, you don't eat lunch and sometimes breakfast. You're running on like caffeine, adrenaline, and sugar. Emily, why do lawyers burn out? CEG, what I just said. But those days are so much longer. These days seem so much more doable to me just because it's not my trial. We just get to sit and comment on it. Though commenting on like a water polo game would be a lot shorter. That's for sure. That's what I want to see in these Olympics. So I want to see Flavor Flav commenting on women's water polo. I want someone to clue him in on camera about what happens below the water. All the things. I can't tell if Carrie's face is victorious or like I'm so annoyed, like I'm so mad I have to smile to keep from like, I don't know. Sherry asks, EDB, why isn't the prosecution objecting to defense testifying as opposed to asking questions? He's making statements, then throwing in the question, right? Sherry, cross-examination is such an interesting art because often the questions in cross-examination are the point. So it feels like the lawyer is the one spitting out that information and that the lawyer is the one almost testifying. But that is the style of cross-examination, and that's appropriate. The right is a little bit difficult for me because it just gets kind of repetitive. I'm trying to see what they're looking at. Hold on. I'm gonna pull them up a little bit bigger. I was trying to look at what I'm gonna back up and see what Emily, do you want to see what was on her computer as they are walking around looking at exhibits? Yeah, they're walking around looking at exhibits. I wonder if this is either a discovery issue or a piece of evidence issue, because Carrie's got her laptop. Everyone else has a ton of pieces of paper. The defense team has like 17,000 people on it. You know, just a few less people than watching at the moment. And they are pulling up photos, documents. They're handing stuff back and forth to the court. There is some discourse clearly going on about what has been shared, what hasn't been shared, what things are, where they're coming from. But those are the things he was holding in his hand when they first went to sidebar before they gave the jury a break. How long have we been on break? I should have started a timer. Next time they do this, I'm starting a timer. Chat reminds me, I'll forget. But they are have adding it at the moment. Kylie needs a holiday. Hold on, there we go. My 12-year-old man has ASD and loves trials, especially as I was a supervised contract worker, so my reports were always going to court. He absolutely adores you and cracks up because UC agrees with you. I love that. Kylie, hi to your kiddo. And look, law is not a bad hyper-focus. It's really not. And some areas of law are so rule specific that they work really well for my rule specific brain. So I think there is a lot of room for everyone that works in different neurospicy ways in law. You just find the little area for you, and then you get to be creative along with also having those boundaries of the rules. The society has rules. So there's that. Anthony said, EDB, is Travis ready for DCI in Murfreesboro in 2 weeks? Yes, he is. I think I'm actually going to go as well. I think I might actually go as well. So Sharon said, EDB, hi from Australia. Thank you for showing my boys that you can still achieve anything, even being neurodiverse, if you work for it. There is a lot of, is she wearing an Oura ring? God, the distraction. Yep. Like literally the same Oura ring I'm wearing. Spotted in the wild. I think there's so much more understanding now, not just for us how our brains work, but in the workforce as well on how people's brains work, that you can find work that accommodates you if you don't try to fit into somebody else's mold, right? So if you know yourself and are like, this is how I work best, you can really lean into that. And yes, you can do anything you want to do. There are lots of neurospicy people in all different kinds of fields. Tech, music. I think neurospicy loves tech so much, especially in like the developer world, because you can like hyper focus on the thing you're doing and work at whatever hours work for you. Flexible hours make a huge difference. Pumpkin and Spice's mom said 6 trial with EDB and the Lawnards. I know we're working on tour shirts. I feel like we're just likening everything to music because that's how my brain works and I'm just leaning into it. Jenny Marie said, I'm about 15 minutes behind. Don't worry. So, hey, Dr. B. And now I'm singing Sum 41 and it's stuck in my head. I mean, there are definitely worse things to have stuck in your head. I think the brother in court is Stephen. Chloe Albert's Revenge said, the jury is asking if Morrissey... No, they're not. The jury is asking, can you tell us if the jury wants to get to the point like, okay, but was Baldwin's DNA on the gun? But we're going to see all the video of Baldwin holding the gun and hear from about that later. I can't wait for the transcripts to be released so I can see what Carrie said at sidebar. I mean, Baldwin should be able to read it. And the other lawyers at the table, let me move myself. The other lawyers at the table should be able to see on that iPad the live transcription so they know what's going on there. Carly in the chat said, as a severely neurospicy developer, you are so right. It's finding how you work and being able to make that work for you. And there are lots. Sometimes you just have to think outside the box, but the boxes have shifted, right? Work from home is a thing. Technology is a thing. There's so many options. Rachel said, I watch EDB talk about the law while I do law things. 2 a.m. finish for me in Australia writing opening submissions tonight. Good job, Rachel. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Hold on. We're gonna just clap. Everybody who's body doubling right now and getting your work done, let's just take a break. Let's just celebrate. Give it up for Jason. It's because that clap sound reminds me of another chat. You can spot it. You can spot the song in the chat. Reminds me of another iconic, maybe South Bay specific song. So with all of that, you guys will name it. I'll see it. Been with you since Erica Jane. I can't imagine doing trials without you. Thank you. I know Tom Girardi is getting ready to go to trial and it's not going to be televised, which is so frustrating. Just so frustrating. You guys, this sidebar has been going on for so long. I feel I should say at this point, A, we're going to keep hanging out. But B, I don't know. This feels extensive to me. When we come back to testimony, I will make sure we send out multiple notifications to the app when we resume testimony. So if you're like, but I really gotta, that's fine. If you have the Lawnard app, I will let you know this is an extensive break. If you need to take a break, are we just gonna chitter chatter here? Yes, we are. But we've been at this break for an extended period of time. So if you have the Lawnard app, we will let you know. If you don't have the Lawnard app, we will let you know. But it seems that there is a discovery situation. So as we see the witness walking off the stand, the witness might be going to look for other reports, but it seems that there is some kind of issue. Is the jury still out? Yeah, the jury's still out. I just don't know how long the jury's been out. I forget when we got here, but whoo. Tamara in the chat said this will be 8 or 9 weeks, not days. I hope not, but with these types of delays, they will probably push an extra day or not. Or they will probably push an extra day. Lauren said, I had a whole meeting with my boss during this break. Perfect, you guys. Now's the time to catch up on emails, go check in with the world, because it seems that we are having an extended moment. I wish they were just doing this in open court. They could do this in open court. Instead of doing it at sidebar, the attorneys could just put this all on the record. We saw that in other trials, Deppie Heard, where everything was just put on the record in open court when the jury was out. They're not doing this here, and it's frustrating. Snoop and Flavor Flav commenting on jumping ball, please. All the things. I love the mashups for Olympic commentary. The Big Kapowski said, I'm heading to Portugal on vacation soon. And my BFF asked, what are you going to do without Emily in trials for over a week? I said, you were coming with me on my tablet. There we go. Look, the internet's everywhere and YouTube's accessible from everywhere, which is one of the things I love. When you look at some of the other streaming services, you can't access them in every country. No, I'm not going to lead into like a VPN commercial. Don't worry. But you can't access them in every country. You can't access all the shows in every country. There's a lot of restrictions. There are some restrictions of content on YouTube, but it's generally really specific types of content from specific organizations. So sometimes if I do like a legacy news outlet, you can't reach it in every single, you can't see it in every single country. But as a creator, my stuff, unless music has happened, it doesn't get restricted anywhere. So it's really nice. Just if you have the internet, you've got YouTube. YouTube is free. So internet is not, but YouTube is. All right. So let us continue. Still with those same pictures. This is just the craziest, longest sidebar. Ugh. Before you start Cross, please figure out her job. Yes. Lon or Debbie talking to the attorney Sparrow, not really knowing what the crime scene tech does. Though I will say sometimes this is a defense technique. The defense technique is to just point out, oh, that's not your job. Oh, you didn't do this. Oh, you didn't do that. This witness doesn't need to be discredited, though. This witness is like, I collected what I collected. I saw what I saw. I did what I did. I don't think there's any reason to do more. It looks like the attorneys have like gone back to their corners. Where's the fight bell? Like, ding, ding, everyone back to your corner. What, Your Honor, what are you doing on the phone? Oh, I didn't feed my Snorlax either, Your Honor. You're absolutely right. Who is she calling? That's not good. When the court has busted out her cell phone on the bench to call someone, it is a very, very, very bad sign. But I also didn't feed my Snorlax, Your Honor. You're absolutely right. For all of you going, Emily, what the fuck are you talking about? Pokemon Go Sleep. Pokemon Go Sleep. Kissy Kissy said, I get so tickled every time I hear the FBI. I do too. It tickles my brain. All right. I believe the woman next to Stephen is his sister. A couple in the chat indicated it might be. How many Baldwins are there? I don't know. Made it to an EDM live. I feel like that goes a different direction when it's EDM live. It's like, sorry, it is the literal one type of music I don't listen to a lot. So if I got that awfully wrong, I apologize. Thank you for your insight in the trials. You're welcome. I did this for a long time and a lot of trials. Let's see. I'm gonna move me just a little bit. There we go. For the moment. I meant to ask if you knew if they had mentioned whose fingerprints were on the bullets of the loaded gun. Were any found? No fingerprints were found on the bullets of the gun. I don't remember if they tested all the casings. There was a lot of testimony about it in Hannah's trial, but as I recall, nothing was found. But Hannah said she loaded all the weapons and she was the one loading all the weapons. Can anyone listen to or follow you live in court? I mean, on YouTube, yes, but when I was in court, no. None of my cases were televised in that way. And the members remind me to talk about the major crimes unit at the DA's office at some point when we have a members only live stream. We'll spill the tea another time. Oh, the jury's coming back. Holy shit. We're getting somewhere, folks. Miguelina. Will you just update the app that in a lesson that we're coming back? Thank you. We've done it, you guys. Take a stretch. Get your water. We're coming back. I've got a story about this, Sapples. My teen came across this song because he was going down like a parody music rabbit hole from something else. and came across this song. And he's like, what the fuck is this? And he's like, if this was what was happening on Saturday Night Live, I would actually watch it. I think it started with us going through the skirt meme. I think that's what kind of sent us down that rabbit hole, like skirt, that one. But anyway, when he found that, the way he cackled, he was like, that's actually really fucking funny. I'm like, I know. TV used to be funny. And sometimes irreverent. All right, let's see. We have sound back. Nope. Oh, now.
For the foundation.
All right. We're going to back up because now they're fighting over foundation of the thing they've been fighting about for 100 million years. And we are finally back. Yay. Looks like we made it. Looks like we made it.
Good morning again. So I'm just going to.
Look how far we've come, my baby. All right, Emily, stop it.
We left off.
He's not publishing it. I'm just telling him he's never published it.
The notifications are going. Do not worry.
Okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
Great. 2 of the whatever many he wanted to do.
For the foundation.
You didn't lay
As
any
you stated on
foundation.
Direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I can publish that, it's in evidence.
He's like, what more foundation do
As
I
you
need?
testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case,
Yep.
correct?
Yes,
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
yes,
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
I'm
It
dying
appears
to know at this
be,
point.
Scene paperwork.
That you collected.
Yes,
And those are
Oh,
fair and accurate
script.
photographs?
yes.
Okay, offer them as evidence.
I don't
Spoilers.
believe that's an adequate foundation.
What more do you want him to do?
What objection?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now
These are gonna-
publish A3.
They're talking about the script. The script supervisor is going to testify. This seems to be what they're fighting over, is what the script calls for, what the script doesn't call for, which I understand why they're fighting so hard over. But the crime scene tech can't really verify if the script is accurate, if that's what was happening that day, if that what was is being offered for the truth of what's on the document. So I understand why the fight over this, because if the script is calling for him to aim the weapon, doesn't that change the way you see Baldwin's actions inside the church? So now that we know they're fighting over pages of a script, now we know what's going on and why they were fighting so much over foundation, because this witness can't really lay the foundation for these are accurate, but the script supervisor is going to testify. So this will all be fixed at some point.
And can you read that last sentence?
And
Russ
that's hearsay.
Colt cocked quietly now.
Rust, Colt,
And I'm now
cocked
going to publish
quietly.
811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus.
Into the quietly cocked. What did you say? Colt. I know he said Colt. I was.
Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. Oh, no, it doesn't. You don't have to focus on it. So it's supposed to autofocus, so this is not my fault, just so you know, investigate.
It's supposed to autofocus, sir.
Permission
You
to
sound like
approach.
every YouTuber that fights with their camera that has ever existed. It's supposed to autofocus. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Oh boy.
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was, I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21, I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment.
We would love it if you
when
did.
you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
She collected everything.
When I photographed them, yes.
She's a
Sorry,
crime
I
scene
apologize, when
tech.
you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I
Was hoping.
understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually
The
described
form of
what
that
he's
question,
doing, right?
I don't love.
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I've stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
That's really interesting to know.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
Foundation, sorry.
He was asking the foundational question though. He was at, he
the
at,
foundation.
that was the
If you believe
foundational,
At the time,
that was the foundational
that
question.
what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church.
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French and the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before.
Right, that's in, the bandolier was in the church. The
And you have
bullet
no
was in the
reason to think that
bandolier.
Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
And the
Um,
nest on the branch
at
and the
that
branch on the tree
scene,
and the tree on the bog.
And at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay?
Oh, thank God.
You have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set.
That was a
right?
lot of work for something
Yes.
that could have been done
That
with
wasn't
another
something
witness.
that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For the
called
sheriff's
into,
office.
for the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
Where's he
and-
going with this?
again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps, but there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Objection. Awful noise.
Okay, you need to report that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up?
I'm going to turn the in-court audio down because that tone is going to give me a migraine.
It's on though, right?
All right, there we go.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Thank you to the tech
Thank you.
people in court.
You understood that there
Not
should
all
never
heroes
be
wear
live
capes.
ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing.
Don't
you
they go boom
well,
poof?
It's in evidence,
You said it in
right? And
opening
those have a
multiple times.
like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing you 811. That's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
They're supposed to shake, rattle, or roll, I suppose.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always. No.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds
Yeah.
were on the set of Rust.
So even
Right.
if he's going to get to probably an argument, even if Baldwin had checked, some of these are indistinguishable. And we know from the last trial that there were some rounds that looked exactly like the live rounds that did not shake, and they were sent to the FBI and found to be those Denex rounds. So even if Baldwin had checked, is where this is going to go, he wouldn't have necessarily been able to perceive that. So interesting line of question. It took us a minute to get there, but
Yes.
with a lot of false starts.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB, or 2 BBs in them, or 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send
Right,
them to the
how would he
FBI
have
and to
known?
take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah,
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes.
Right?
That would be the comparison. Yes.
And so one of the questions that I'm going to ask you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he
Interesting,
assist,
isn't it?
he actually was the one that opened the
Directed
safe,
things.
right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
That was my understanding. That's fair.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust.
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14.
He's talking about the prop
completely.
truck not being as disorganized as the cart. The cart was wild. And Hannah Gutierrez being like, I just put things in different pockets in my
And
fanny pack
inside
was also
the
wild. Wait,
prop
why'd you
truck,
take that down
there
so
were
fast?
boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model. white
Oh my
box,
God,
right?
stop
Yes.
taking things down so
And
fast.
I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up.
Sir. There we go. I can go
And
back
do you
to
notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at a.
the answer would be yes, I do, actually. You don't know who
Can you
wrote
tell us
that?
what that
Do
is?
you? Yes, I do. She was
out of context.
jumping
no,
to the
I
next.
can't.
Okay, well then we're
Answer.
going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay. And you see that they are Starline brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have Starline brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background,
No,
right?
she just showed up and recovered it.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag. Do you?
No.
He's using this witness who doesn't know to illustrate
And
it could be anyone. Other witnesses
on the
will know the
prop
answers
truck,
to these questions, but
That housed all the ammunition.
leaves
Was there any
that
live
impression.
ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something.
unless it
Investigator
annoys the
Poppell.
jury and they're like, obviously that's not
Did
her
that
job, we don't
surprise you?
care.
No, not
Always
necessarily.
possible.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
That concerns me.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
They weren't.
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so
Excuse
you
me.
go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
You
Because there's 7 of them, maybe?
Well,
Like-
I mean, the search warrant for
Yeah.
the church
They didn't have
that
a
we
lot of
talked
people
about on the
working.
21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is states 30. You said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies like look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened,
Which one?
right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
If I can refer to my report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, Ron.
I'm very curious if those pictures are from the exact same box. I know I'm not going to zoom because I think sometimes how long it takes a witness to refresh their recollection goes to evaluating their testimony.
Are you able to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And do you have an explanation for that?
Yes. So I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Right. Not
Defense
from the box.
826, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not from
And
the
in
box.
fact, the real picture of
The box and the rounds laid out are from different places. Does it look like he's trying to have a gotcha moment, or does it look like he's trying to confuse the jury, or does it look like he's wandering through trying to find something? She's like, this picture of these 22 rounds, those rounds came from a bandolier. That box came from this. How do you explain the difference? Because they're not the same thing.
the
Let's see where this is going.
ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one. A27, right?
B-32, you sunk my battleship.
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, I think that's a good way to that's how I figured it out. That's from the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Do you want to share with the class? No? Yes? Maybe?
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Right.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean,
You asked
you
her
know,
the question. She
well,
answered.
Look at the showcasing.
This is
Exhibit
argument.
28.
That's for argument. She
And
answered.
we'll go back. 827.
Best an
You can go back. States 28.
Ooh, shiny.
Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
She's like, I saw them in person.
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
She's going to go to the,
You're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trying.
they have literally a bag of rounds in court. She's going to go to the bag and be like, okay, which one's the shiny one then? I mean, she can't do that, but on redirect, that's probably what we'll see. But he wants to really go with the shiny object situation. He's real excited about it.
Crime scene tech, yes,
Even more than an investigator or crime scene tech, right?
correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes,
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
yes,
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
no.
This all goes to, so how would Baldwin have known the difference
You
even
turned
if
in
he
your
had
report.
checked?
this
That's what this is
investigation,
all going to.
Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
Who might be the next witness, actually.
So we're still on
She's
the
also
topic
not-
of the ammunition, and you
She's also
and law
just
enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition,
not
correct?
rattled at all.
Yes,
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes,
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was. Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious of all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
She's not an investigator. She
Yeah,
just
I
wants
mean,
to
it
know
may
where
not
the
have been your
shit is that
place
she
to,
needs
but
to
I'm just
collect.
asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that may,
Asked and answered.
Is there an objection?
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
He's just turning into Carrie Morrissey at the moment. He's like, I don't believe it was. This is going to unravel between the two of them in the next week.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not.
No.
I'm just asking when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct,
If I was a
did that
man.
make you suspicious at all?
No,
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
no, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny.
She's like, I don't know if he walks into the precinct. I don't give a fuck. She's like, it's not what I do. Did he spill bullets when he walked in? Because then that's her purview.
And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes,
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot or they were spent shell casings, right?
if I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page.
I
Is there a
also,
specific item number that you're referring to?
I'm here for
Item,
the smoke with Seth Kenny. Like I understand why they looked into him. I understand the chemical analysis they did on the gunpowder and the rest of it. I get it. I get where he's going with this.
Seth,
I
I think
think he's made the
215,
point though that some of
you're
these are
gonna
so
get
hard to
at,
distinguish that
Determine these reports.
even if Baldwin had checked, how could he have known? He's already trying
Yes.
to
Okay.
put that
And
argument
he,
in
brought you
before Baldwin gets into
again,
the
he also gave you
precinct.
live ammunition.
Because Baldwin goes into the precinct and talks about being the most expertiest gun expert that ever experted it. So he's trying to get out the testimony he needs to argue against that and being like, nobody could have told. Nobody could tell. That's what he's trying to do. Even though I think that the main point here is not whether Baldwin checked the weapon. I think the main point is whether he pointed it with a finger on the trigger and the weapon cocked. I think that is the main point of the case. But him not checking the weapon the prosecution has made a deal out of, the defense has to deal with.
And with nickel
But
primers, but
I
they
think
weren't Starlight.
I feel
right?
like the point is being belabored
Yes.
at this point. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, we get it.
So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
It's called
I
that's
don't,
hey Carrie, the word you're looking for there is calls for speculation. And I was talking. So let's go back and see if it is calling for speculation.
brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starlight brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of. on
Oh
what
yeah,
you
that
were
does
looking
call for speculation.
Right?
Yep, totally does.
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
no, I don't, I don't,
Hey Carrie, if you say to the judge calls for speculation, maybe the judge will follow along with where you're at. But when you just say shit in front of the jury, it makes it harder for the judge to rule in your favor.
He's
overruled.
Hey Carrie, maybe use the legal terms. And then maybe you'll win. Now he has to re-ask it, and I don't think he
you
remembers
know
what
that
he
if
asked.
Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it. Yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found, true?
Yes.
I mean, that also
So
calls
you
for
headed
speculation.
to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house,
And she
right?
didn't execute the search
Yes.
warrant.
And
she was
a
there while it
judge
was
signed
being
off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
I
Yes.
thought it was
And,
Corporal Hancock. We keep
Yeah, I wanted
changing
to
the
ask
rank.
you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
That's not her
And
job.
I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I
I
don't know.
don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Ask him.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before
It's
you got the
not her
search
job
warrant,
to
correct?
secure it.
Yes.
So
Okay. And
she
tell the
just
jury,
takes the
how long
evidence
did
and
you wait
documents
to
it.
execute the search warrant at
Okay.
the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27,
you said
November
how
30th, right?
I apologize.
He said how long? I thought he said how long it takes to execute the warrant. I thought that's what he said. So I understand. I'm confused along with her.
The prop house.
How long
I
were you at the
don't
prop
recall.
house?
Well, on
Right.
direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
I thought he was asking how
apologize.
long they were there.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week at least, right? After the incident in question.
Yes.
And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
She's like, I mean,
Yes.
And
it does sound like he said how's
we
long,
talked a little bit about this.
but I
when we
don't think he's
talked about the
speaking
prop
Karen Reed. I
car,
think he's just,
how the disorganization of
I
it
think
could
it's
lead
just
to
a little New
commingling,
York coming
right?
out.
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could
Ma'am.
give us a sense. Was it did you find it to
Ma'am.
be
Ma'am, that is incredibly generous of you because we've seen all the pictures of the prop house.
more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they're probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And
I mean,
you
it would
knew
seem so.
as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Not manufacture, I think
And you're
hand
also
reload,
looking
right?
for-
Or hand load.
A green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
Okay.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation.
That ship has sailed.
Other
Hold on.
than
That ship has
Fine,
fucking
too.
sailed.
On the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box.
The
It said
JS. The JS boxes.
Right?
He needs
I'll
his
just show
testimony
you,
in to argue it, but it is belabored at this
A2.
point. The jury doesn't necessarily need to get it all right now.
Right, you found
Because this is for
the scene,
argument.
correct?
Yes.
And
I
if we
think
look
he
inside
could-
the Seth Kenny's,
Who
on
Debbie
Poppell's
Joe in the
18,
chat.
you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
The
And
thing that
as you
frustrates me is we're going to
continue
go
on
over
in your
this again with
search,
Seth Kenny, aren't we?
You understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even
Oh,
found
Daisy,
out
we're going to talk about that when I can yell the name
that
of your
the
core
day before-
appropriately.
Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust. He had in his possession live Starline brass.
Because Daisy,
nickel
until we have a
primer
break, I can't
from
say it
1883,
properly.
correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the
I
prop
really
house, right?
like this
Yes.
witness's
And how you
testimony
took that
style.
live ammo and sent it to the FBI,
She
right?
tries
Yes.
to
And you
be
sent the live ammo.
she tries to be precise without being combative. So when she clarifies her answers, it doesn't feel evasive. Notice with some experts in cases we've seen, and I had to just break up his pattern for a moment for my brain, but with some experts we've seen, when they try to clarify, it almost feels evasive or combative. When she clarifies, it really doesn't feel like she's doing anything other than being really, really narrowly precise. And I really, really like this witness's style. I like how she testifies. I like the way that she is just very matter of fact in her testimony, because she did what she did. She can answer what she can answer, and she is narrowing it down. Also, since the chat, look, sometimes I will get derailed. And since we are talking about it, Douglas Stevens says, wait, we have DCI fans in the chat, Crown fan here. We not only have DCI fans in the chat, we have DCI members in the chat. Look, I am a band mom. I talk about it a lot. I also was in marching band. So we talk about band. We talk about band a lot. And my kiddo is in band. So we talk about it, but Daisy had to share, and so I needed to pause so we can do this. Daisy had to say EDBI marched 7 years, and I had to say this properly. For all of you that know DCI, you know there's only one way to say this Corps' name, and that is Phantom Regiment. Drum and Bugle Corps in the 80s and 90s. I don't know when they started announcing Phantom Regiment that way, but it's the only way that it can be said. So thank you for that. We're going to take a few more super chats and then we'll get back to him. Chantel said, good afternoon from Sapsucker Woods. Literally my favorite place on earth because that is where the Cornell bird cams are and I love them. I see you fell to the broken nail before Holo Taco launch day 2. I have 2 broken nails and it has hurt my heart. I haven't told Christine. I'm going to just continue to try to hide them. And I saw that Daniel, thank you. I feel like though the chat maybe deserves a few more gifted memberships after that awful screenshot that I'm never going to let you live down. No, I'm teasing a little. Daniel, thank you so much for the generosity and the gifted memberships to the Law Nerd chat. It's good to see you. All right. Shall we continue? We should continue.
From the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And
I'm teasing
you're not
you,
an
Daniel.
FBI
Thank
agent,
you.
but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search
There you
every
go.
single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according is this still what is that?
I know. I think there's room for me to announce DCI one summer. I'm not saying I won't.
Did I do something?
I'm not saying I will, but I'm not saying I won't. I love him being like, did I do something?
And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
I'm going to answer
Yes.
this later. Thank you, Dan. Thank
Let's
you,
take a look
Daniel.
at A19.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I
Is that
appreciate, I appreciate
one of the rooms
gifted
inside of the
membership.
prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
I'm going to move me. This,
Okay. So we agree.
for those of you that didn't watch the Hannah Gutierrez trial or my coverage of the civil lawsuits, this is the prop house. So when I made jest about her being gentle, that it was more organized or organized in some areas, this is one of what I suspect will be numerous photos of the prop house. So not a brick house, prop house.
They didn't search the boxes at the top?
It is
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into.
something.
It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
Because there's nothing there.
Okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team
Searched the
reasonably
entire prop
searched
house.
the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to
It's like, what does reasonable
when
mean?
you say reasonably searched.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement. I know from the movies. Okay.
Ma'am, you don't get to
I'll-
ask questions. He was going to answer it. He doesn't get to answer
Well, why
it.
don't you tell me?
She
What's a
gets to
grid
move
search?
on.
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
And this is within her expertise. She is a crime scene tech.
And
So
why
how
don't
to
you
map
tell me,
out
what would
searches
have been, if
matters
you
for
wanted to
her
search
job.
the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched,
Divided it how?
meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you at best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
What if there was
We
a
would
high
have
top
to go
table?
through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes,
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
yes.
A20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Poppell?
This was
No hit, I guess,
a
on
table
A20?
that was located in the side room.
Okay, and what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because
Is this the one with the pizza?
what do you notice on this table of? Clear, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
Who the fuck knows?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay, and as we talked about before,
It's an open filing system?
the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes,
Okay, and Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We do not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes,
Did he bring
He
muffins?
told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found them, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this
Melanie, I was just,
container
Melanie said,
that
wait, somebody
says
brought muffins. No, I was
live
making
ammo on it, right?
a joke from,
Yes.
And that was helpful to
Deputy
whoever
Heard.
wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
what in
Yes.
the camera just happened?
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in All of those bins, yes.
Every single,
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
right, and
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at?
Robert, this
States
is the defense
19.
attorney.
Yes, it is similar.
But if by
yes.
DA you mean defense attorney, then maybe yes.
And that
He's going to
box
argue
that
this
had
point. I just think he's gone.
the live rounds in it.
If he's going to do this with every single person that was at that search
there were a
warrant, we're going to
couple
be here for
things
2
that
days
found
talking
in
about
the
this. So, for those of you asking what the point is of this,
right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house.
I don't know
that's the
why
name
we're
of the
still
prop house,
going,
right?
other than
Yes.
law enforcement could have
You
searched more.
found,
Like,
bless you.
law enforcement do
Starline
more.
brass live. No nickel. And you found Starline, you found nickel primer lives.
So wait, we
No
are
Starline
playing
brass,
Battleship.
right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline brass, nickel
So,
primer live.
Is he going to try to argue that Seth Kenny
But it was always one
rehomed
off, wasn't it?
incriminating
Yes.
rounds? I think that's where we're going. In the time
And
between the
As you continued
shooting
on your search,
and the search warrant,
you
they were
found
rehomed.
the green ammo can.
Exactly
Right?
what he's going to do.
Yes.
later.
And again, it was helpfully labeled. Right?
We love it when
Yes,
it's
I believe it
helpful.
was behind that box. I think you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It said empty,
A helpful label on it.
right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and
I wonder if Hancock has.
Detective, you said to Detective Hancock, you know, this is taking a long time. We really need to spot that.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
The-
What's
the- the
relevant? Does it have any more
I-
tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
It's probably on the body cam, though, if you
Did you
did.
deny it?
No.
And there were times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused, is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny you, in parts of your search, just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
Yes.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
Personally?
I don't recall.
She wouldn't search all of them personally. There's multiple people executing the
So
warrant.
then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
Yeah.
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this
They
jury, right?
searched every single box.
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes,
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
So
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or
This came-
yesterday, I guess.
this came up in pretrial too. There's nothing wrong with that.
So
If you have any good points to make left,
you just said,
the jury is probably
when you
moved
originally
on.
said that
their
you
brains.
searched every box.
They're
okay,
counting the dots on your
that
tie at this
itself
point.
is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take
I mean,
was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
I don't know if she would have been the
I'm
one
going
to
to pass up the warrant to
Where is
refresh your
that?
recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach this quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame? From here? Oh, yeah, sure.
Somebody at my house
Are
is
you gonna
making
mark that?
lunch.
Well, she's going to identify it and then you're going to,
I'm just going to see the refresh.
This is how moved on my brain is at the moment. I'm like,
refresh your recollection about the.
No,
her
it doesn't.
her face is like, does this refresh your recollection?
Take it back.
Sir, what?
And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you
You said you were going to pass her the
This is
warrant. You passed her a
DX23.
picture. Did she? Okay.
if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to.
Baldwin's face is also like,
what?
where are we going
Yes,
with
right,
this?
DX23. Oh,
I'm sorry.
This is why we took a galloping dive into DCI in the chat.
it's just, I'm just to refresh. I can make it DX
So,
any number,
but why are we marking it?
Yeah, why are we marking it?
then I will mark it.
Yes.
Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage?
Oh, Kathy, not at all. Different brains are fascinated by different things. Not at all. I've also watched
Number
the
6.
other trials. So there's times, and I said it this morning, there's times that it's hard to be like,
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
and you
Of
have
surveillance
to object
footage.
with an
Yes.
objection.
Okay. And so, and you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
This
All right,
attorney's
thank
never
you.
going to be
Thank you for that answer.
satisfied.
Because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras.
He's
of
never been
Detective
satisfied.
Hancock and Sergeant Suck.
We needed Hamilton to come in at
And so
some
if it's
point.
not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Suck, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
She doesn't know
Not
that. 'cause she didn't
precisely. They don't
review it.
follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right? You agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so
If
you
y'all
didn't take
really
it.
searched,
You did not vouch for any of the surveillance footage.
I do
correct?
not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case.
well, it's
Right.
asked and answered.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No,
She did not.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
no.
And you testified on direct
Just taking
examination
notes so I can summarize this later.
that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes,
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
do you mean
I would
by
have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
Oh, he means
I
tagged
did collect DNA
evidence.
swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay.
Baldwin
And
was
what
in New
about
York.
prints? Fingerprints?
Yes,
From Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kenny?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kenny?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kenny?
No.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes,
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my
I
supplemental
really wish he had
report.
asked about Seth Kenny much earlier
I'm not
in
sure
this.
how
It'll
you're
be
basing
interesting
that
to
on.
see how he
Yeah, sure. I'm
argues it.
asking you.
'Cause
When we
that's
started, we were talking about
very
solving
important.
this question of how a live
That's a
round
very
gun
good
moves.
point. It's just
Remember that?
buried under a lot
Yes.
of other
Okay,
shit.
so I'm asking you, this trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes,
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
That's asked and answered.
Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No,
That's the question he wanted to ask. That's probably his last question. A lot of you are asking, did Seth Kenny take a plea deal? No, Seth Kenny was never charged. He did not take a plea deal, and it's going to come up more when we get to it. But this is going to be his last question, I think. Didn't you just want to get through it so you could focus on Alec Baldwin? That's his last question. For those of you that are newer to this case, asking who Seth Kenny is, Seth Kenny ran PDQ Arm and Prop, which was the supplier of props and the ammunition on set for Rust. That's why we're here.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
yes,
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
That should have been your last question.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
No.
Your Honor, please, can we approach?
Your Honor, please is not an objection. Oh my God, the spice, Carrie. Your Honor, please.
No.
Your Honor, please, can we approach?
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay?
Your Honor, maybe reign some control over these lawyers beyond don't do that. Oh, Mr. Spyro, you've lost a gold star.
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it.
She's telling the
okay?
jury to
And the
disregard.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure.
repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I
That's
don't
not
recall when
why.
that request was made.
And that's
exactly.
not when, and he
Well,
knows
forget
that's not why,
exactly
and
when
that's
it was
not
made.
when.
Do you have any general recollection?
I know
don't.
why it was made.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
I know why it was made.
And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Did she talk to Baldwin directly?
I'm going to refresh your recollection.
Sure, let's do that. The reason they did the destructive testing, and we'll hear this from other witnesses, is because Baldwin went on ABC with George Stephanopoulos and said, I pulled out the gun and the gun went off. I pulled out the gun and the gun went off. So that's why, oh, maybe it's Hilaria's coffee cups
And
that
while
were
I'm
causing
doing
the
that,
problems. That's
You
me being
did assist
snarky.
in the taking of the
I thought you were,
firearm. Which one?
yo, are you refreshing or are you not refreshing? Where are we going? What are we doing?
You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
Were you all
And
in the
then,
room
you
where it
know,
happened?
When you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, investigate Poppell.
Well, she wasn't always
what do you
there.
mean
The
by
lead
occasion?
investigator does that.
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them
Right.
about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness.
Right, that's what the lead investigator does, not the crime scene tech.
Well, she doesn't know.
What page you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy, I'm assuming it's the previous
Children.
transcript.
We're going to take away your coffee.
Again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
Body worn camera.
Carrie has this.
21.
Page in line, please.
Chat, if you have tuned out in your brain, if you are in the middle of a boss battle, come on back now because this is about to get spicy. This is Carrie Morrissey, annoying as it is for my brain, throwing this defense attorney off his game over and over and over again because the judge is not controlling the courtroom and allowing her to do it, and she does it to great effect. Do I find it annoying? Yes. Does it throw this attorney off his game? Yes, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. This is like shooting balls at the goalie the first couple of shots to make them a little bit gun shy. This is exactly what gun shy is the wrong phrase for this case, to make them a little hesitant. This is her making this attorney hesitant. Phoebe in the chat said icing the quarterback. It's I don't know what other sports analogies to use. I'm sure there's others, but this is her pulling him off of his game so he's not running his own race.
Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
Page you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy, I'm assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is. Again,
Page
it's
in line, please.
And the witness is just sitting there going, you do it. Also, it indicates to the jury, and this is why the judge should intercede, but it indicates to the jury that the defense is kind of playing hide the ball, right? The defense is doing something. And so it kind of can leave that impression of like page in line. I'm just asking you for page in line. What do you have to hide?
the body worn camera from 10/21/21.
Page in line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor.
What is it?
Ms. Poppell is not Ms. Poppell is not in this transcript.
Well, what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right,
We just
overruled.
are doing all the things.
Thank you.
He looks so annoyed.
Does
and
that
it does
refresh your
throw him
recollection?
off.
About what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listened to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
Oh, she said no.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made,
She just
but
doesn't remember
I do
it.
not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
He's
Yes.
trying
So
to
you don't
impeach
know
her.
that if I
She's
show you the
not-
video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
He's trying to impeach her or refresh her recollection. She's like, I don't remember. Even if you show me the video, I'm not going to remember if that happened or not. She's like, I don't remember.
All of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
She's like, this is asked and answered. She's like, it doesn't refresh my recollection. My recollection's not refreshed. I have no independent recollection of what was said. And so you're just going to be asking me to watch the video and repeat the video. And that's not proper because her recollection's not going to be refreshed. She saw the report. She's like, I don't remember. I have no independent recollection of that. And you're not going to push me into a recollection of that. So I'm sure this sidebar gets very spicy.
Investigator Poppell, are you willing to watch the body worn camera, the lapel from 10/21 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Yeah. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, true?
She's like, I don't think so.
Yes.
And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
you and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test. I
Wait,
think
are
you
you
call it the drop
refreshing her
test
recollection or
on
not?
the firearm in question, right?
Yes,
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
I don't think
Okay,
the
well,
FBI
let's,
told her. They told the
I
investigator.
can't put anything on her screen. So I think you guys can do that.
I think they told the investigators, not her. So
I'm going to show you an email in a minute. But you do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes,
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
yes,
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
yes,
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if they told this witness. Just wait.
We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen.
Chat, for all of you who did not watch the last trial, at some point we're going to
You
get
can
the
show your
FBI
screen,
experts
Karen.
talking about beating the gun with a mallet
I understand.
and whether it wore down the cock notch of the gun. Don't worry. That'll be next week.
Can't just walk up and just.
Well, I-
You can find it. Listen,
Carrie,
look at it too.
you are wild in court right now. Girl. She's like, what? He can just walk up? You're literally just narrating in court. It's so wild. And I love it. So we go to the tape and we replay
Is
it.
there a reason you can't just walk up and just?
Well, I-
You can find it. Listen, you can look at it too. So just come up here before,
She said, is there a reason he can't just walk
I
up?
have it, right?
She's so put off. She's
they
just
have
like,
it.
We good?
I'm just going to pass up.
this attorney.
Okay, but I need to look.
It's just, you know.
No, there's a.
No, stop cutting the audio. They're in open court in front of the jury. They're not at sidebar. Stop. It's not what the order says.
Jennifer?
Hey,
Wait,
I
she's
have to
tested.
do this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
Can I have a second? They're snapping at the attorney, snapping at the judge. Though it looks like they're kind of matching, but I think it's the white balance that his tie and her suit. I think it's the white balance in court.
That's the portion that you expect to.
Reximoto, I don't think she hates the defense attorney.
Email.
Yeah,
I think
but
this
what's-
is-
right,
this
what
is
the
how
portion
she
you know that you
try- I
expect
think this
to
is how
refresh-
she
to
litigates.
refresh your memory?
Do you all want to be on the recording for this? Let's just,
Point out to me how this is.
Well,
supposed to
first of all-
refresh
just, if she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory, okay?
exactly what
Move on.
Point out to me how this helps.
And you see your email address on that email?
Yes, I do.
Well, let her, see if she can refresh her
Of
memory.
course, I just wanted to point out.
And now the court, see, now the court's engaging in it too. The court's engaging in the same back and forth. That's why it's happening. Because then the court's like, well, let her refresh her. Like this is why this courtroom's running the way it is. This has just devolved the way that the last case did. And if the judge doesn't rein Carrie in, it's going to keep happening. And the judge doesn't rein her in. Woo. But I don't love it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back.
Davis in the chat said I was a mock judge once in high school and it went about like this. I would definitely judge mock trial. That I would do.
And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And On April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and
Lyndon,
the
I'm
team
with you.
sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
She can have my copy. I'll take yours then.
He's like, just take it and shut the fuck up.
We need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
His face. This courtroom, the defense tried so hard. And if you watch today's podcast, you'll see it. The defense tried so hard to rein this in. The jury is already like, fuck, we're exhausted, I'm sure. But the defense tried to rein this in pretrial motion, saying, I don't know how to address the prosecutor's conduct, but I've never seen a trial kind of like this. And now we're smack dab in the middle of what they wanted to avoid. And Carrie has dragged them all in to her race. I can only analogize it to the sports that I've played, but kind of like in swimming, when somebody goes out fast and everybody else tries to keep that pace. I was a distance swimmer. And then everybody else burns out because that's not their pace. Carrie is pulling everyone into her pace. And right now the defense is running her race, not his. That throws her or throws him off his game. And she is tenacious with it and will not be deterred. So as off-putting as I find it, it is an effective strategy for her.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
I don't know what the issue is here, but I do know that this is exactly what he was worried about. It will disrupt the flow of cross-examination. And the flow of cross-examination is definitely disrupted.
At the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
Let's take a break.
We're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And please don't come back until 2 o'clock.
Please
Okay?
don't come back till 2 o'clock.
2.
All rise for the jury. Jurors, please take your passes.
It is noon. It is noon. It is noon. She looks pissed. It is noon local time. That's a 2-hour lunch. I wonder what else they're going to do on the record. No, the jury's not coming back till 2. I imagine the court will have shit to do and maybe have this witness watch that video to refresh her recollection. So he said we can take a break now. The court would have said its sidebar. Let us know when it's a good time for the lunch break.
Counsel approach.
Your
And we'll
Honor,
deal
as I
with this.
indicated-
Housekeeping.
Yeah, as I indicated, we're just gonna provide a laptop to investigate the break. Thank you.
Some of the here, excuse, thank you. See you at 2 o'clock.
Do you want this housekeeping?
Actually, you're probably going to do tomorrow.
Huh. A 2-hour lunch break. Well, that's going to be interesting. So that's going to be 3 p.m. my time. Miguelina, let me know in the chat if we might want to break this into a morning and an afternoon stream because it is just now noon local time, and they are breaking for 2 hours. And with that length of that lunch, I think maybe we should break that and give the law nerds a bit of a break too, and then we can absolutely send an app notification so everybody can take a break. That's a really long break. For those of you telling me it's 1 Central, but it's noon Mountain, so it's noon Mountain time. And they're coming back to Mountain time, which will be 3 Central. So yeah, it's just on noon Mountain time with a 2-hour lunch break. So Miguelina, let me know in the chat, or Warren, let me know what you think in the chat. We're going to answer a couple questions, and then it is quite a long lunch break after quite a long break. So they've got about a 2-hour lunch break. They're not coming back till 2 p.m. Eastern, but we can send that out in the Law Nerd app. So Massage Girl, I did not see that at all. And I think that would be a big issue if that were true. So for those of you in all of you in Mountain Time are like, no, it's noon here. Yes, it's 1 hour behind where I'm at. Time is a construct and time zones are bullshit, and they are so hard for me to keep up with. But yes, we will. And they broke a little bit before that because I'm behind real time. So they actually broke a bit before noon in real time. And that is a long break. It's going to be a long day in court. Let's try to summarize. Terry C asked the impossible. Emily, please try to explain to me why the judge doesn't put a stop to Carrie. I don't fucking know. I have no idea, but this is what happened in the last trial too. And then the judge engages in it too. Like, she gets into the back and forth with them as well. So between her judicial temperament and the way Carrie will literally take the entire field. I mean, Carrie's not going to back down, right? She is just steamrollering this courtroom, and she is clearly in charge of the courtroom. And the judge's job is to rein her in, and it puts the defense in a tough position. And the defense is just like, what are we doing? So what a wild morning in court. Let's see if we can, let's see if I can summarize. I don't even know if I can. That was a morning. Well, what an interesting morning in court on only day 2 of the state of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. There were a lot of hiccups this morning, including almost an hour, it seemed, at sidebar arguing over foundation of a few pages of script. Though once they started asking the crime scene technician about those few pages of script from the movie Rust, it seemed that the shot that they were talking about was a camera movement to go close up on Alec Baldwin's character, Rust, slowly cocking the hammer back on the gun. It said quietly and slowly in there, as best as I recall, because then everything devolved. But we are going to hear from script supervisor Mamie Mitchell, who will be in a really good position to talk about what shot exactly they were blocking out and what Baldwin, the actor, was supposed to be doing in the moments leading up to the fatal shooting of Helena Hutchins. Then things devolved. We got into a very extended and long back and forth over the search of PDQ arm and prop, whether every single box was searched, whether live rounds were found, whether every live round was taken out of PDQ arm and prop. This is all going to go towards the defense said very pointedly, you just wanted to get through this search of Seth Kinney or PDQ arm and prop. You just wanted to get through this so that the prosecution could just focus on Alec Baldwin, and the crime scene tech said no. But we know that that's kind of what the defense is arguing, right? You just with all these other people. You just wanted to get to Alec Baldwin. She's like, no. And then the defense asked, you don't think Alec Baldwin committed a crime sitting here? Carrie Morrissey's objection wasn't an objection to that. It was an exasperated, Your Honor, please. I'm not exaggerating. And then the judge said, don't do that. Like, there's no objection. There's no sustained, there's no overruled. It is, Your Honor, please, and don't do that. What is happening in this courtroom? There were supposed to be rules. The judge is like, I'm in charge of this courtroom. I'm in charge now, Phasma. I'm in charge. I'm the captain now. The court's like, I'm in charge of this courtroom. And 3 questions into cross-examination yesterday, and that all flew the fuck out the window. And now we are back to the attorneys sniping at one another. Carrie Morrissey saying whatever she's going to say, and it keeps throwing the defense off of her game. And so that is going to be a very interesting thing as we move forward. It is already exhausting to watch. I'm sure it's exhausting for the jury, and we will see. So with all of it, let's get to your questions. We took a vote to keep the stream up and keep the chat open. Perfect. We'll keep the stream up. We'll keep the chat open. We'll keep the music on. This is why I ask. So when my brain is decision fatigued from trying to summarize this, I don't have to. We just asked the law nerds, and the law nerds told us what they want to do. So we'll leave the stream up. The jury's coming back at 2 p.m. local time, which is almost 2 hours from now. So we will leave the stream up and the chat up. We will ping you in the notification. I will put on the background music, and then I will, we'll do our little like chimes when I come back onto stream, and I will keep an eye. If they go on the record before the jury comes back, I will come back on and chat it through. Let's get to some questions, but it gives everybody time for a lunch break, which is good. Morgan Westfall said, Emily, did you get new tattoos? No. But why are you in my brain? Morgan, you're in my brain, because all I can think about lately is when this trial is done, what tattoos we are getting. The way I've been planning out more of a sleeve on my right arm. I was refraining from very early this morning texting my tattoo artist and being like, can we start planning a sleeve? The thoughts I have, I was texting with Warren and Chris about it this morning. I did not get new tattoos. Will that be happening? Planning for adventure also said perfect time to listen to the podcast. Absolutely. And Miguelina, maybe we should just pin the link to the podcast. So if people want to go watch that, they can. Texting us instead of sleeping. I was already up for radio this morning. So we were up and away. Douglas, I forgot. We're getting to questions. I moved on too fast. Emily, are you already ready to move on from trial and get tattoos? Yes. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Douglas in the chat said, fun fact, I got to ride in an elevator with that DCI announcer at Crown's home show last year. The one who does Phantom Regiment. That one. Even when I went to DCI shows, I had friends that did DCI because I did band in high school, but I had friends that did DCI. Even the DCI shows I attended when I was doing water polo in college, they were announcing Phantom Regiment that way. So some of you in the chat said since at least like 1991. Yeah, I absolutely believe it. So back to earlier today, Kel said, calling Jensen Jason, immediate mistrial. How dare you, sir? Yes. Can you imagine them having to do this again? Jensen is the best. 17 months. Wow. Rachie 71. Congratulations. Hi, G. What's up, buddy? I see you standing behind my curtain.
2 days in a row. It's outrageous.
We're in trial. It is outrageous. We're in trial, though. Do you want to come say hi?
Hi.
We're in trial. How was camp?
Good. Boring.
Good and boring. Delightful.
Make me regret.
You have regrets? I regret nothing. All right, kiddo. I'm gonna take a break for lunch soon, and I'll come out and say.
I regret doing this.
I'll come out and say hi.
You regret doing this.
I have no regrets. No regrets, my child. No regrets.
You want free time.
I definitely need some free time. That's true.
Okay, then don't do this.
I don't know if that's an option, G, but thank you.
How many people have you?
Are you trying to ask what my live concurrent numbers are, buddy?
Yeah.
We're at like 20,000 because we're on lunch break.
20.
Mm-hmm. What, is that not enough for you?
That's
It's the most
That's big.
It's the most viewed stream of the trial.
That's big.
Thank you,
For
thank
live streams, because usual live streams just have like 500.
you, buddy. Yes, that's true.
Okay, peace.
Peace. Thank you for not saying skibbity toilet.
Hey, you said that.
Thanks, buddy. My Japan POV said, how does the jury not know the outcome of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial? Was that a stipulation for jury choices? The jury isn't supposed to have knowledge of this case. I don't know if they specifically asked actually about Hannah's case, but no, watching Hannah's case would kind of have moved them out, but it's not relevant to this trial. Like Hannah being held responsible could prejudice one party or the other. Like, oh, well, Hannah got found guilty, Baldwin should be guilty. Or the other side, oh, well, Hannah was found guilty, somebody's already been held responsible. So it came up in pretrial motions. It's not coming up, and it is not relevant to this case. Love the judge to the media. Coffee is for closers. She did say that the media wasn't cleaning up their coffee cups, which is wild. Chief Nation said for the Doctor Who tattoo fund. I feel like a Doctor Who tattoo has to be worked into it. Now, Squirrely Nerdy Jess, we just talked about that, so thank you. Jensen checked and there was still a live bullet. No. Carr, when they took Jensen's gun belt and props, they checked it, and then there was a live round in the gun belt. So that is what they were talking about. Kimberly said, I'm so thrilled to be a law nerd. Thank you, Kimberly. Good to see you. 13 months. Where in Publix did you find that protein brownie? Laura, it depends on where you are. They are local to Tennessee. So if you're in Middle Tennessee, they were on one of the end caps that focuses on goods from Tennessee. I think they are also on Amazon, but I will link those if they are on Amazon. I will link those if they are on Amazon, on my Amazon store, so you guys can find them. Kyla Cook said, could Baldwin be found negligent but not guilty of murder? Thank you for the Neurospicy Safe Place. Of course. This charge is only that he is criminally negligent. It is involuntary manslaughter. Did he do something dangerous? Should he have known that it was dangerous? Did somebody die? So it's a manslaughter case, not a homicide case. But no, it's really just that. So did he do something dangerous? Did he know it was dangerous? Should he have known that it was dangerous? Morning EDB, do you have a link to your lighting? I believe it's in my Amazon shop under like my streaming stuff. They are Hue lights. There are other options that are less expensive that have come out since I did this, but I kept with the system I started with so I didn't have to replace everything. Jennifer says my 1-year anniversary. Shout out for Hub Steve. Jennifer and Steve, happy 1-year anniversary. All right. Mea culpa on the cross chat at the beginning of the stream. It's okay, Lindsay Bay. Thank you. And I appreciate it. Cross chat. Look, when I derail the chat, that is absolutely one of the things that I do when we're like, we're going to talk about Phantom Regiment, and then we all kind of go along together. It's because I'm already on that distracted side. But when there is other stuff happening, it really can pull my attention. Streaming live trial days does take a bit of energy and focus. So even though it doesn't always seem like we're focused, so not doing that helps. And then we've also had problems in the past with self-promo in the chat and things like that. So we just have kind of general and blanket rules that, if I pull something up and shout it out, I do, but we ask to not derail that way, because it can, unfortunately, if somebody shouts out like a creator that I am friendly with and others in the chat don't like that creator, it can devolve into conversation about that creator or whatever. And I don't want to do that. It derails the chat. It derails me. And so we just don't. And that's always been the way that it's been. Teeny said except when it wasn't. Look, rules are generally made in response to a thing that we went, oh, whoa, didn't see that coming. Teeny said, it's my birthday today. Happy to be hanging with the law nerds today. Thank you, Teeny. Glad to have you here. My husband just asked if I was in New Mexico. Yes, we live here temporarily, but who knows if this is going to be done by next Friday at this pace. They are not moving as swiftly as I thought. Charles Vance said, do you think there is any chance of some surprise evidence may be elicited in this trial, like the defense attorney cross style? I don't know if anything would be a surprise, but there's stuff coming in that we didn't see in the last trial, but that's not a surprise to them. So surprise evidence there shouldn't be. Penn said, hey, EDB and Leonard, sending love from Greece. Thank you. And we're back to the strawberry SI slander. Poor other Emily. It's just not my drink of choice in the morning. Got it. Coffee is my caffeine delivery preference in the morning. Clicker AK said, check in from East Tennessee house. Last day of vacation with EDB. Well, and the law nerds. With all of our lovely law nerds. Good morning. Glad to be riding into another trial. This one came up so fast on the heels of the other one. Elena, good to see you. So will it boil down to industry safety standards? I mean, the safety standards in New Mexico are going to be the misdemeanor negligent handling of a firearm. We can pull those jury instructions up. I might pull them up over break so that I can so I have them, because we obviously have time now, so that I have them on hand. But it's going to be, did he handle it negligently, and what does negligent handling of a firearm mean? And the experts will come in. So not industry standards per se, but if it met industry standards, could it still be negligent? Like if your job's like, oh, it's okay to do this. But Witness in the chat is asking, what about the OSHA reports? I think the OSHA reports are a mixed bag for the defense, because they don't want to talk about Baldwin's role as a producer, but the OSHA reports really bring up Baldwin's role as a producer. So that's going to be a mixed bag for them. Nicholas said, why would Hannah Gutierrez accept to be a witness if the prosecution went hard ass on her? I don't know if she's accepting being a witness. When you're subpoenaed, you're obligated to show up. I think she's going to show up and might not have anything to say. We're going to have to watch it play out, because that's going to be wild. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe I'm just anticipating more, but this is the thing about live trials. You just have to wait. Like, look, in the words of Bad Religion, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. You can't make up what happens in court, and you never know what's going to happen and what people are going to do. Hannah Gutierrez has nothing to lose at this point. Her appeal, I don't find the grounds for her appeal at this point, based on what Bowles has said publicly, to be all that persuasive. I don't think trying to go after that jury instruction is a proper reading of the Supreme Court case in New Mexico. So I don't think Hannah has much to lose. Like, they've sentenced her to the max. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to her? It's like, just like, what are you going to do? You're welcome, Ellie, for covering so many cases. It keeps the brain moving. John said, as an electrician, you never rely on someone telling you if it's live or not. Always check yourself. Yeah. But I would imagine as an electrician, often you're the one in line of danger. Here, Baldwin was putting others in the line of danger, and that's part of the discussion in this case. Laura said, is there a reason why live rounds will be on a movie set? They never should be. Absolute reckless negligence, fuckery. There never should be rounds on a movie set, ever. Cumulus Cloud said, EDB, reach out to my mentor, Suzanne Senna. She can teach you all of the breath work. Thank you for the recommendation. I got it. We're here for it. Coate said she is high from New Mexico. Is this the same judge who was at Hannah's trial? Yes, it is. And a lot of you have mentioned that there was a moment with Carrie Morrissey when she was walking back from the sidebar. We can go look. Yeah, we can absolutely. I mean, they gave a 2-hour lunch. We can absolutely go look for a minute. So let me pull up the feed that I am on and see. I'm just going to mute it, and we'll take a look at what went. What, if anything? Because, we've got a minute. So let's take a look. But from where Morrissey is, she's holding the papers. We're going to take a look, because a lot of you have been like, dude, Morrissey doing this, this, and this. So we're going to just take a look here, and then they're going to excuse the jury in a minute, and then we'll take a look when they excuse the jury as well. So this is as they're finishing up this witness and just about to take a break. Let's see. Let's zoom to after this, because we'll see. Captain said she absolutely flips off as she's walking away, which would be really, really, really unprofessional. So we're going to see. But again, the internet made much of like Buster Murdaugh doing something, and I think he was just literally resting his face. So we'll see. We're a little ahead of where I want to be on that. She is just at this sidebar, not happy with this attorney. So we'll see. But it does throw him off his game. But we'll see. Why not? The judge's face in all of these moments, she is just so frustrated. So she's like, get back here. I'm not done with you. Did you see that? Get back here. definitely not a happy look from her. So let's see. They're going to wrap up and take a break in just a moment. So we're going to zoom to that moment as the jury gets excused for lunch. They are back up at sidebar. So we're just going to keep watching. All right. Now the jury is going out. And we will see. Summer in the chat said, Summer Wednesday said Carrie is good at throwing off the defense attorney. Yeah, she absolutely throws this defense attorney off his game. Which we absolutely see. So Sue said, why can't the defense bring a motion about this issue? They did before trial, and now they're kind of in it. And I imagine it's been brought up at sidebar, like, Your Honor, what is happening? But we'll see. These attorneys going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Is that what you guys are talking about? Her walking by with her hands on her chin? Because I don't know if I am persuaded by that. Because she is walking by with her fingers on her face. I really don't know if she's intentionally trying to do anything. She has her fingers. She does have her middle finger on her chin, but I don't know if that is intentional. I don't know. Unless I see literally an attorney just doing the birds. No, it's later. She flips off the table. I mean, we have seen attorneys do that in court. Defense attorneys did that in the Parkland case. It wasn't this. It was something else. Okay. We'll wait and see. That I don't think it was. So we'll see if there's anything else. But if not, I don't see her doing anything at the table in that. So, I mean, does she not? I don't know. Will I go look later? Sure. Will people clip it down and say she's doing this? Sure. But people were saying all kinds of things during the DEP trial that people were doing stuff on the stand that I didn't see either. So I'll go look later. I'll go look after lunch, or I'll look during lunch. We have like a 2-hour break, but I'm not going to bore you on stream with me zooming back and forth. So Massage Girl said it was at sidebar. I'll go look for it and see. And if we need to discuss after lunch, we will. But she does do that quite a lot when she walks. So we'll see. Princess Claudia said, EDB, my right arm sleeve are autographs I have collected since 2011. Lincoln Park was my first. They signed my arm. I tattoo it the next day. I love that. Finally, G is impressed. I mean, a little bit. Adri said, the law nerd community is my knitting and tour de fleece companion. Thank you, EDB, for your awesome commentary. You're welcome. That is what we are here for. It's a great community. I love being here with y'all. Too. Ryan said, nice for G to give you a little respect, just a little bit. Pop culture sleeve. I mean, we'll probably have a music one for sure. I vote Morrissey as prosecutor and Dedham. Could you imagine what that would look like? Oh, the Morrissey Jackson snark off would be wild. Jenny said, I swear G is identical to my 12-year-old. Mine is a little spicy tech genius, and hearing G say boring, I have regrets, sounds just like Mike Cooper. Griffin will definitely express himself. So boring, I have regrets. Sometimes things move too fast and sometimes things don't move fast enough. Vamp Faye said, my in-process sleeve is anime and cartoons other than my 25-plus-year-old Duran Duran wrist tat. My to thine own self be true with Luna and Artemis of Sailor Moon is my mantra. To Cowboy Bebop. Animaniacs, oh my God, Animaniacs and Gur so far. I'm also 55. Look, you get to an age when you're just like, I'm in for it. God. We are the Animaniacs. And we're zany to them. Can anyone say Animaniacs without singing it? Well, of a certain age. G wants to hang with mom. Enjoy. He definitely does. And I will go do that when we take lunch. How's long before this judge starts taking control of this courtroom? She's going to take away their coffee and yell at them. And then who knows? Probably the last day, like last time when she got frustrated. I didn't have Your Honor, please on my bingo card. It's like, Your Honor, please. That and not today, Your Honor, or not today, Judge. I need to make a list. We need more sound bites. Not today, Judge is one of them, but Your Honor, please is going to maybe have to do one. Do you think Jackson would be better defense here? I don't know. The personalities between Jackson and Baldwin would be interesting, but the timing practically wouldn't work out because Jackson is kind of all in with the Karen Reed trial. So no. Gringo said, Emily, is there a reason to ask the court reporter to read back the question rather than just ask again? Yes. If the lawyer is asking contemporaneously, a lot of times they don't have a list of questions. They have topics they want to hit, and things got so derailed. Asking the court reporter to read back the last question and answer gets the jury back in the spot where we were, because you can't always remember exactly what was said. Yes, they have live transcription, but having the court reporter read it back also refreshes the jury's mind of like, before we got interrupted, this is where we're at. So Alice said, thanks for your coverage of this trial. As always, the best. You're welcome. I'm here. This chat is amazing and smart. Kita said, EDB, thanks for all you do. Can you please do a shout out? Ex-work wife who is watching, Jen, to go back to writing her book. Jen, we have a 2-hour lunch break. Go get your word count in, and then we'll be back. Look, hydrate, get the words in, and you've got it. Keita Rose has your back. So Jen, go get back to writing your book. Nothing to see here at the moment. Long lunch break. Take advantage. Steven said, I need this judge to excuse the jury and yell at them. Yes. Yes. Don't get brazen with me is the other incident. Yes. It would be very satisfying to see the judge be like, children, stop. The court should make both attorneys do a lap around the courthouse. Just go run a lap in your suits. Carrie is extra spicy this time go round. Yeah, because it's throwing the attorney off his game and the judge is allowing it. Love Carrie's sass. Because she sounds like a mom. She sounds like a mad, disappointed mom. Amy said, wow, I logged off to take a shower and hop back on and he's still questioning her. Good Lord. This is why we update you in the app so you can take breaks. Steven said, I have smoke for him and major side eye. I would like to impeach him and pull up the transcripts from the July 1st hearing of how he doesn't want to do what he's currently doing in front of the jury. Yeah, I think the Carrie pulling everybody into running her race and not letting them run theirs is a fair analogy here. The acolyte said, why are they wasting so much time over live rounds when Hannah already has been charged over them? I think what the defense is trying to get to, and we'll see when they tie this up, but I think one of the things they're trying to get to is some of these rounds look the same. So even if Baldwin had checked, he wouldn't have known the difference between that round that didn't shake and these rounds. And also, look, all these other people are responsible, right? Baldwin's the shiny object. He's the actor. But like, fuck Seth Kinney. I think that's part of their argument, right? But like, fuck Seth Kinney, though. Like, this dude was supplying rounds to the set and he never got charged. And they're going to hear that in Seth Kinney's testimony. So why are they focusing on Baldwin? Hall's got a deal. Why are they focusing on Baldwin? It's going to go through some of that too, I would imagine. Jay McCarthy said, anime lovers in the chat, you might find this amusing. I typed my message of code bruh lol meant for the chat in my manuscript instead. Writing the book, I typed my message of code bruh lol meant for chat into my manuscript instead because Carrie had me so out of sorts with her Shikumra what a drag from Naruto energy. I pronounced that name wrong and I apologize, but I think I got the rest of it. Naruto. I think I got the rest of it right. I will have to ask Travis. Baldwin should have borrowed Alan Jackson. I don't think Alan Jackson can be rehomed out of Massachusetts at the moment. He has definitely been busy. So for all of you that are zoning out on the testimony, don't worry now, we've got lunch. Hi, what trial that you've covered did you like the most and the least? Oh, Ava, the least, I don't know. I enjoy them all in their own ways. I think one of my favorite cases is always the Caterpillar cakes. But they've all had their own moments. I mean, from the short trials to the long trials, they've all had moments that I've loved. They've all had times where I'm like, why did we decide to do this? I imagine it's like running a marathon. Somewhere in the middle, you're like, why do we do this again? And then at the end, you're like, Good work, everybody. That was delightful. So I enjoy them all, but 9 weeks of Lally really did hurt my brain, but it was a wild case. I couldn't have expected the things that happened. So, I really like it. So longtime lurker, first time chat, Scott Prop and Roll, Industry Prop Master Arms, Peeps did a live last night, say AD is to blame, not Baldwin. I mean, it's gonna, and Runkle disagreed with them. I have not been watching other streams as I'm trying to stay focused on this, but I think there's a lot of blame to go around here. And I think the AD is on that chain of blame. From my understanding of how film sets work, the AD is also the one that kept the armorer out of the church and handed that gun to Baldwin and told him it was safe. So yeah, the AD has room to blame, not Baldwin. I think Baldwin was charged because you can argue he was negligently handling a firearm, and that's why we're here. So, Kyle needs a holiday. Kylie needs a holiday. Goodbye, Kyle. Kylie needs a holiday, says EDB. Can I please get a hello to my 12-year-old son, Dominic? He would absolutely love it for when he wakes up. He adores your commentary. Hello, Dominic. I hope you slept well, and it's good to see you in the chat. Don't copy my language. Colleen, thank you for the gift of memberships. Thank you, Stacy. I'm going to try to speed run some of these and then go get some food coming up on my 1 year with the Lawnards. Yay. Hillary said, so disappointed I missed you at VidCon. The way events were listed with the different tracks was incredibly confusing. Please see if they can try to change that to one master list. VidCon listens to me none. I have no idea. VidCon was, we'll talk about it in a member stream. VidCon was incredibly differently organized this year. Mia said, EDB, my painful wait for my cervical fusion. Good luck. But VidCon was not easily or well organized this year. It was a challenge for everyone, attendees and all. I know that VidCon is being sold. It was owned by Paramount. Paramount's going through all the things Paramount's going through, so it doesn't surprise me. It was a very strange year. I don't know what that will look like next year. I don't know what the future of VidCon holds. So we will see. Will we be at VidCon next year? I don't know. I don't know if I will at all. So we'll see. We're going to try to find other ways for the Lawnards to get together in person other than other people's events, because it gets harder and harder. And VidCon, it seems to be skewing towards younger and younger audiences. And it's an odd thing. All of it was odd this year, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that a while back. Lisa said, I missed the pickle. Anybody else miss the pickle? What are we naming him this trial? I don't know if it's come up yet, but we'll see. Emily Outdoors said, neurospicy software engineer here, getting work done at a Starbucks while listening to stream, then cutting out early to tickle my brain, learning to fly fish. See? Novelty. It works so well. It works so well for us that are neurospicy. Krista said, it's been 42 minutes. That was such a long sidebar. Zoe, thank you for the work that you do. EDB, you pay attention to court, comment to chat, answers, and questions will be in funny AF. Don't know how you do it. Neurospike. It's because ADHD. It's because ADHD. Tori said, I just found members chats. You guys, I know, isn't it fun? They're buried down where the super chats are for those of you that are members. I mostly understand relying on others to do their job, but also if it's a known problem, i.e. if the pharmacy had filled the wrong prescription, you don't double back you don't double check. And his handling of the weapon is what we're doing here. Kim said, shout out to my mom, Dawn. I show her bits when like, oh my God, well, Dawn, hey, I love the family shout outs. I can't wait till we have the comment, like the reply to super chat. So you guys can just chat with, you guys can chat out to each other as you shout out to each other. Brenda said, perfect timing for the jury to return. I just put my 4-month-old down for a nap. Hopefully nap time was good. Thank you all for the gifted memberships. Some of the super chats we're going to have to get to. I'm going to take a break for lunch. I am absolutely hungry. And I will get back. Don't worry. I still have super chats that I haven't answered. We will get back to them. But we will absolutely be back. Lunch, they told lunch to go till what? 2 local time. So we've got about an hour and a half left for lunch. So we will do more. Jesse in the chat said, wait, reply to super chats. Yes. there will be a little reply section. And then when you hit the super chat, you can see all the replies. So if somebody shouts out to somebody, they'll be able to reply and you'll be able to answer questions and stuff. I'm really excited. So hopefully we'll see that on the channel soon because that is rolling out now. And I can't wait. I think it's a really fun way for everybody to engage, especially when the streams are long and some of the chats are questions and you guys can answer each other without having to at each other. You can just answer the super chat. It's going to be super cool. So I'm very excited about that. We are going to take a little break. I'm going to get some food. You guys get some food. I feel like we've been streaming 10 hours today and all I want is Wingstop. So we're going to put on our music. I think Feeding the Ducks is what we got to stick with today. Unless we go to daydreaming. Nah, I think Feeding the Ducks is the vibe of the day. So that's what we're going to do today. We hopefully they don't rehome the jury and they actually come back when they say they will. If they come back sooner, I will ping you in the Law Nerd app. So don't worry about that. And if they come back later, I will be back and we will answer some more. We will answer some more questions because, well, all we're doing today is chatting. I guess we're less trial, more chats is what we're doing. So hopefully he'll move on soon. And Law Nerds, I will see you in a little bit. Take a break, hydrate, eat. Chat amongst yourself. Mods, don't forget to hydrate and eat. I'll touch you. Also, if you haven't watched the podcast for today, maybe go do that. It's pinned. Emily, be a YouTuber. Subscribe to watch the pod. See ya. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna start turning the music down. Will I take my hair down in a minute? Maybe. Did I throw it back in a clip so I could get my in-ears on? Absolutely. They are dealing with motions in court, which we knew they were going to do. So we are going to gather back. We're going to gather back. I hope you had a good lunch break. The jury is not back, but the jury was given extended time. I thought they might be dealing with issues. I'm not surprised that that's what they're doing. I wanted to make sure everyone got their notifications because there's been quite a bit of time that we have not been able to hear what's going on in court. So we're going to take a look at that as we zoom back into court and get back up and rolling to see what they're putting on the record, arguing over what is going to happen as the jury comes back. So they are up at the bench. All of the attorneys are in the courtroom working. So the attorneys took a shorter lunch. This is why I wish some of this was on the record, because when she told the jury come back at 2, we could guess that that probably wasn't going to be, everybody coming back at 2. We could guess that they had work they needed to put on the record. But then when it cuts immediately, we can't hear. Some of this has to do with the court and the court's rules. Some of this has to do with the rest of it. So
We'll argue
Cook
the other one and open.
in the chat said, slow mode keeping me from replying. Yes, we do slow mode the chat because we get over 20,000 so quickly. It's hard for me to read, but members do not get slow moded. So fingers crossed for gifted memberships. Let's get back into court as they are starting to put stuff on the record, and we're going to be able to hear what they're putting in the record and what they're arguing over. So this is the lawyers, again, just working in court. The jury is not present. So this is motion work over things they were arguing about earlier. So lawyers have lawyery work to do in the midst of trial, and that is something to all of you saying, I got my app notification. Yay, we are working on it. Look, with all things, the law nerd community defies people's expectations and breaks things. Do people want to be our community? Yeah, all the time. Can they be? Nah. We're us, and that's amazing. So when we tell people you don't understand, they're like, no, we got it. And we're like, no. You don't understand. And then somewhere in the middle, they go, oh shit, that's right. We don't understand. So as court opens up the audio, we're going to be seeing what they're doing. The reason I'm leaving this open before the audio comes up is you can see the judge's face. You can see what the lawyers are talking about. You can see how much animation is happening at the bench. And they're still going over that same group of papers that the defense was like, we've got these. And they're still arguing about that. The defense team has a lot of lawyers. Like, there are a lot of lawyers on it. So there is quite a lot of discussion, and they had extensive pretrial litigation in this case. But remember, like the Murdaugh case, no one waived time here. So they are moving quickly in this case. So, with that, we're hoping that they will come back on. I'm going to zoom just a little bit. Tracy asked in the chat, can my son Josh get a shout out? He was just sworn in to the Navy. Absolutely, Tracy. Congratulations to your son, Josh. And thank you, Josh, for your service. I definitely have a few Navy members in my family as well. So I don't know. What do they say? Go Navy, beat Air Force? Is that, or go Navy, beat Army? Damn it. I'm not sure which one it is. Either one. We'll go with both and all. So I'm not going to kick off a chat war of branches of the military. It's all in good fun. So thank you, chat, for congratulating Josh. You can see how animated the court is in talking to these attorneys. I know we're going to be on the record with audio in just a moment. So can we not see the audience? I want to get to the part where I can hear, please, because I had found it earlier and then I had gone too far. We got in too deep. There we go.
State of New Mexico versus Alec.
Back on there now, back on the record.
We have,
officially back on the record.
thank you. We have,
We can't begin without the defendant, please.
all right.
I don't think it's not appropriate.
She's not wrong. We can't begin without the defendant. You cannot. The defendant was not in court. There's like a the judge is humming to herself. The judge is humming to herself.
Without the defendant, please.
All right.
I don't think it's not appropriate.
This is the judge. This is the judge humming. Oh my God, the judge is like.
Do you have a preference?
Well, I would say, given the documents, I agree with you. Given the documents, I agree he should be here. I know you can waive, but this is part of the trial, and he should be here for this document in particular. Yes.
Do you have a preference about the order, the manner in which we make these arguments? Do you want the defense to go first about why they want them redacted, or do you want me to go first about what I want them added?
Wait for the defense. Well, I guess there's
they are
900
going to
defense
be your
attorneys in the
exhibit,
room.
So you should go first.
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Baldwin. Defendant to the courtroom, please. There are rooms adjacent where I'm sure he is sitting with his wife and some of his legal team eating lunch and what have you. So it's not going to be hard to bring him in. They also have whatever authority they call it in New Mexico and California. It's like 977A or something where the presence is waived. But given what they're talking about, given its trial, given it's a critical stage of the proceeding, Baldwin should be present in the courtroom while they're putting things on the record. And it protects the appellate record, which is something Carrie Morrissey is being mindful of. Look, we're going to talk about something critical in the proceedings. So what we're going to need to do is have the defendant in court and put this on the record. So your lunch has been cut short, sir. Back to court. Look, this is why lawyers eat. I don't know. What do actual lawyers eat for lunch? I know what criminal attorneys eat for lunch. And half the time it's like chips and a soda, if anything. Protein bars are probably better. Protein shake is faster. But I don't know what we have. So can court please let us know what they're humming? Motion to know the song, Your Honor. So yes, Miguelina, I absolutely agree with you. So now we are going to be getting into their motions. I don't think next time I'm like, hey, maybe we should just break it into two streams. No, never. Because we're going to need to know. What did I have for lunch? Egg bites. And then I have protein brownies. I also have some cookies. Is this healthy today? And it's balanced. It's balanced. We had protein and we have sugar because the brain absolutely needs it. So that's what we're doing. And then I've got some enchiladas for later. And I'm very excited about that. So Emily says, love the one stream. I think leaving the chat open just makes the most sense.
Yes.
So
Okay.
Emily, on your last BTS, you kept doing this 4-beat hum that made my brain hear The Price is Right. I just did that right now as well. No, that was not The Price is Right. That was Jeopardy. But thank you.
This dialogue here that takes place.
They are talking about redacting certain documents.
Between pages 2 and 5.
No jury present.
You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color.
Pale. That's right. They did ask that.
What pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you, let me make one.
Lawyers, what did you open
Let
up?
me make one correction. Sure.
What
The
can of
highlighted
words?
is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I only see,
What can of worms have we opened here?
Okay, all right, sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
What, if any,
Let
can
me
of worms have we
find
opened
this
here?
part. Hang on just a second.
So what the prosecution was starting to say is the defense was leaning into on the body cam. Baldwin is ashen. He's distraught. He's this. He's that.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, and just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with. He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't we'll go have, it'll work, and we'll go.
Vacation.
And I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible.
They were playing
We'll go have a
vacation.
good time.
Right.
So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he's at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually.
They're arguing that the defense now, in going over the body cam video of pointing out Alec Baldwin looks pale, Alec Baldwin looks this, Alec Baldwin looks that now in the police interview, and what, if I remember properly, in the police interview, he like FaceTimes his wife while he's in the interview room being recorded. I wonder if they're getting ready to queue up the interview after this witness is done, his police interview after this crime scene witness is done after lunch. And now they're talking about whether that portion needs to be redacted as he's on the phone being interviewed by police saying, well, you still come out here. You were planning on coming out here. We'll still go have a good time. They just need to finish up whatever they need to, like whatever these people need to do. So that seems to be what she's arguing for, is that now this comes in as part of his interview with police.
Planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time. So this is obviously information that directly contradicts.
Morgana, this is a fantastic question. Wouldn't that be privileged conversation since it was in his wife? Not when he's sitting in a recorded police interview room. So you can't bring his wife into court and ask her what he said, but you can play that recorded interview. Interview rooms are recorded. And if there are people in the room, that's also not privileged because there are other people around in the room. So it is a great question, but he was having that call in the middle of his police interview.
What the defense has argued, and if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says, his family was coming to New Mexico the following day because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling his. At one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her. We can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets.
Tell her.
And they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
You tell her that they need to come.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh, yeah, that's, okay.
That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
So
So are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4?
On the transcript.
You object to the redaction on? Just this portion.
on what page, I'm sorry?
Well, you said 2 to 5, and then you
Yeah,
pointed out
So
a particular portion
So-
within 2 to 5.
overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement and it comes in. And I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of
Yep.
mind, and this directly contradicts
And Nick,
those.
I don't think it is a wise
up
choice in
here.
this particular courtroom.
No?
Do you want me to
Yeah, I want you to. go over that.
Kelly, no,
He's
they're
here?
arguing.
Okay.
They're arguing. The jury is not in the room. For all of you that are just coming back in from lunch, the jury is not in the room. They're arguing over what needs to be redacted or not redacted from the transcript. And subsequently from the video of the police interview. They're doing motions. The jury's not here, so they're arguing motions. So that I think that it is pinned in our chat, but they are arguing motions.
So, Your Honor, first, what we
This is
have
one of the other
within
defense
this
attorneys.
section that we're going to be discussing right now is we have also some additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's statements, but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and you see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2.
They're going to argue that
So
those
there's
are
additional
hearsay.
hearsay aside from,
Right.
again, the statements that we're talking about with
And the
respect to Mr.
prosecution,
Baldwin.
the prosecution's going to say those statements are for completeness. They're not hearsay. They're not being offered the truth of whether the fuck or not he's going to be refunded for his private plane or whatever. But they're being offered to show his conversation demeanor and that he's not upset because now that's an issue.
In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine,
You can see Gary's
that
brain working.
Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident,
And now y'all made
was
it
not
an
going
issue.
to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior.
Way broad brushing, my room.
Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific.
But then,
So
you
what it
guys got
says is
into it.
that any of the videos or any
but then you got into his demeanor. The court ruled in your favor, and then they started asking about his demeanor on the body cam.
evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry
This
up,
is not that.
none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
This is not that.
Dealt with what was offered, okay?
That is correct.
Was not offered, this was not even discussed at that time, so this is fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled.
The court is he's clapping back on that. Like, no, this is something entirely different than what we talked about before. And the court told them, I don't want you coming in here. I'm not ruling on this. She said it in the pretrial hearings on Monday. I don't want you coming in here and being like, there's some ruling, so I'm not ruling on this because you're going to come in here and say, I can't cover it. So this is why she's clapping back so strong at them, is because she said this is exactly what she doesn't want them to do. And they are trying to use a ruling about a totally different subject matter to say, but Your Honor, this can't come in because of this ruling on a different subject matter. And the court is like, this is exactly what the fuck I said no about. This the court is not happy with. Look at her face.
And then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so certainly when we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to
That you put
demonstrate
an issue that he
in
was
order to meet
devastated.
the elements to demonstrate that he's actually guilty of involvement?
Go talk to Spyro. He was the one being like, was Mr. Baldwin not put in a vehicle, but Hannah was put in a vehicle, and he looked upset. He was ashen. He was ill over this thing happening. And then what, an hour later, the time is hyperbole. I don't know exactly how long it was. Later, he's on the phone going, come on anyway. They're going to finish all this up and we can go have a good time.
Voluntary manslaughter. And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any fact of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he is charged with.
Then why'd y'all
So
bring
when
it
the
up?
court is engaging in this balancing test, we have to look to see what is the probative value, and there's none or very minimal. But the danger of unfair prejudice is substantial, and it substantially outweighs any
No,
probative
your colleague
value.
kind of stepped in that,
And
though.
that, again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about plans that they have, and there's danger that the jury will misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins, when actually that's not accurate.
Well,
So we are asking that the court
y'all tried to
that
prove
the court
that.
exclude this section that we're referring to. In addition, Your Honor, let me go over to
Oh boy.
Page 5, if the court will look at the top of
What she's arguing when she's talking about more probative than prejudicial is the balancing test for whether this is relevant to come in. So that's what that means. That is welcome to 1L, everybody, when we're talking about evidence and relevancy of evidence and the balancing test of more probative than prejudicial, meaning does it help a jury decide something or does it just hurt the defendant? And if it just hurts the defendant, then it's more prejudicial. But if it helps the jury decide a fact, it doesn't matter how much it hurts the defendant. Then if it is more helpful to the jury than it is harmful to the defendant in that balancing test, then it comes in, even if it's hurtful to the defendant.
page 5, here again, this is just more, them trying to make him look callous. He's worried about, at the top, he's talking about staying away from people. Yes, of course.
Carrie's just going to invade your personal space, babes.
Is mine under yours? So I can't
Understood.
see where you are. Okay.
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking about,
The way I would be so off put if a lawyer that I don't know or maybe care for sidles up to me while I'm making my argument and stands shoulder to shoulder with me. The space invasion, I would literally grab her paper and be like, here's yours back. But she is right up in their personal space. Ma'am, are you also going to pee on the courtroom? You have marked it all as yours. You've marked it all as yours.
here up at the top of the page, is again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life. And this is a very, difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or something of that sort. And so, he's talking
Ava,
about.
we pinged the app.
This is breaking news.
We
this is
pinged the
media.
app
He's
because
trying
the
to keep his
lawyers,
family away from that as well.
the lawyers
So
are
it's-
putting stuff
it's
on
misleading,
the record.
And when
The
we
jury's
engage
not
in
back
the
yet.
balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant.
Mm-hmm.
So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant.
We get to go there.
And it goes both ways.
I don't disagree with her.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So
Everybody, flying V with me right now. Flying V with me. This is the moment when you are at the end of the game, and you get that moment where the Iceland team has lost to the Mighty Ducks, right? And Scott White looks up and says, "You lost it for yourself." That is where we're at right now, with the court looking dead ass at the defense saying, you lost it for yourself. Y'all did this. Y'all did this. Y'all did this. So.
In determining the action, it is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to basically respond to you all talking about how
y'all did
upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly that you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is of consequence. I also find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4, and I'll start with line 16 and on page 4, and I will go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in. The
Okay.
rest of the yellow is
Look.
staying out.
Look at Spyro's face. He's like,
Can you
Fuck.
repeat that line?
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading.
Okay,
paper.
sorry.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, man. If you
Okay,
make
so
it
it's,
relevant, they get to rebut it.
It's line 16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the yellow will be redacted.
Okay. So they're going over the video.
Understood.
And
Are
what's
we-
coming in and what's
Are
not
we ready to
coming in.
move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Ms. LeBlanc, just correct me if I'm wrong, is on page 12.
All right, they're moving on to a
So
separate issue.
This
I
issue
might-
goes directly to,
Do we need to put Gunnar Stall on the soundboard? Chat, you let me know if we need Gunnar Stall on the soundboard, and I will. You lost it for yourself. We might need it on the soundboard because it's a bit more fitting at the moment than, though that's fairly fitting because that is Alec Baldwin's face.
Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at
I think Alec's
basically
trying to
12
hold the
through
words
14.
into his face at this point.
He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's him talking about his knowledge of the danger of these guns. That goes directly to the heart of the state's case.
Spyro's passing him
As
notes.
the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, I'm told, that again goes directly to his knowledge of the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety.
That
He
gets to
says
come
right
in.
there, I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die. And you know what? We can take out this part here that says which both of them died because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then
Remember, the jury's out of the room.
I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that. So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets
Absolutely
and off
relevant.
movie sets is all absolutely relevant.
Yeah, because they have to prove. Remember, the prosecution has to show that he should have known of the danger of his actions pointing a weapon at somebody. And the defense said in their opening, this is
So,
make
Your Honor,
believe
this
he's
was
an
already
actor.
the subject of a defense motion in limine that the court ruled upon. So we
And
have,
then?
in the transcript of the pretrial proceedings, the parties were arguing about whether or
Pull
not
that jury
this
instruction back up.
knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less
Ma'am.
probable than it would be without.
The court's already mad that they're arguing like this. At some point, even though this might be this lawyer's habit and practice with other judges, you have to read your audience. The judge is already annoyed at your ruling was this. So you have to move on from that quickly because the judge is already annoyed by that, and you have to read the judge and play to the audience you're in front of, right? Okay. All right.
It and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill.
Danger.
But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun.
She's quoting back a ruling about something completely different. It was about an expert witness. And when you're quoting back a judge's ruling, she just did this. She quoted back the judge's ruling about another matter, and the judge practically spit out the words saying that was on this other thing. This is new. The same fucking thing's about to happen because this was about the testimony of an expert witness, not what Baldwin said to the police. Ma'am, read the judge. Half of lawyering is not that much different than fraud. You have to the human design of it all, not the human design of it all, the human interaction, the reading the people, the social engineering was the word that I was looking for of being in court is a huge part of lawyering. You have to play to the judge. Danger.
Owner, and he's done all these Westerns or not Westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject. And so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy rounds?
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
If I may. So my concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that. So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction.
Yep.
So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules
Baldwin
that say
should have
don't point the
known
gun at
the
anyone,
danger.
and this is obviously one of the reasons.
Right.
Is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone, or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone.
Right.
So I think that this
His
needs to be in for that reason.
His statement
Which
comes
motion
in.
was it?
His
Your
statement
Honor,
comes in for that
it
reason.
was Alec opinion.
They're not talking about it being premeditated, Megan. It's a good question. They're not talking about it being premeditated. They're talking about the jury instruction saying that Baldwin's actions
Your
were
Honor, I believe
dangerous.
this was number,
And he should have known his actions were dangerous. So him saying, I know that even blanks can be dangerous, shows that he even knows that the gun can be dangerous on a movie set, even when blanks are involved. Therefore, the jury can say as the finder of fact, he should have known that whenever you have a gun in your hand as an actor, it can be dangerous. So this is going to what they want to redact out of Baldwin's interview with police, not what the witness can testify to, because an expert saying Baldwin should have known. Oh my God, this is so deeply legal. Okay, so an expert saying Baldwin should have known is taking a matter away from the trier of fact. And an expert can't come in and say, everyone knows blanks are dangerous. He should have known blanks are dangerous. It's an element of the offense that the jury has to find, that Baldwin should have known his actions, pointing the gun at someone, pulling the trigger with it cocked back, was dangerous. The defense is arguing he shouldn't have known. He's an actor. In that moment, he is allowed to be in the moment as Harlan Rust, gunslinging as the lawmen are bearing down on him. And that is the moment he should be in because everyone else has done their job and he can trust that moment. So he had no reason to know that this was dangerous. But his statements to police saying, I know that even blanks can cause damage, blanks can even kill someone, goes to the fact that even when the gun is movie, quote unquote, safe, that it still can be dangerous. So it goes to the finder of fact being able to decide, should he have known? An expert can't testify to that, but Baldwin's statements can tend to prove that. That's why they're arguing about two separate things here. So that is what it is. That was more in depth than I thought it was going to be, but here we go.
3, this would be defense 3, is that correct? Defendant's motion eliminate 3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it. Based on what the state has just argued in their reply,
Jessica,
may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your
The
Honor.
new argument?
They already made it.
Yes, this
They
the
That's
finished
a
state.
it.
reply, isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a surreply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important as what she stated is new. Since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling. In our jury selection, we did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover.
I am stunned that the defense is now arguing that motion in limine, which very clearly was going to expert witness testimony, if they believed that was going to Baldwin's statements to law enforcement, I am stunned at that, because that is a crucial misunderstanding of what the court ruled. Like a crucial misunderstanding, because I understood this the way that Carrie Morrissey did when I watched this hearing. I covered some of it in the podcast. We did not cover this part, but when Carrie said they were talking about expert testimony, very clear to me that they were talking about expert testimony. Also, I now see in the chat that you guys can reply to super chats. That's amazing. Thank you, YouTube. All right. So that is a crucial misunderstanding on the part of the defense, if that's really genuinely what they relied on. Oh boy, I'm backing that up.
Directly to the heart of the state's case.
Wild.
And
That's
then
fucking wild, you guys.
I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that.
Right.
So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets and off movie sets is all absolutely relevant.
Right.
You want me to stop there?
Yeah.
Here, let's do this. Let me just.
There you go.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject of a defense motion in limine.
Oh, I
that the court
went too
ruled
far
upon.
back.
So we
I'm gonna let it
have,
roll. I'm gonna let it roll. I went too far
In the transcript of the
back.
pretrial proceedings, the parties were arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any
Oh
tendency
no,
to make
I'm
a
not
fact
letting
more
you read the whole
probable or
ruling.
value deal with.
Sorry,
of a deadly
guys, I went
weapon
back too far.
is that this manner of handling, that under the one sentence,
That's the
probably
witness.
by, but that's,
I
you
just wanna hear
can
what the
mention
court
it,
said.
but that's it. We're not experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. The court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy
I
round?
went back way too far.
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But,
All right, thank you.
If I may. Early during the motion hearing,
Yeah,
I thought we were
I
talking
went back
about
too far.
witness
Sorry about that.
testimony, not the
Chat.
defendant's own statements.
Right.
And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that.
Right.
So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows
expert.
that. And the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone. And this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone. Or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew
I'm
that
going to
it
zoom
could
zoom till the defense gets back up. Because I went too far. Baldwin's words are going to come back to bite him on this. I can't believe the defense thought they had kept that out. I'm really surprised here. Really surprised.
Your Honor, I believe this was number 3. This would be defense 3, is that correct? Defendant's motion only 3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it. Based on what the state has just argued in their reply, may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
The court said, "What are you doing?" Did you hear the judge say to her, "What are you doing?" Oh boy.
Reply. May I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The new argument?
Yes, this the
That's
state.
her
the
reply,
state-
isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a surreply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important, as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling. In our jury selection, we did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3. Where is it?
I believe it's number 3. It's the foreseeability.
Oh.
7. I apologize, Your Honor. Number 7.
You mean defendant 7?
Defendant's 7. Yes, Your Honor. It was our motion to exclude.
Oh boy. See, and the judge can control the lawyers. She does it during motion practice. I wonder, Your Honor, do you just like the tea? I mean, I'm not going to judge because I get it. But does the judge just, is she allowing it because she just wants to? Like, is that what's happening? Because she is controlling these lawyers in motion just fine. Your Honor, I need to see your YouTube algorithm. You just want the tea, yeah?
Would the court like me to present the transcript?
No.
The court's convenience. Okay.
I wonder if he knows how bad this is sitting there. Maybe by the look on the judge's face.
We're
Thank you, Reed. I appreciate it. I was messaging Reed to talk about how thrilled you guys were about the about being able to reply to the super chats, and he's like, I can see it. So it's really, really fun. So thank you. I love being able to see you guys replying to them and pulling up all the replies on them. It's so cool to see. So, yay, law nerds. All right, let's zoom while the judge is reading this.
Name of the motion.
It's a motion to exclude evidence related to spending, Your Honor.
Oh, all right,
Yes.
The additional blanks came up in the opposition.
Okay.
in detail.
got it.
We love the YouTube things. So, thank you. I'll give it TLDR on what happened when we get past this just a little bit. This attorney is not having a great time at the moment. Oh boy. Chad, I promise we'll do a TLDR.
Thank you, Your Honor. So to allow the state to basically relitigate this, I think would put us in very dangerous territory because the defense relied on the court's ruling and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not
From
be.
the witness.
I think to say that the state thought that that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again. In
That's
jury.
bold.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to push the floor.
The judge cut her off at that's disingenuous. I watched those motions. I understood it the same way that Carrie Morrissey did. If I didn't agree with Carrie, I would let you know, but I interpreted that the same way Carrie did. They were talking specifically about excluding expert witness testimony about whether blanks are dangerous. They were not talking about Baldwin's statements to police. That motion in limine was not motion to exclude Baldwin's statements. I'm gonna go grab that motion to eliminate while we're doing this too, because I want to see the title of it again. Oh boy. Okay, so a quick TLDR for those of you that are just swooping in. They are they're not relitigating. They are covering ground from Baldwin's police interview. What's going to be allowed in from Baldwin's police interview? It started with the prosecution saying, look, previously the judge had kept out Baldwin's statements to his wife about you guys still come to New Mexico. We're going to have a good time. They're going to wrap.
This was related to
the witness.
I think I say it here.
So you guys still come to New Mexico. So it started with the defense opened the door to allow Baldwin's demeanor in his police interview, talking to his wife on FaceTime and such, to come in. The court ruled the defense, came in like a fucking wrecking ball on that and opened the door for it. So cue Miley. So that was the first thing that's being ruled on. Now they are talking about redacting parts of Baldwin's testimony where he talks about knowing blanks are dangerous. The prosecution has to prove that Baldwin knew his actions could be dangerous or should have known that it could be dangerous. Not that he knew, but that he should have known. The jury gets to determine that. They were talking about expert testimony and keeping that out because an expert can't tell the triers of fact what to find on an element. So they were narrowing that. They weren't narrowing Baldwin's statements, and the court is about to tell the defense that they interpreted this wrong, and the defense is going to go pale in this because the defense said, no, we thought you were talking about all of the statements. And the prosecution goes, we were just talking about the expert. I think the defense misinterpreted that, and then they're like, that's disingenuous for the prosecution to argue. I don't think it's disingenuous for the prosecution to argue. I interpreted it the same way. That was your motion.
This was related to, and I think I say it here where I talk about on page 154, which you left out. But this
Which
is
you
to
left
Mr. Nikas, where he's saying that the statement such and such would have died if there were a blank in the gun. That they were asserting that they were going beyond live ammunition, and they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter, that blanks can kill as well, and that he should have known that. That's different from his own admissions of his knowledge, and I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let page 12. I'm going to let line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Hang on, Your Honor, just want to, I see, I'm sorry.
And then on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So
Not
if I may,
these
just to,
arguments.
kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit. Part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had not been focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds. And that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements of.
This is what, in the grand jury, Mr. Carpenter was talking about all these duties that Mr. Baldwin should have had, including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't pointing the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay?
Because that's not the point here.
That's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns.
Yeah. Agree. Absolutely agree.
Next.
Does anyone in the media pool recognize how fucking crazy this is? Everybody's sitting there like just looking like this is a normal day and I'm about to jump out of my skin. The defense says that they assumed that ruling went to Baldwin's statements too. That's absolutely bananas. Like this shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Because Baldwin's statements that he knows even blanks can be dangerous go to the critical element here, which is, did Baldwin know, or should he have known, that his actions on set were dangerous? The defense's whole opening is about Baldwin being an actor, being in the moment. But in that, should he know? And the defense saying, no, that ruling about the experts, goes to everything? Why would you assume that would keep out the defendant's statements? If that's truly the defense's assumption, and that's what this attorney said on the record, but if that's truly the defense's assumption, are you fucking kidding me? If you want the defendant's own statements out, there's motions to that, specifically to that, not about the expert testimony. You have 1,200 lawyers on your team, and all of you thought this. Really? Well, the defense is like, we didn't voir dire on this. We didn't open on this. We didn't consider this. Guess whose bad that is? Yours. I'm stunned. I am stunned. What, Baldwin? I'm sure you are paying well over $1 million for this defense team. So when you ask for a discount on your bill, I would just run maybe the tape back on this. Not legal advice.
With regard to the bottom of page 14, the last two words that start
And
with
Carrie's gonna
I'm.
fucking double down on it.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry.
Carrie's gonna just
And then if we move to the top of 15.
right in.
This is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin
Shocking.
solidifying and reiterating what he knew or should have known that goes directly to the elements of the offense.
It goes directly to element like 3. Element
Nothing
3,
further.
the defendant, no, element 2.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was.
Defendant should have known of the danger involved
We go
by their
right
actions.
Down to the bottom of 14, and we just start with those two words. And then we just roll over to the first 4 lines of 15.
Do you see how Carrie's demeanor has changed now that she's won? Spyro, you okay, buddy?
And so, the issue that we're going to have, again, with this, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned. And certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Ms. Poppell. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it.
No, wrong
based
color
on our review
lights.
of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm going to become Baldwin. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is happening. We didn't open on this. We didn't voir dire on this. We didn't ask witnesses about this. We thought whole chest. We thought that these statements by Baldwin weren't coming in. Oh my God. Look, your miscalculation is not going to prejudice the defense. That is going to be considered by the court and the appellate court. And if this ever went up anywhere more than that, the Supreme Court, this is going to be considered defense strategy, not an error of the court, because the court's ruling was super clear. We've gone to code bruh because of Spyro's face. Spyro's face has given us code bruh. We have gone to the blue lights. We don't have a bumper for code bruh yet, but here we are. Did you hear all the things the defense just said that they miscalculated? That was a litany of things that they miscalculated. We're running it back. I don't care if we're running behind time. We're running this back. This is a very significant trial moment. And look at it. The reporter pool isn't even processing what a huge fucking deal this is. Wild. Well, this is why you guys have made us number one on live trending. I mean, this is why.
This, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned. And certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Ms. Poppell. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it based on our review of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider not allowing
Attention
this.
to my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about the blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that they weren't blanks.
She said
it
what
was
she
live
said.
ammunition.
She said what she
This
said.
goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15,
I
1 through 4.
said what I said.
Lines 1.
Did you hear her? Maybe you should have paid better attention to my ruling.
through 4.
Do you know where the next jump is?
The defense is not having a good day in court.
Do you want to move over?
Huh?
Do you want me to move back?
No,
Look at how friendly Carrie is right now. She's not going to kick them while they're down.
Okay, Your Honor, we're jumping.
It's like when you get calm when your kid's going through it. Carrie has just gotten calm because it's gotten real bad for the defense. Carrie's winning, and she's just gonna mellow right the fuck out. She's gonna say less, and Carrie's just gonna be like, let's get to the next motion. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad.
To the bottom of page 62.
I can't believe this team of a million fucking lawyers. I can't believe a team of a million fucking lawyers, and this is what's happening. Look at Spyro's face. His expression right
You know
now
what?
is
I'm gonna change my
Wow.
position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yeah, I agree.
What's the next one, Heather, since you've got the tab?
The next one we have is 69.
So,
I don't know if Baldwin knows how pissed he should be right now. I see you in the
think that-
chat. I see you in the chat saying, do you think Baldwin's super pissed? I don't know if Baldwin knows how substantial this is.
as witness testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions in limine because the court certainly doesn't know what all the witness testimony is going to be. So part of the issue here is we were intending to ask the court to, not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses who will testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for set safety.
Carrie, don't push your luck.
In addition to that, the witnesses who were on scene with Mr.
Spyro's
Baldwin
face. Don't push your luck,
would
Carrie.
discuss
Stop
the
while you're
fact
ahead,
that
Carrie.
His role as producer is what enabled him to be in a position to disregard the safety rules.
Stop while you're ahead.
But with regard to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay?
Correct.
Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Carrie's just throwing him a bone at this point. She's like, all right.
Okay, next.
Next is, this one's out by stipulation. Let me see. Next is page 81. A portion of that is out by stipulation, but I believe the next is page 81.
Yes.
The top portion of that is out by stipulation, I believe, but then the lower part of page 81 is still subject to.
Sorry, that was my kiddo texting me from
Let me just refresh my memory on what it is.
band. He's like, you're live, right? I'm like, open YouTube, kid. You don't see it.
So some of this contains his, wait a minute, let me. I guess the top part of it is directly related to what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted. So my concern is I don't think that if we take out.
Spyro's waiting for the adrenaline
And on
dump of what
Saturday,
just
my
happened.
daughter was
Look
going to
at
be
his
in the
face.
movie. We had a little part for her. And this top,
Also, how glad do you think Baldwin and his whole family are that his daughter wasn't on set? I mean, I can't believe he's not more stressed about this happening, knowing his daughter was supposed to be on set the next day. How is he not more upset about this?
so I want to point out that here at the bottom of page 81, Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense, that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview is what's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family is supposed to come.
All right, thank you.
So, Your Honor, the court has already ruled admissible the previous portion of this. And again, I think when the court is looking at balancing, the court can also determine how much of this to permit in. It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It's certainly a very difficult time. But again,
he
the
might
court,
have to
as the
testify
court is
to
looking
explain
at
that.
balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous statements,
There's
and
the
we would
defense's
ask that the court not
statements.
allow additional
Two statements.
statements related to that at this time, based on the limited probative value of the
Two statements
testimony
isn't
or evidence.
All right, I don't think this is of much consequence. I think
That's
that the
not
part I
cumulative.
ruled on earlier went to rebut the information about his coloring and everything else like that. Granted, there was a lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that
The court's not finding it
she was
relevant.
so excited to come. I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Understood. Is the next one that on page 83? Is that what you
Yes,
have?
yes. And the first, I think, 5 lines are out by stipulation, and then we're just dealing with then 6.
Right, so 6 through 14.
They're still going through the transcript.
The top part is an explanation of his comments at the beginning that the court has ruled are admissible. I certainly can forfeit. I told the producers I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I do think that the fact that there are
That's
two
an
people
analogy.
who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was
It's like
devastated.
a sneer.
Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, first, the state, this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83, line 5. So I won't.
Baldwin's not
argue
loving
that
Carrie
since the
Morrissey
state
in
had
this
already
moment,
stipulated to that
is he?
earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually his wife's statements, about what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or not she wanted to come down. And so I think, again, the state has already, is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well. And it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was
Right.
feeling. I think that
So the defense is going to win on that.
the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does. So I'm not going to
The court's
redact it.
limiting those statements.
Last page.
There is further down on the same page, I believe it starts at line 22 of page 83 and then continues on into page 84, line 8.
There are a lot of attorneys just moving around this courtroom.
Mr. Baldwin has critically injured someone, and what he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was going to stay and complete originally he was going to be in New Mexico to complete the filming until I think close to the end of October. And he is already making plans to return home to New York, even though he's critically injured 2 people. It is the
I think a lot of
exact
people would want to go
opposite
home. They'd be like,
of
GFO.
what the defense is going to argue, which is this was devastating to him. This devastating. I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is completely contradictory to other statements that he makes where he says, "I'm devastated." 2 people are in the hospital and he doesn't even want to stay and make sure they're okay.
Your Honor, he offered to stay, and that's throughout this transcript. It even says it further down on this same page. He says, unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want. He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly, his wife wants him home. He is a father.
I don't find it relevant to the rebuttal. It's not going, it's going to be redacted. All right, next.
That's not coming in either.
The next one is out by stipulation, which is on page 85.
I think that's it.
So they're going through all the redactions of his interview.
That may be it on this one. I will let Your Honor.
Stipulated to, okay, what?
Yes. There were other portions within here that we had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's ruling. If the court is
we're
willing to
circling
consider as
back?
part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
The court didn't put a pin in that, ma'am. And if you keep circling back, she's going to lose her mind. And I heard the court take an inhale to bite off a chunk of this argument. So she is, if you didn't see the smooth transition, they are done with the transcript. The last thing that they determined was whatever the stipulation was on page 85 of this transcript about Baldwin's police interview, right? Because the prosecution needs to start cutting that video so that it can be played either later today or tomorrow. But now the defense is trying to circle back to this previous ruling where the court very clearly said, no, Baldwin's statements about knowing the danger of guns, knowing the danger of blanks on a movie set, that is coming in. And she is trying to just get right back into that argument, being like, just one more bite at the apple, and that's not going to go well.
The blank situation, I understand the court's ruling. If the court is willing to consider as part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too late,
Just the amount.
too
I
late.
understand.
That's what happens when you do 2 days before. Okay, let's go.
Just in terms of, I know that we've got one more statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions,
Carrie's like, now that you're on my
because
side.
these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's going to take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're going to do the,
No, I have.
oh, that's right, okay, I apologize.
So 10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're going to do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy
She's
with the
like,
redactions
Edit it now.
that I've ruled should
Yes,
be
ma'am.
redacted, which were minimal. Okay,
Yes, Judge.
what's next?
There is the second statement.
So
This ruling is not solid appeal grounds. Mary in the chat is asking about that. No, it is not. An appellate court will look at this and say that is a defense strategy call. Them not asking witnesses about it is defense strategy. Those are their choices. The court's ruling was very clear. If the defense misinterpreted the court's ruling, that is not on the court, and that is not grounds for appeal. That is on the defense. The court's ruling was very clearly about expert witnesses, not Baldwin's own statements, and the defense attorneys should have known that. I'm shocked, truly still shocked that they don't. And I'm still struggling to grasp that the defense is like, we didn't interpret this ruling this way. What? How did you not interpret it that way? So I don't know if this was a strategy call or if this is a mistake, but this is not grounds for appeal at all. This is error. So, or strategy, and they're trying to cover.
The second statement, this is a statement that takes place on
I hope you
November.
got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want this going south when Hancock's on the stand. Do you want me to
I
repeat
hope
it?
you got that.
I think we have it from the
Okay.
transcript on.
Hmm?
I think we have it from the transcript.
No. My rulings.
You thought you had it from the transcript last time, though, bro.
Yes, just because we have the real time.
All right, okay, good. Okay, what's next? I said
Oh,
the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back
Yes.
the jury.
Yes,
Otherwise,
sir.
you're going to abandon these.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be quick.
So,
oh boy.
So if we look at this part at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2,
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to, your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his knowledge of guns, but this, so let's see. Well, I mean, everybody got a point somewhere. I don't find that, I'm going to redact that. I don't find that's relevant. It's just in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
Well, if I can,
Sure.
Your Honor, I just
Yeah.
want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers. Ms. Gutierrez is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I think if we redact the part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere
It
context.
takes it out of context.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you really want to argue it. All right, page 15. I don't find this relevant. But,
Okay, Pete, I'm sorry, let me catch up to you.
sure.
What is with today? This is
Yeah.
so spicy. Just
So this
spicy.
this is relevant because what Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here to Hancock is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George Stephanopoulos.
The 2020
It was
interview.
that interview that led to the accidental discharge testing and all kinds of stuff. Again, Judge, it's the defendant's own statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
All right, I'll let 1 through 6 in, but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in. 1 through 6 on page 15.
1 through 6 comes in, the rest of it's out. Understood.
Page 18. Tell me why this is relevant or not relevant or relevant. Ms. Morrissey.
Okay, let me just.
So what they're talking about, the reason the 2020 interview is so relevant is because
Sure,
that interview is
the
why they
top
did the
part
destructive testing that the defense
him
is so mad about.
saying to Detective Hancock, you don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my business. You're in law enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe. Hang on, let me finish it a little bit.
He's saying that to Hancock in the interview? Oh boy. Well, Baldwin. You said it, dude.
Well,
You
it
went
all
after the
goes- I think
detective?
we've got like three or four pages, so I think it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second.
Oh boy. When
Okay, so
attorneys
this part-
say don't talk without a lawyer, it's because even if you think you are helping, the turntables can turn and you will end up helping yourself right into a conviction. Hannah Gutierrez's words were the strongest testimony in Hannah Gutierrez's case, and she didn't testify. Baldwin's words are going to be some of the strongest evidence in this case, whether or not he testifies. What he said right after, and them putting in the parts, them getting into the parts of this interview where he is explaining that he is the most expertiest expert, might also force him to a point where he wants to testify to explain. We're leaving that in the mind of the jury. He might not be able to do. And you are already seeing him physically putting his hands over his mouth while these arguments are happening. So all of these wins for the prosecution not only benefit their case, not only point out that the defense is caught off guard by one of the judge's rulings that I found to be very clear, but it also continues to push Baldwin to the point where he seems that he wants to testify. This is wild.
I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. He's talking about his career.
Walking
and that he
out?
can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly.
I'm sorry. What? Sir, the court said you had to be here. Look at Spyro's face. Hold on. Oh my God. I'm so glad we have court replay. This is so good. He's talking to Spyro. He's talking to his lawyer and then just gets up and leaves? He's not allowed to walk out, chat. What the fuck is happening?
The trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore.
Look at Spyro.
He's talking about his career and that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth. Son.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My client needs to use the restroom. Walked out of court. He said something to his other attorney and then walked out. Oh my God. Chat, I think we're going to have to go to Code Red. You can't just walk out of court. He didn't get tackled by a bailiff. So he's really, really, really lucky he didn't get tackled by a bailiff, because in most courts, you are going to get fucking tackled by court deputies. The fact that he didn't is probably because he is an out of custody defendant and an older gentleman. But this is wild, chat. We are going to and he can't just walk out. I'm not even going to zoom through this. I don't care what they're saying at sidebar. We're going to go to Code Red. For all of you that are new to the Law Nerd chat, holy fucking shit. I have never seen a defendant just like, I mean, I've seen a defendant try to get up and walk out and they got chased and they got additional charges and a bailiff broke an arm trying to catch them and like shit happened. But Spyro was like, what the fuck? But chat, yeah, we're going to absolutely go to Code Red. What is the court going to put on the record? They have to put on the record that the defendant walked out.
I don't think this information is that helpful one way or the other, but I'm going to let it in because of the lateness of your redactions. So
it gets worse. I'm granting Code Red. All right, chat, we're going from Code Red to Code what the fuck, because you don't get to just bounce. But also, if you are new to the chat, our Code Red has flash to it. When the music stops, the flash does stop. We're going to Code Red. We're just going to Code Red. In 3, 2, 1. Motion granted for Code Red. I can't believe Alec Baldwin walked out of court. I don't even know how to take notes on that. Just walked out of court? Just walked out of court? Just
because it's 2:00 now.
In the middle of your own fucking criminal trial.
All right.
I understand, Mayor Bain. May I just briefly just be heard on that point?
No. All right. Get your redactions in earlier.
Understood, Your Honor.
And that includes 20 minutes.
Everything I quit on is coming in. Do you understand? That page forward
Yes.
So everything subsequent to.
and that page.
Okay.
Court today. So, yeah, where is the defendant? Where did Hancock go to get the witness? Like, the defendant needs to come back in. The deputy in the back of the courtroom is like, the fuck? I mean, he is an out of custody defendant, but you also can't just walk out. Hancock went to go get Wait, is he not coming back in before the jury comes in? Look at the judge talking to Spyro. There he is. With coffee? You're walking back in with fucking coffee?
We're asking two different questions.
You think his attorney is saying what you can't do is just like get up and leave when you feel like it for coffee? Sir, you're on trial for manslaughter. Someone died and you just walk out? Judge, take his coffee away. Look at her. Look at her. Dude, Baldwin, if you get convicted, this judge might actually physically throw books at you.
This goes on the record.
I gotcha. Did you ask for us to come up?
Yes.
No, she said this goes on the record.
I just, okay.
I don't know what she's putting on the record, but she is not happy. This is the woman who sentenced the co-defendant to the maximum potential sentence without batting a fucking eyelash. And you're going to behave like that in her court? Oh, boy. Sabeti, it's not the coffee that's the problem. Sabeti in the chat said coffee is a no-no. It's not the coffee that's the problem. It is the getting up and walking out while the court is on the record and then strolling back in with coffee. He was told to come back in for the proceedings. He was told that he must be in for the proceedings. And then he just walked out like he owns the place. You don't. If the defendant needs to leave, generally the attorneys would say, Your Honor, may we take a brief recess? And then it will get dealt with. You can't just say to your attorney, I'm going now, and walk out. It absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking behavior. And the jury is back in and away we
Good
go.
afternoon.
But in a trial where he is literally on trial for not following protocol and not following the rules, are we fucking surprised that he gets up and walks out of court like he can just do whatever? And the defense attorneys could have said, Your Honor, may we have a brief break before the jury comes back in? All of those things could have happened. But no. Instead, the defendant just gets up and walks out while the court is on the record. Well, the court is on the record. I can't. I'm going to text Judge Abby. All right, we're going back to court. I'm going to text Judge Abby.
You had seen when you were testifying earlier, Mr. Baldwin.
What a
in court
fucking
today, correct?
wild afternoon.
And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred.
Correct.
And of course, you see him here
I
as a
am not
defendant
recovered.
in the courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was Harlan Rust, and he had his actor costume on, right?
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes. on the
Who's
test
he
of
in
his blood,
character
like
as
you
in
said
court
before,
today?
right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But
That's
he
what the
told you
deputy
that
said yesterday.
and told you that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making
We're
the
resuming
necessary, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
He didn't say he pulled the trigger, right?
I don't recall him saying that.
And you never tested the hammer of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's process for processing a firearm for DNA.
But because he told you that, and I'm putting up A10, defense exhibit, that's why you knew that the document that had fallen near Ms. Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb cocks it was so important. Isn't that right?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used. So I photographed it.
It's a
We
lot of
had
different scenes.
paperwork that was later collected out of Ms. Hutchins's side bag that was also additional script. And that was collected because it was part of her bag, part of her personal property.
And you see the name Helena on top, right?
That was her
Yes,
script.
this is what was taken out of her bag.
And what was at the floor, A3, Russ Colt cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Do we
Yes.
know what scene
And you and your
they
fellow
were-
officer.
Wait. Do we know what scene they were blocking out? Hold on. I wanted to look at that.
A3, Russ Colt cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Oh, at the very, very end. Okay. I can't wait to hear what the script supervisor has to say.
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this and said, this is important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it was important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And
Didn't
after
you,
this
Chutney?
point in time,
Didn't you?
eventually, you all sent that firearm off, not
You're
to
still not
have
going to be
the
a
firearm tested, its hammer for DNA, but rather for it to end up being destroyed in the testing, or broken in the testing, if you prefer.
The firearm was sent for DNA and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also, to move away from the firearm for a second, about how the lethal round got on set, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin, you actually told him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round, wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your fellow officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't
I
worry,
need
we're going to
popcorn,
find
Jay.
out.
Objection to whatever a fellow officer-
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection.
Carrie, now the court is leading into Carrie because Carrie's starting to be like, objection to whatever the fuck that is. That's not exactly what she was going to say, but objection to whatever's happening. And the court's like, one word, what is the grounds? Jeez.
Officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Objection to whatever a fellow officer-
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection. Yes, what is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here, who he's speaking of.
Respond.
Carrie, she said one word, man.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted that it was her.
Then why is it
Okay.
being offered? Then how's it relevant?
Well, did you lay the foundation for that? Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Oh, the
Not
court
yet,
just wants to
not
jump
Okay.
into the tea.
And after you,
Foundation for effect on listener?
after what you said and what you heard from your
That's a
fellow
hearsay
officer, it
exception.
is true, as you testified previously, that you did
I see
Go
you guys
out
saying hi
to
to Court
see
TV in the chat
the source of
Yeah,
that
Court
lethal
TV in the
round,
chat.
right?
today.
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
After you said what you said and the officer said what he said,
Coffee better be
is it
good.
not the case that you made it a priority to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in this situation.
And one of the steps that you took that we talked about, by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kenny, by getting a PDQ, one of the things you then did was you did seek out and try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work with Corporal Hancock, right?
Yes.
You would see her and the prosecutors often, right?
She didn't
I
say
would
that.
see Corporal Hancock more often.
And
Crime
you
scene texts
testified
don't often
previously
meet.
about this.
Crime scene techs don't often meet with the prosecutor. The prosecutor meets with the lead investigator, and that's it.
Search for the
Until they're
lethal
getting ready for
ammunition
trial.
at the trial of the armorer, correct?
Yes.
And a question came up at that trial of this issue of, did Seth Kenny really provide the ammunition to set or not, right?
Yes, I believe that came up.
Okay. And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
Yes.
And a good Samaritan walked into the police station and gave you the lethal ammunition, didn't they?
After the Hannah Gutierrez trial, there was an individual that came to the police station and stated they had ammunition.
Oh.
And they turned in the ammunition
Yes.
and they gave it to you, right?
Yes.
And they told you that this was the ammunition that ended up with Seth Kenny that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
Call them as a witness.
Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective Hancock was aware of that individual, that he had come to the sheriff's office.
This is information that came up in filings, but we have not talked about it a lot. So this witness, I expect, is going to testify. So we are going to hear more about that. But after the Gutierrez trial, somebody apparently came forward and was like, this is how this ended up here. So we're going to hear more about that, I'm
You
sure.
never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation,
What does
I don't
that
know
even
means. Can you
mean?
just explain it to me?
meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
Means we're documenting information that this individual came
So you
and
reported
gave this
it.
ammunition to us.
So you made a report.
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rush shooting, correct?
Yes,
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer. Yes.
And he told you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he?
No,
In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
What
He
is
told you that
happening?
the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
Judge, I have to jump to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Do you have pictures of them? Where are they? Wait, what's happening?
That is what I said.
Do you have photos of them? Do you have a report? Do you have photos of them? Oh, this is going to be really interesting. Because I bet the defense has that witness.
Well, it's information acted upon is going to be my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
That's
Well, you know
hearsay.
She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener?
Okay.
Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better.
Who's laughing?
You are.
Why the fuck have all the wheels come off in court today? Who is laughing? He got cut off in the middle. The court's just like, I do commentary now. You're going to say this. She's going to say that. Who was laughing? I don't know if that was the jury laughing. If that was, what is happening today? There's a live studio
It's
audience.
information acted upon is going to be my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what?
That's the judge.
She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener?
Okay.
Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better. You
Yeah.
are.
So now, let me ask this question. How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I was instructed to put this in as a doc information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You buried it.
No,
Your lieutenant?
there is a supplemental report on it.
With this case number?
And that was placed into evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
It's not her job.
I have not turned over anything to the defense.
She doesn't do that
My
at all.
information goes through the sheriff's office.
So it
Are you
goes,
aware of whether the sheriff's office ever
goes to
informed the
Hancock.
defense that a good Samaritan came in and turned in the same?
Obviously, you know about it, though. So, I mean,
ammunition?
I do not know.
When the defense came to view the Starline brass
oh, so you did see it.
nickel primer live ammunition
So you did see it. So you did see it.
with you, you didn't show them this, did you?
I did not have an evidence viewing with the defense. That was my coworker.
Your coworker didn't show this to the defense.
She's like, I don't know.
I do not know.
Do you have any reason to believe your coworker showed this to the defense? Given that it wasn't put in the same inventory as the Rust case?
No.
So, okay, here's what's happening. The defense has said that after the Hannah Gutierrez trial, somebody came forward and came to law enforcement and said, actually, he seems to indicate, been duped by Seth Kinney. These are how the rounds got there. This is what happened. These are additional rounds. And this evidence person took them in, and their supervisor said, put this in as a intake, not as part of this case, but as an intake, and make a supplemental report to the other case, and then book this into evidence. The defense is then asking her, when we came to view the evidence, this wasn't shown to us. What we don't know is what date that evidence view was and if this happened before or after that. But this will be very interesting to see what happens with this. What they're doing is trying to make it seem like, look, they never looked at Seth Kinney. Does any of this matter to whether Alec Baldwin pointed a weapon? No. But does it matter to the investigation? And was the investigation solely focused on Baldwin? And did they investigate other things and the rest of it? Maybe. But I still want the answers to all of this. And I really hope the defense brings in this witness when we get there. But this was after Hannah's trial, which was in February. So sometime between February and now. We'll see. So she's saying, I documented it. There's a supplemental report. It was booked into evidence.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's
Are there
office
photos?
ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
Well, that's not on the sheriff's
I do not
department.
know.
That's on the DA. That's on the DA.
But you do agree he did tell you that Seth said this was the evidence from
Two
the shooting.
levels of
correct?
hearsay. That's hearsay.
I don't recall what he stated, what someone else stated.
She's looking at the prosecution like, why the fuck aren't you objecting? Look at her.
And you told him
There's a reason she's not objecting, ma'am, if she's not
he
objecting.
didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
Why would you
Did
ever
give him assurances
do
that
that?
you would type up a report on it?
You would just do a
I don't
recorded
recall
interview.
providing assurances to him.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
She's like, I don't think I did that.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true either, was it?
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds into the precinct, right?
If that's what you're discussing, then.
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins
Is in evidence.
has been fired. Are you asking me about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not you.
She's so done with him.
I'm asking you, isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds to the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins?
I do not know.
And you do not know because you
Were they not sent out?
made a doc report about this and did not put it with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
No, that's not why. Were they not sent out?
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
Because they
Nor
didn't.
were they sent to the.
Carrie's going to clear it up, but there's nothing inherently wrong with that because they didn't come from the set. So to try to imply that they did come from the set would be a huge problem. Commingling evidence like that would be a huge problem. So it's really, this back and forth is wild. Redirect is going to be wild.
The FBI for testing with the rust evidence, were they?
No, they were not.
I'm done now. Maybe. So someone came forward and said, these are the bullets.
I have no further questions for this witness.
He also is like,
Redirect.
I have no further use for this witness. Redirect is going to be interesting. I wonder if she asks to move the whiteboard, or is he going to move it? Oh, good for you. Yay. We finally moved the whiteboard. So were those extra rounds later turned over
Ms.
the
Poppell, are
same?
you a detective?
No, I am not.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No,
You didn't interview Ms. Gutierrez?
no.
Mr. Spyro was asking you about the Good Samaritan who
What?
arrived at the sheriff's department.
Her tone had air quotes. Her tone had air quotes. Her tone had air quotes. That's magical. I'm here for the sass on this one because I get why she's so mad. Today's been so fucking crazy. Her tone was like Good Samaritan. Well, I mean, Carrie can definitely use her voice to imply what she's thinking.
Mr. Spyro was asking you about the Good
This is
Samaritan
wild.
who arrived at the sheriff's department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the
Okay.
Gutierrez trial was?
February. I'm almost done. I'm almost done interrupting court, but here's what I like about Carrie's style, because I've spent so much time going on about what I don't like. Here's what I like about Carrie's style. The thing I always want prosecutors to do is if what was left off on was a big thing, and the defense likes, all lawyers like to end on a big thing. If what was ended on was a big thing, just jump right the fuck into that. It frustrated me so much watching Lally go all the way back to the beginning. Start with the big thing and then work backwards. And I appreciate so much that Carrie is like, here's the big thing we just heard. Let's explain it and then we'll go backwards. It's really helpful to know where we're backing up. So I love that we're getting right into the Good Samaritan. Oh, okay. Let's continue.
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was back in April.
No, it wasn't. It was February.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds more accurate.
Okay. Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
Doesn't he work with?
Are you aware that
Sal?
Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
Sell.
No, I did not know that.
The defense should be objecting. This sounds like cross.
Are
These
you
leading
aware
questions. Wow.
that Troy Teskey
I guess that's not
had
leading.
his own motivations for wanting to
Where's the objection?
place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, leading, objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, overruled.
Please answer.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
The question does not assume the answer. That's why it's not leading. The question is, do you know this or that? And that's what the court is going on. This is going to be
Yeah.
very, very
clear.
interesting. So this is Hannah Gutierrez's dad's bestie? Wait, is that the guy that has I've got to look at something. Okay. We're going to keep going on this. I'm not going to say things out loud until I check.
With
There's
involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to back up. My brain ran a different direction. All right. Sorry, Carrie, I'm back.
Now, to be clear, is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
No.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
Oh shit. Well, there's that.
To try to
So for everyone who asked this morning, is the jury going to know about Hannah Gutierrez being convicted? They do now. They do now. And the defense made it an issue. The defense has gone on and on and on about where these rounds are from. So has someone already been tried and convicted? Oh, Carrie's bordering very close to cross-examination in the way she's asking these questions.
for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
To try to clarify some points, Starline Brass, is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a case.
She's not a weapons expert. These are not great questions for her.
And
Luck Nessie, thank you for
the
the
live
super chat.
rounds
I'm going to pull
from
that
the
up
Sun
real quick.
Frost had nickel primers,
She
right?
goes full teacher
Yes.
mode.
Objection, leading, every question.
Overruled.
Really, Your Honor? Really?
So
Really?
let me ask you this. When you went to
The judge has gone full because I said so. Thank you so much, Loch Nessie, for the super chat. Today has been wild. Wild. Since I don't know or understand subscribing, but I'm a member in all the right places. This case is delivering. Don't worry, Loch Nessie. I'm sure you're also a subscriber on the channel. There's just a little subscribe button, but thank you so much for the super chat. Today is I don't know what I'm going to do with myself after court today. I'm just like sitting here going, what? How do you summarize today?
PDQ to conduct your search because you're not the detective. Do you remember whether he had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So
Baldwin's like, damn it,
With
all that
regard
work on
to-
cross.
Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I want to give you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
And you took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline Brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline Brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is
A
a star,
And a line.
an arching line, and then another star.
It's not 3 stars on top of a mountain. Totally different
The
stars.
live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline brass?
No,
Was it all nickel primers?
no.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer,
My cat's name is
Do-
Karen. I think that's the
does
white balancing
ammunition
court because
have
even the whiteboard
different
looks.
shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nose of the bullet. So
Always.
what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Hold on, please.
If you leave your demonstratives up, the other side might use them in ways you're not happy about, which is why she was using the whiteboard.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted at State's Exhibit 26. Remind us, which are the live rounds? The suspected live rounds, sorry, we'll get there.
The ones to the right,
And what are the ones on the left?
they are dummy rounds.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Tell us what the difference is.
So the live rounds.
You can mark your screen.
Okay.
We're on to what the tip looks
So
like.
the live rounds have a flattened surface to them. Whereas our dummy rounds come to a further point. Sorry, I was trying to draw a line. Almost like a curvature to a better point.
More like a coffin nail,
At
less
my
like a
request,
scovel.
prior to the Gutierrez trial, did you take out a ruler and measure those?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round taken from the set of rust, was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
Yes,
All of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station, did any of those have 6 millimeter meplets?
no,
Not the same.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on rust?
no,
If you know, is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of rust?
yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
Let's chat.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with a cell phone. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help us.
She's looking for exhibitees from the last trial, I would imagine, or well, that were used in the last trial.
State's Exhibit 12. Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind. Go ahead
So
and
the
clear your
rounds
screen.
brought into the police station the rounds brought into the police station do not match the live rounds that came out of the bandoliers, the live rounds that came off the set of rust. So whatever Troy Teskey brought in to the police station doesn't match in shape and size the rounds recovered off of the rust set. That is the large part of this. So let's continue.
Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Carrie's fired up.
Is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez admitted to bringing that box on the set?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
And the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February,
After the trial.
so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
2021.
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence, misleading.
Who's objecting?
Overruled, unless you want to come up and tell me.
Yes, I did.
Look
Alright,
at
well-
Carrie's face. Carrie's face is like, get the fuck out of here with that objection. Oh my God. A week. I can't. It's not even Friday yet. Unless you want to come up and tell me everyone is so snappy. Oh, the lawyers. We knew the lawyers were going to be snappy. I didn't think we were going to be this snappy this
Read back the last question, please.
fast. Wow.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction. Is that right?
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
In your experience, if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at
Ma'am.
PDQ,
Stop.
he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
This is
Yes.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well,
Carrie,
was
this
it
is
all
just
of the live
cross,
ammunition
man.
in the same
Come
place?
on.
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of the stack labeled as live ammo.
And for completeness, was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
That's probably
I believe
yes.
there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition.
How's
that
long
were
until
in
we talk
another
about
room.
Seth Kinney's Google searches? I'm teasing. We're not going to talk about Seth
Did
Kinney's
Mr.
Google
Kinney tell
searches.
you that his personal firearm's a .38?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this, so when we're talking about .45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of Rust?
Yes.
21, you said?
23, A23. So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not 45, right?
Correct.
So the .45 caliber ammunition that you found at PDQ, is this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that that would be live ammunition?
No,
Why?
it was clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
And let me ask you, Ms. Poppell, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes,
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
yes,
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust.
Oh,
correct?
good. Let's do that.
yes,
Can we do that?
And that is obvious.
Door number
just
2.
when you look at it, is it not?
yes.
Door number 2. I picked that one. Can we do that? Let's do that. I like that. Let's do that. Let's do that. If you don't do that, I'm going to be annoyed now. I think you have to do that.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just one.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about. You were asked some questions about the
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Jensen. Not Jason.
Do you know
I really
whether
wish
or not
Carrie would have said not Jason.
Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
Ooh, there
No,
it
I
is.
do not.
No
Whether
objection.
he did his own safety.
No objection. No objection. Look. Attorney Nikas is looking at Spyro, being like, "What are you?" Carrie, I'm sorry for the pause face, but I'm trying to get to the attorney behind you, looking at his colleague like, "Why the fuck aren't you objecting?" Oh my God, Carrie, what danger, girl? What is this question? Do you know if he checked his own weapon? Another witness is going to know that, but here we go with the hearsay. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
This is not your cross-examination, Carrie. This is redirect. Ask a different witness. It's still hearsay unless you're going to bring in Jensen. I don't know why
Right,
they
let's
didn't object to
talk
that. I thought they would be objecting
briefly
much more than
about-
they are. I'm actually
Make sure I
quite
have the
surprised.
proper exhibit numbers for the record.
I'm going to zoom. I can't.
Defendants,
There we go.
I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
And I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you see
Do
how
you know
she
where they
did
came
that?
from?
They
Do
came,
you see how she did that? The defense tried to insinuate that this witness mixed it up. And she's saying, no, this is the image I showed you on direct, not what the defense tried to insinuate, which can make it look like the defense is pulling tricks on the jury because she's saying, I showed you this one. The defense says I showed you that one. That's not the right one. And whether the defense is trying to be tricky or just got it confused, it can leave that impression.
yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
And now she's
They
cleaning
came
that
from
up.
a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Her redirects are good.
Defendants A26, is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
I'm just trying to move me out of the way of the important part of the pictures.
Have they been identified? Who do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right.
Her redirects are good. She
you
asks the most leading questions. And I'm surprised they don't draw more objections. But I just wonder if the defense is just still stunned about what happened earlier today and just is
You
like,
were asked some questions about some documents that
Okay.
you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them.
but I'm really surprised. And I really expected them to object more after how ferociously they fought in pretrial motions.
Still up here?
It really feels like they're kind of stunned.
Take that as a yes.
Fucking today, man. This is why I love live trials. You can never, ever predict what happens in court.
The script of the shots.
Always
Those
kind of
are
a
the
you had to be
exhibits?
there motion. You had to be there moment.
Okay, can I use them? then?
Yes,
Okay, as long as they're the same.
they're the same.
Okay, we'll just use your copies. This is Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it
Right.
55 or 66? I apologize.
Does any of this
No.
matter?
68,
No.
115,
No.
118,
No.
Right.
121,
No.
130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
I know the answer.
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
This witness looks like she's starting to get red. I don't know if it's hot in the courtroom or if she's just so done.
Same thing here for 118 again.
But wild.
Ms.
wild
Hutchins wasn't
stuff.
killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
Do you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
I do.
Did he testify in the Gutierrez trial?
He
I
did.
believe he did, yes.
Did you interview the person who wrote the script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
I feel like the defense has their own box fort behind the whiteboard, kind
You-
of like
you were
Daryl Brooks
asked
made for himself in his trial.
By
They're
Mr.
just, like,
Spyro,
back there.
whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
Makes sense to me. Makes common sense.
But do
It's
you
not
know?
safe.
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on
No,
movie
she's
sets?
not aware.
No, I did not
There
know
should be
that.
an objection. She just wants the jury to hear it so it's
All
in their
total.
mind. Oh, there's safety
Including
bulletins? What are
prop
those?
truck. The entire scene out there
No
at Bonanza
objection.
Creek. How many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can
She talked about this yesterday.
look at my report.
I don't even remember anymore. Today. How do I summarize today, you guys? Baldwin walks out. Well, the court's on the record. We have some dude showing up with other bullets that don't match the bullets taken off of set, being like, these are the bullets from set, and Seth Kinney did it, and pointing the finger at him after Hannah's convicted, and he's what, besties with Hannah's dad? And then the defense melted down over misunderstanding the court's ruling, and the court's response was, you should have paid better attention to my ruling.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Just what?
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
He
Do you
had the-
recall
he had the-
how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Seth Kinney had the code to the
Yes,
safe.
Seth Kinney provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
It was my understanding they belonged to Seth Kinney.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And
She's not the right witness for this.
do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
Why is nobody objecting?
That I do not know.
Okay.
What lawyers? You still have
Does
the
it
lawyer.
surprise you that the person who owns the gun?
Somebody give me a sports analogy for you can't stop like running down the field when you're behind, or don't stop swimming till the end of the race, till you touch the wall, like swim through the finish. I need sports analogies, chat, because the defense seems to have sat down and deflated and lost all of their energy to object. There is still a trial here. Like, the whistle has not blown. The game is not done. There is still there is still lots of time on the clock. What are you doing? Why is there no objecting?
Had access to the safe?
No.
They're just letting Carrie do what the fuck ever she wants. You don't leave at the encore. That's my best analogy. You don't miss a Sunday show and you don't leave before the encore. That's where I'm at. But the defense is just like,
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kinney was ever physically present on the set of Rust other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can? And that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Was it from Seth Kinney?
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you
Carrie's not going to stop
look at
because
any of
no
the
one's
text
objecting to
messages
her, and she wants the
between
jury to remember
the
this.
different witnesses in this case?
No.
Did you know that Hannah Gutierrez's phone was named Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal? I didn't know that
Do
either
you
until your
have
last trial.
any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
No idea.
I do not have that information.
Okay.
Wait, this is making me cackle. I'm trying not to laugh out loud. Caitlin in the chat
Now,
said Alec
I
always looks like he's
understand we've got
mewing.
some photographs of PDQ and it looked like it was really packed full of stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room, and then a room towards the back.
Is it possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, me
Okay.
neither.
It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
Objection.
Yes.
How many
What?
times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen,
Several dozen.
at least. Yes.
Ma'am, I'm sorry for the
And
things
you're
you've
trained
seen as a crime scene
To look
tech.
for evidence in that kind of an environment.
Yes.
I didn't know we'd get to hoarders, but here we are.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's
Because remember,
business
she
is a prop
responds to
house?
all kinds of things.
Yes.
And that
Would you
some of
expect
those
a
are
prop
not going to be
house to be
pleasant.
full of props?
Yes.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so. No.
That's a question from the jury that the clerk was handing to the court.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
We're not there yet,
I do not have
jury.
any information based on what I conducted.
Because you didn't interview any of those.
So the note comes from the jury, and I have to wonder if that's what Carrie was just answering because it was so out of left field from what she's talking about. And I appreciate that this jury at this point is like, can you get to the fucking point? What did Baldwin do with the gun? The jury has told them, I don't care about the live ammo. What did Baldwin do with the gun? The jury has told them, move on. Very clearly, very, very clearly. So hopefully they hear the jury being like, right, but did he cock the gun though? Can you tell us about the gun? We're not there yet.
Witnesses, right?
Correct.
And that's why Carrie said that'll come in with other witnesses. She's trying to tell the jury to wait. And the jury's like, we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait. We don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. They don't want to wait. They want you to get to the point. They're sick of talking about bullets.
There are two questions about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spiro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so. No.
I think the jury is telling the attorneys exactly what they want, right?
I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
I have two, no questions from the jury.
Okay.
Oh, I wonder if these are the questions from the jury and that's not the question from the jury. I could be wrong. So she said, I have two questions from the jury. So that might not have been their question.
If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case was turned over to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
I am riveted at this point. I am riveted at this point. I need to know what happens. I need to know what the jury questions are. I wonder if the lawyers are going to approach before the questions get asked then.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience,
I want to know
do
everything.
revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection?
Yes.
701, 702.
There's the objection. She's the
Withdrawn.
wrong
Yeah.
witness.
All right, thank you. That was sustained.
And Carrie said withdrawn because that's not the right witness. She
I
was
wanna
just waiting till they
just-
objected.
Back up real quick. You were asked a question on cross-examination about
Looks like she has a jury question. No, that's
specifically
paper.
information that you had prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Midlife Maniacs, will Baldwin fire his attorney? No. Nope. We are mid-trial. I don't even know if the judge would allow it, even if he wanted to. So, nope.
Are you finished with that, Prof?
The judge is like, can you move that out of there? I wonder if the jury's like, we can't see. No, those weren't the jury questions. I don't think the judge said we have jury questions. I don't think she's given them to Carrie yet, but it's hard not being able to see the attorney because that question about
Ms.
cocking the
Poppell?
revolver came kind of out of left
You had an
field.
opportunity
for me.
to review that?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It is 3 pages.
Does that document say anything about accidental discharge testing?
Objection.
That is that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain his
Sustained.
objection.
Okay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, I'm going to ask this question and maybe let's see how it goes.
That's not how this works.
Does it say anything about the gun being destroyed?
No. I'm sorry. No.
Did that document refresh your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be
damn it.
after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
It does
I didn't know we
refresh
were-
my
I
memory.
didn't know we
yes.
were back to the FBI.
I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that,
Counsel,
okay.
I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
We're going to zoom because we are a bit behind because I can't stop pausing today. For those of you that are just tuning in and asked, did Alec Baldwin walk out? Yes, not in front of the jury. They were on the record doing motions earlier. That's when we went to Code Red. He said something to this attorney and then got up and walked out. And the other attorney was like, what is happening? And then they went up to sidebar and said something to the judge. Did the judge say anything to him? No. Did she say quite a lot to the attorneys? It looked like it, but it was all at sidebar. Are the sidebar transcripts going to be riveting in this case? Yep, absolutely going to be riveting. So yes, he walked out. No, it wasn't in front of the jury. Yes, I was absolutely shocked. The defense also had a huge error today when on the record, they were arguing about redactions of Baldwin's statements, and they're like, the court already ruled on this. We would have asked witnesses about this. We would have asked the jurors about this. We would have voir dired on this. We would have opened about this. And we were relying on the court's ruling, and the court said, you should have paid closer attention to my ruling then, because that's not what that was about. So this has not been a good day for the defense at all. This has been a very good day for Carrie Morrissey. She won quite a lot of those motions at lunch when they were going through them. And the defense has just like stopped objecting to her when she's asking leading questions during her redirect. Her redirects feel like cross-examinations. They're not supposed to. And the defense is just kind of like, so wild stuff.
Fanny pack collected from the set of Rust?
Yes.
Do you know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes,
Who's that?
that was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No,
So after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do
Kara,
you
thank
know
you.
whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
That seems like the jury question.
The-
Still a little rough.
information that was relayed to me was that the firearm was emptied by
On side.
Hannah onto the cart.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
All right, counsel is approaching again. I'm going to zoom. Today has been absolutely a wild day in court. It is almost 4 o'clock local time. I wonder if they're talking about the afternoon break. They will get to who emptied the gun with other witnesses. I don't remember if Hannah emptied it, if Sarah emptied it. I know Sarah threw what was in the gun away, and we'll get there.
Unless the witness.
Oh, we're done.
I just have one question.
The court's gonna allow a little bit of
The Good
recross.
Samaritan asked you in reference to the ammunition he provided, question, and that's the one that killed Helena. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
What?
Do you deny it?
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take our afternoon bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and let's try to get back in around 3:20.
The
Okay,
court's
thank
like
you.
zoom, which lets you know how far behind real time we are. So I'm gonna zoom right past the break. We'll just do a summary at the end. We're gonna get into the next witness. So let us zoom right past the afternoon break. Jury out, jury in, because we're not gonna miss a moment. And we need that time to zoom. So we are back from the afternoon break, and they are going to be calling their next witness. Let's see if it is the same witness that they called in the Hannah Gutierrez case. We'll see. Jury out, jury in. Let us zoom. All right. Well, there's a witness on the witness stand, and now the jury's coming back in. There we go. All right. The next witness in Hannah's case was Christopher Zook. So after Marissa Poppell. So let's see who this witness is.
State call your next witness.
The state calls Alessandro Pietta.
Will you raise your right hand?
Ah!
Do you swear affirm under
Pietta.
penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
We
the
heard
truth?
about you in opening. We did not see you in the
Have a
last
seat, talking
trial.
to the
This is witness number 5.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Pietta. I come from Italy. I am a gun manufacturer. I'm actually the guy that made the gun that been used in the movie.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, sir. The court reporter is going to be like, you are speaking fast. But Mr. Pietta is the Italian gun manufacturer who made this exact gun that was on set. Well, sir, everyone is just going to love your accent.
You have to answer her.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate all the
Sorry,
information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right.
I also
you told
love
us
the
you're a
I come
gun
from Italy.
manufacturer, is
Yes,
that
I am.
right? And what company do you own?
It's named Fab Fratelli Pietta.
Okay. And do you manufacture Pietta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company in English.
How long have you been manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963 from our dad, and my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
from our
And
dad.
are you familiar with how Pietta firearms are actually made?
Yes, of course.
And how are you familiar?
I've been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun and assist my brother producing, starting engineering demo.
Does Pietta Firearms have quality control measures and inspections of their firearms?
Yes, we do.
And what are those?
We start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course, before shipping the gun to the customer. So we got several steps in our procedure line.
And does Pietta Firearms use, what kind of manufacturing?
Chad, I'm just gonna say, I don't think we can go with Gun Daddy. I think it has to be Gun Puppy. I think that's appropriate. I really do. I think we have to go much more Italian with that.
Technology does Pietta Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the Industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech technology?
Yeah, we use CNC machine, full control of robotic system. It's not just by hand, but also use the modern technology.
Okay. So, excuse me, what does Pietta Firearms do to ensure that a gun that leaves Pietta
I have no idea. I guess
Firearms
somebody will know in the
doesn't
chat.
have any defects? And Mr. Pietta, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little slower.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you could just speak a little slower, please.
Sure. We do have our quality control operation, but being an Italian manufacturer, by law, we had to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in
Go
Italy,
to a national proof
need
house.
to be tested by this proof house. They have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So there are different systems that we use to check the guns.
What is a proof house?
A proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that is different from the American. It's called SANI, but they're very similar on the concept. We have certain dimension and we check in order to be sure that the gun works properly. They also shoot the gun higher pressure, so they know that the gun will not blow up during your regular training section. And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
So before the gun leaves your company, Pietta Firearms, do you guys do checks of the guns first?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That means that we also looking for aesthetical defects. And of course, we do our own quality on the trigger pull or on the action to be sure that
They did not call him in Hannah's case.
And so in addition to that,
the gun manufacturing and how the gun worked was not at issue so much in Hannah's case, but Baldwin put it at issue with that George Stephanopoulos interview. And it's why they did the destructive testing on the gun, because of what Baldwin said in that interview, which I covered on the podcast and broke down him saying, no, the gun just went off. So he is here to tell the jury, my guns do not just go off, I imagine is where we're going to get to with that, with my guns do not just go off. This is how they work. This is how they're made. I don't know if I've seen prosecutors go this far to track a weapon all the way back to the manufacturer in Italy, bring the manufacturer in from Italy to explain that with this serial number, this gun does this. It is very much above and beyond, but this is a high profile case for them, so I'm not surprised.
Then it goes to the proof house and they do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches or without any cosmetical defects.
Well, yes.
Does that also involve checking the internal parts of the gun to make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50.
No objection.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published.
Fair enough. Murder Mitten said Poppy is Spanish. I
On the
apologize for
screen in
treating
front of you,
Latin-based
Mr.
languages
Pietta,
the
is
same.
State's Exhibit 50.
Do not summon and tell my Italian grandfather that I do not know, because he would be unthrilled. But thank you all for the chat, for correcting us to Pistola Papa.
You recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and has been shipped to Vegas, in particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that trade show.
Okay. And do you recall when this gun was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
Okay. How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not say manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy. And of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new
Because they're making
sample
replicas,
or
that
a
makes
new
sense.
model, we study the books. So we study the American history and we look for details just to make a new
To
model.
make the
That's
replica
why
Old
I've
West
been
gun.
involved to introduce this gun during this trade show.
Chat, I see
So
you
you said
booking
this was a
flights to
single
Italy.
action
I see you.
revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to pull the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes,
So you have to cock the hammer before you pull the trigger?
yes.
Okay. Is this different from other Pietta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
I think the jury is like, this is a breath of fresh
Are the
air.
internal components of this gun the same as for others,
Yes, correct.
Pietta?
Correct.
Are the internal components of this particular gun, are they interchangeable with other Pietta single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
I have to mention, did you notice how quickly this witness talked when he took the stand? And we did not hear the court reporter slow this witness down. I don't know if you noticed. Here's what I noticed. This attorney slowed her pacing down to slow this witness's pacing down. So he is mirroring her pacing. So when she took a breath and slowed down, he took a breath and slowed down, because he, again, is going to come in here and say, you know, what the defense is saying isn't what's going to happen. But it's an incredibly good tactic for not just for attorneys, but for anyone in conversations to kind of bring the conversation down. She slowed herself down and then slowed him down. But she did at the beginning ask him to speak slower, and then she spoke slower. So it's a very, very good tactic. But the court reporter didn't have to yell at him. She said it first because she knew. But then as she slowed down, he slowed down. So I thought it was fantastic because her pacing is very slow. So she definitely slowed him down with not just her words, but with her actions as well.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pietta revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
Okay. But is it similar as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms?
Sir, if you ever want to change careers, the chat has suggestions.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. It wasn't me. I've gone full Shaggy defense, but the stream jumped. So I'm going to back up a bit because they were handing him gloves and then the stream jumped. So let me back up to where we were. That's so odd. Just on its own, just went whoop and jumped forward. So she's going to hand him gloves. That is where we are. So let me get right back into that testimony. Sorry, chat. Give me one moment. That was so strange. We've had some strange glitches today.
Used to write the caliber on the trigger guard.
Okay,
This
that's
is,
back a
basically
little
is the
from where
same
we want to
gun
be.
with a different configuration.
So are the internal components?
All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
If
That was
you can
odd.
open the box, Mr. Pietta.
We need him to say, get in the car, Elizabeth.
Do you recognize what's in there?
Right?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
Do you think the
Evidence
testimony that the
51, Your
FBI
Honor,
just
with no
beat his
objection.
gun with a mallet hurts his heart? He's like, I built this.
Now, if you can take a look at that firearm Exhibit 6 that's in front
Don't
of you.
beat
Does
it with
have
a
serial
mallet.
number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, with your gloves.
Look at
Yeah,
how much
it's the same
calmer this
serial
whole
number.
courtroom feels right now.
So did Pietta
Everybody's
Firearms
just-
then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when, and to whom was it shipped?
Has been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone can get all the license to import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell
Importing?
to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pietta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So
And
that's their
so when
distribution
did you
wing.
ship this particular firearm?
I
that's in
saw a
front-
lot of questions in the chat. Would he get paid for this? Yes, he is a state's witness. He would get paid just like they would pay any expert. So experts get paid as well. How much would they pay for travel and stuff like that? It really depends, unless he just invoices a lump sum and covers his own travel. But yes, he would get paid for his testimony, just like if the state hired an expert for something that they don't have an internal expert for.
front of you
So yes.
to EMF.
It's written on the invoice.
I know it's
27
it
November
is
2017.
it's not just a disappointment, Amber. It's actually, in fact, unbelievable. You're welcome.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go back to ask you a question about this hammer. You had said that it's nickel plated because this was for a particular.
No,
this is,
it's not nickel plated.
You're welcome,
Just
Chad.
polished.
oh, polished. I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay.
After the day we've had, this
Did
is the witness
particular
we all
gun go to
deserve.
the
It's
proof
just like,
house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Mhm. Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame. And it's clearly on the top of the serial number. So you can see them. There's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been proved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a
So they
gun
check it.
manufacturer that's been approved by the proof
And then they
house?
prove
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agents
first.
and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in
Yeah.
order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule that with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test that is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do
Yeah.
you understand that to be?
Bing,
Drop
bing.
test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a light brown, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times. And again, the system should not
5
shoot.
times.
If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so does your Pietta firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
What that
Yeah.
mean?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am. He's
what
like,
does it take to?
are you familiar with how this gun fires? He's like, I don't understand your question. I made it. I don't understand what you're asking me. I like this witness too. It is a nice change of pace, and it's nice to bring him in this early in the case to head off the defense's arguments that this gun just went off. Because I think the jury is going to very, very much like this witness. And he does cool stuff. He has, he's doing his job, has no idea that he's going to end up here. He's not an interested witness. He just clearly loves his family company.
You need to
Make
put,
it
you
shoot.
need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know
you're
this,
right, guys. Chat. We
gun
needed to
that
get back off
you
of Code Red. You're
have
right.
in front of you
You're right.
will fire without a pull of the trigger?
We need to clear the
Actually,
code
this
reds
gun
at the end of the
cannot
witnesses.
fire because from what I see is missing some parts. So,
Okay, I'm talking about when it was first.
oh, sure, of
manufactured.
course.
He's like, it's not going to fire
Does
like
it
this,
fire?
fam.
Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
Why not?
Because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made this gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knock position. That is the farthest one, so the last position of the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Can you talk more
Now,
about
is
dropping the
there,
hammer?
Also
We're
a
here for it.
manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that you will not, if eventually the gun falls down, nothing happens.
What could happen if the gun falls down and the primer's?
Most of the time, nothing, because the armor is against the frame. And so if you hit the ground, the primer will not shoot the primer. So it's just a safety rule that I've been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fire? Let's say you load 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position when the armor is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
Okay. If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's what he's saying.
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to fire this gun?
No.
That's what he's saying. I can't imagine she has much more.
Let me ask you, what condition was this gun in when you shipped it, when Pietta shipped it to EMF?
As I said before, this gun has been produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns
So somebody can't
are
just
safe.
grab it.
And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So when you're looking at it
not having a
at
firing pin
show,
in
you
that
know
gun
it's
while it
safe.
was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part. That's it.
But
Which part
does
is
it
she
change
missing?
any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pietta Firearms own EMF while, during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
Well, that's partly his company, so he would know.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
With that, I'm going to zoom. But again, I can't imagine how much cross they're going to have for this witness. But this is again going to cut off Baldwin's argument that the gun just went off. I don't think anyone on the defense team
Just a couple more
imagined
questions, Mr. Pietta.
they would bring the
When
manufacturer of the gun in.
Pietta Firearms shipped
surprises
this
me.
to the United States to EMF. Did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember. Really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Thank you.
This is the first witness we're seeing done by this attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pietta.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple of questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly.
I imagine it would only
We
be a
heard you say
few.
that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pietta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 21.
I'm going to answer a question in the chat real
2000.
quick from Bone Arrow 82. It's a great question. Bone Arrow said, but doesn't the state have to disclose all their witnesses? Yes. I think when the defense was getting into this case, they never imagined when Baldwin did the interview with George Stephanopoulos, he never imagined that this would go this far and we would be here with the gun manufacturer in court. Yes, they absolutely knew that before this went to trial, but I think that this probably came as a surprise to them when it was on the state's witness list a few months ago. I don't think they ever would have imagined, oh, well, the state will do this, the state will do that. So that's what I meant by that.
You don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct, because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any
Really
time,
good cross.
I never see anyone except today.
even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom, in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recall that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun. I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
That's a good cross.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
It's concise, it's precise. The cross gets in, gets out. Hey, you manufactured the gun was in great condition. This is how it works. This is how it fires. But you didn't see it in 2021. You didn't see it this day. You don't know what Seth Kinney did with
Who's
this
your next
gun.
witness?
Witness 6.
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Neal.
All right.
Justin, I didn't hear the last part, but not Bieber. Sorry, witness. We don't mean to call you Justin, not Bieber. It just feels appropriate.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Thank you,
but the truth?
Miguelina.
I do.
Miguelina said it
Have
sounds
a
like
seat, talk into the
Neal.
microphone.
Really, really enjoyed Mr. Pietta's testimony.
Did they take the gun?
Yes.
Okay, I need it.
Wait, who took the gun?
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Don't take the gun.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name is Justin Neal.
Let me
And
introduce
sir,
myself.
how are you
My
employed?
name is, sorry.
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients,
What kind of clients do you have?
primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with
Like
Pietta
sporting?
Firearms?
Yes.
That's
how?
the question.
Pietta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and
Very
marketing.
interested as to why
And I
he's
also handle EMF, which they are part of,
here. Yeah.
as their sales and marketing person.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based
Unbelievable.
out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pietta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alessandro and Alberto Pietta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I'm
I
curious, too.
handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pietta's. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pietta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pietta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have
So
a
would have
federal
handled
firearms
this.
license?
I am.
Would have handled the
And why is
sale
that?
to
I
Kenny.
am
That's why
an
he's here.
RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties.
Sir, that is so many
And
letters.
The Pietta
Responsible
family
party.
or the Piettas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL,
And RP is what?
responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing
Ma'am, they are
of the
responsible?
firearms and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes,
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
yes.
Oh, he's also the custodian of records. Okay.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
I'm going to show you, well, let me ask you this. How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF obviously has a website, and he wanted some revolvers. And at that time, 2021 was the heart of the pandemic, and Pietta and every manufacturer, gun manufacturer, was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we didn't offer,
You
we
just
said
kept
we
going.
had those
I was
guns.
like, all right.
Let me show you what's
gonna keep
been
going.
marked as States Exhibit 52.
Mhm.
So when they sold this, guns were back ordered. So they said, hey, we've got
Prior to
display
state
models we
moving
can
to
sell.
Evidence 52. I'm going to show you, well, before you is States Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pietta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pietta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
I'm just making notes so I'm caught up. But as he's putting on guns, we'll zoom, or guns, as he's putting on gloves to handle the gun, we will zoom. Not the glove ASMR. No. I'm going to just leave that. We're going to let that go. My brain just needed a moment.
Can I open it?
Yes, please.
Sure.
It is the same gun that's shown on the screen, a Pietta single action revolver.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? States Exhibit 52?
Yes.
And tell me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Keep that in front of you because I may ask you some additional questions. If you can just close the box, but I will ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 53.
No objection.
We'd move into evidence States Exhibit 53.
States 53 is admitted.
Mr. Neal, do you recognize what's in front of you as States Exhibit 53?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
And he's the custodian of records. That's why
It
he's
was
able to
in
bring this in.
21, order date 9/29/21.
So on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes,
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll
You
mark.
can point.
Oh, well, okay.
It's super cool.
I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so
on the
if you want
gun.
to look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
There we go.
Yeah, it's right.
Tracy G asked who put the firing pin in the gun. It is, they talked about an opening.
It's the third one. I got
It's
it.
Seth Kinney,
It's the third one.
So
and he'll testify later.
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes,
So the number 3, the
So the unit
third gun
price
on
of
the invoice is Exhibit 6.
$348.
yes.
Now, let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was it beginning, mid, end of 2018?
And
And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
yes,
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry trade shows, business to business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes,
Did EMF do any work on
That makes
this gun?
sense given what
no,
the company
Did
Pietta does in making
EMF
replicas for.
inspect it for quality
film.
assurance purposes?
before each show, functionality, it wasn't, they didn't take apart the gun or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm, and the trigger worked properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No,
What condition was it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
it was in perfect condition as far as I know.
It closes
You
those
said that
questions
it's
from the
how
last
often was this
cross-examination,
gun
right?
checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
Because Seth Kinney's going to testify too.
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case? or-
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you
There's
also?
no touching. No touching.
Well, let me ask you
No
this,
touching.
before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in Pietta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for single action. And
So Jury has another
it's
question.
placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store request.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you
In
also
a box, in a
handle
box, in a box, in a
customer
box.
service calls for Pietta guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pietta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
May I have a moment here?
Yes, I'm here, Councilor.
That's the question from the jury that the court's going to be handing over.
Exhibit 6. Mr. Neal, if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The purpose
That's a
of
good question.
Pietta or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to
Industry.
FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he would probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put the best of the best that Pietta has to offer?
Absolutely.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Does the court want this one?
So that was the question from the jury. Interesting to see how engaged the jury is. We didn't see a
Thank you,
single
Mr. Neal.
question
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
from the Gutierrez jury.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your
Smart
excuse, sir.
choice,
Thank you.
I think, by the defense. 'Cause
Next
what are you going to
witness.
ask? So no cross.
Give me just a minute, we're just a little out of order.
No, you're out of order. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. We're gonna zoom. They don't have much time left in the day, but we are a bit behind live court. So it'll be interesting to see who their next witness is. I don't know where Baldwin got up and went.
I'm missing my notes. And give me just a moment, I'm missing my notes.
Okay.
The jury is sitting there while she's looking for who her next witness is. Which has to be awkward for her as well. So we're going to continue to zoom. I wonder if those witnesses went faster than they expected.
The state calls Corporal Alexandria Hancock.
They're like, well, this will do. The IO's sitting here. We're calling the IO. That might have been their plan all along, but we'll see.
Can you face the judge and raise your right hand, please?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
But witness
All right, thank you. Have a
7.
seat.
We're going to start. I wonder if we'll start getting video today. Maybe not. This is witness 7. This is the lead investigator.
Just state your name for the record, even though I know it's repetitive.
Alexandria Hancock.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be 7 years in November.
And how did you become involved with this case?
In 2021, I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division. On that day, we had received a call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
And you said you were on duty, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
And so can you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the sheriff's office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch.
She testified in the other trial as well.
So
and the
during,
video,
or I should say, after that briefing, the
introduced
detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
I hope she's more prepared this time.
How does the sheriff's department traditionally?
There was stuff last time that was
is
tough with
one
her not
detective
knowing.
Named primary, or are there more than
Things.
one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary, just depending on the case.
And how did it work out with this case?
Originally with this case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
They didn't cover this in the last case.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
Probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And
Ellie said Alec is glaring her down. I think he thought they were
assisting
friendly.
Detective.
That's her job. In her interview with Baldwin, she just let him explain everything that he wanted to explain and was like, yes, sir, please explain it to me. So the issues I had with her testimony in the last trial really was that there were things she's like, well, I don't know that. I don't remember this. And it's like, ma'am, you are the IO. You need to know everything. So we'll see how that goes this trial, but they're going to have to, we know that the other detective wants to come in, it seems, from defense motions. So that's why they're starting to talk about who was lead detective first and when. So we're going to get through that testimony too.
Did you conduct interviews with witnesses?
I think he thought that he could
21st?
just chat away and it would be fine.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And she had her baseball hat on and her hair pulled back, and she was just like,
"Tell me everything." Detective interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Cano doing?
He was, on the day of the incident, he was interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed back at the ranch.
And give us an idea of who those folks were.
That Detective Cano interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or members that assisted with the armor.
Why was it necessary to have 2 detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay.
There's a lot of people.
And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Now, when you were dispatched,
Cross is going to be very interesting.
well, it sounds like
with
you
this
weren't really
witness.
dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the
The feed
briefing
has gotten
that
so
you had
blurry this
before you went out
afternoon.
to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there's a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch. And
Why
then
is this only coming through in 760?
sometime during that day, you know, shortly after we were called in for, or shortly before we were called in for that briefing.
Chad, hold on. The quality on the stream that I'm using has like dumped into I don't even know what. Oh, but it has closed captioning. All right. I'm going to leave it because it has closed captioning. It's not me. It's not you. It's them. It is their chat. It is their stream feed. I will look for a different one tomorrow, but
that two people
I wanted
had
closed
been
captioning.
shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the Sheriff's Department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yeah.
Yes.
Often vehicular, but yeah, right? Carrie's pacing is very slow this afternoon too. Everybody's just like,
I know that the jury's heard some of this.
Today's been crazy. Can
so
we
you
just?
interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
Just
And
like
what
easing
role
into the
did
end of the
she
day.
have on the set?
She was the armorer, the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
We understand he's an actor. Yes, we understand that very
I
well
want
at this point.
to just take you back for a moment. During opening, did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master for Rust.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and
NW, I
gentlemen of the
didn't
jury
see
the
Baldwin winking
relationship
at anybody.
between
His-
the prop master and the armorer,
I don't even know if the
based
jury
on
can
your
see
understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically two different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an understanding of, when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the ammunition, would that be considered a prop?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that an
What's a prop?
actor
Things
would
that are
use in a
touched.
scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Okay. And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was sometime in November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
And you testified that you conducted an interview with Hannah Gutierrez on
Was a second
October
interview?
21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with her at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
I want to say that was in November as well.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And did you have subsequent contact with Mr. Baldwin after the interview that you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And
Dr. B
how were
is
you
outside
having
my
contact with him?
window
Was he in New
making
Mexico,
obscene
or
gestures.
how was that happening?
Scared
No,
the
he
crap
wasn't
out
in
of
New
me.
Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally
This I want to hear
speaking, was
much
it
more
Mr.
about.
Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out?
I don't know who needs to hear this today. But if you have attorneys, don't start texting the detective. What are you doing, Baldwin? Stop texting the detective. Why are you texting the detective? Right? This is why Baldwin's like, I thought we were good. So even though I don't love the way this witness testified, there were things she was very unclear on last trial. What she seems to do excellently at is letting everyone over-explain to her everything. Bowles called her so many times. So when we were going through that, she seems to do an excellent job at being like, no, please explain it to me more, and letting everyone just talk themselves in to a deeper and deeper hole and letting them just do whatever. So she's like, if you want to text me, text me. And Bowles, same, if you want to call me, give me all the information in the world. Sure, I need to hear it. Sure, that's really helpful. And does a very good job at letting everyone just over explain to her and sitting back and going, oh, I didn't know. Meanwhile, she's prepping a case against you. It works very well for detectives when they're like, oh, could you explain? Because people want to explain. So him texting her is not surprising to me at all.
Happening.
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally speaking, was it Mr. Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
Right.
So he had your cell phone number?
Yes, my department cell.
Her work cell phone. She made that very clear, my work cell phone.
Just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
Right. Have things been turned over to the defense? They're like, you have my cell. Hit the digits.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection hearsay unless this is information acted upon.
So my response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
But they're not against his interest. They're against
I don't
Hannah's
believe that they are,
interest.
but like I said, if it's information acted upon, and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
He's like, are we going to cross on Hannah's statements?
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you.
I think he could have
Ms.
stuck.
Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition.
I think
on the
he
set.
could have
Is that
stood his
right?
ground on
That
that.
it was similar to
more.
one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
Chat,
She
y'all
did.
are making me smile.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if
Wait,
she
did
said
she
in that
say, "Look at
interview
this
exactly
photograph"?
where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she
She
showed
said,
you
"Look at
during
this."
the
She said it
interview,
was like this one.
did it match
Just on her phone.
exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or her own
specific-
experience?
No.
Wild how much of Hannah's
I think we
testimony.
should approach.
Yeah, it's wild how much of Hannah's
You will not want to?
statements we're getting
Oh,
into.
Go ahead, come on, up.
Come on. The judge is like, if you must, may we approach? Ugh. The judge is I'm tired. Are y'all tired? Today's been fucking crazy. I can't believe we're still in court. I'm just like, can we just get back to tomorrow? Can we just for today? Can we pause? But I can't believe how many of Hannah's statements the prosecution is trying to get into. It is hearsay. They are statements against Hannah's interest, but not statements against Baldwin's interest. And you can't use hearsay against him. So until they open the door to some of this, it's not going to be permissible. And some of it, in fact, a lot of it should be kept out. So we'll see what happens.
You conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
There we
Yes.
go. The court was like, move
And-
on.
Did you learn during that interview
Because they
whether or not Mr. Baldwin received?
I'm going to back up. Carrie, I'm going to let you finish. Who brought the weapons in or who brought the bullets onto set and who brought the ammo is something the defense has gone on about. So I think there's some room to bring in that information. It's known per the investigation. But getting into did Hannah say this? Did Hannah say that? Did Hannah say this? Is not going to be allowed. So these two defendants are not being tried together. So it's not going to fly. You can't use that in that way. So I'm not surprised the judge cut the prosecution off and asked her to move on and move forward. They have to focus on Baldwin's interviews. So hopefully that helps.
You conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you learn during that interview whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay.
She's not going to be able to get into more of that.
And
a lot of you are asking if Hannah's going to testify.
Interview
Even
Seth
if she gets
Kinney.
even if she gets called to testify, she's probably going to plead the fifth. And She was supposed to be transported over the weekend, but her lawyer said she might be transported earlier than that. But they might not be done with this witness by tomorrow. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yes, several times.
How many times do you think you talked to him?
I don't know if I could. I'm not sure I could put a number on it. I don't know, probably at least between 5 and 10.
Okay. And was Mr. Kenny cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did you
It's a lot
request
of
any
times.
search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What search warrants were requested?
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kenny's business?
Yes.
Purple Petals, I love doing
Let me
radio.
ask you,
I
have
really
you ever
do.
worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
It was a truck? Was it a truck? Was it an actual
Storage
truck?
of
Props?
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which ones, but the armorer and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Poppell that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Well, I was not the case agent at that time, and so I really wasn't the one in
my
charge
job.
of the investigation. And so what happens with your
Not her
case
decision
agent
making.
is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
I didn't make that choice.
What was
is
one of the
she's
first
saying.
things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Alaska, I see your question. I'm gonna hold it till I get to Q&A.
Started
It's a good
reviewing
question.
a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th. So 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You're distracted. She knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
Ask her when did you get that date?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this.
Let me back up.
When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before we had drafted that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Ro Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay, because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
Other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
PR Chick 24, I see Spyro.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it.
You got a
there
full
were
face.
firearms outside of that safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was
stuff.
Quite a bit of stuff.
After you were
There was
let
stuff and
into the
stuff?
prop truck and it was unlocked for you, describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and
That's a gun
maybe
safe.
about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Seth Kenny.
And when you
Carrie's
executed
pacing.
the warrant on the prop
Carrie's
truck,
going so much
as it
slower
relates to
this afternoon.
case,
I feel
just
like
summarize
everyone
for
has
us
run
what
out
you
of
found.
steam, and they're just like
we
running
don't
out the
care
clock
about
today.
Tables and chairs and stuff.
Just like are we
Additional
done yet?
firearms, more ammunition. I think that was kind of the major things that we got.
Tomorrow's gonna be wild.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it
She's
just
trying to
loose
lead.
in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And the
That's the answer she was looking for. It's in a box. In a
is
bag.
it also, were you able, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem.
The commentary. It's my job, Carrie.
And we understand that you also executed
She's
a
the IO,
search
she
warrant
should
on
know.
PDQ, is that
This
right?
is what I hate. She's the IO. She should know who found it.
That was on
Not I don't
November
think I
30th,
found
I think
it.
we heard.
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kenny talked to you about live rounds?
I don't, yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kenny at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you.
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
And?
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
The
In
timing.
part, was it?
I don't know whose computer that is. That is, but after how much has been made of this green ammo can today, Carrie's dramatic questioning, and do you know who you received the information about the green ammo can from? Thel Reed, Hannah's father. Bing! That you can't make up live court. I don't know if the jury heard it or not, but I sure did. Did I back up for it? Yep. Is it worth it? Yep. Hope so. Oh, no, I didn't back up enough.
To the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can.
I did.
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
In part, was it based on the information from Hannah's father that you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
And just to be clear,
That was hilarious.
I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kinney's got live
Carrie,
ammunition, right?
Could you lead
Yeah,
any
he did
more?
say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Phil.
Thel picked it up.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Jennifer in the chat said, I think
Corporal,
Emily is delirious.
Did it occur to you that
Yep.
Thel Reed may be
Today's been
giving
a lot.
you inaccurate information to protect his daughter? What?
Unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses.
Continue.
Spyro's like, let's see how it goes.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to
Spyro's face looking at this witness. What is happening this afternoon, chat? If you're gaming, come look up at the screen. Or just pause what you're doing. Take a moment from the farming. Look at this attorney's face. He's like, no, go on. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. We went from Baldwin and the rest of us being almost asleep to this attorney being like, no, let's hear it. Let's go. Let's just do this right now.
information to protect his daughter? What?
Unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses.
He's like, no.
Continue.
Mm-hmm. Look at him looking at the jury.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant, did you know who to believe at that point in time?
No.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
And I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
Right.
Even though, well, let me ask you this, the live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
No.
Even though
Carrie's
it
like,
looked.
Carrie's like, wrong answer. This is what bothers me about this IO. She knows that they did chemical analysis on the gunpowder from PDQ and from the set. And so when she's asking, was it just that they didn't look the same? She's like, yeah, it's just that they didn't look the same. You know, there's chemical analysis, ma'am. What is this answer? Oh my God.
Yes.
And
Even
Carrie's like,
though
what?
It looked dissimilar. Did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
That fixes it. Maybe I misinterpreted it because I am exhausted, but it just seems like
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust
Seth Kinney's not on trial?
You met him at the prop truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Well, I mean,
Do
she
you
never
know
arrested
whether or
anybody.
not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he
Yes,
was.
he was.
And
He
the
was
fact that
arrested.
you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
That's the point. Because it like was
Does
Baldwin
the-
ever arrested? No.
As a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
No.
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do they
then...
have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The
DA's
district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did
Court's
you
not going
review
late. We are just
all of those cell phone extractions?
we were just behind on real time.
I did.
So that's why. But Court's not going late. I'm going late
And
because I
when you
kept
review the
pausing to
cell
talk.
phone extraction, what do you get to see?
I'm the
Do you
problem,
get to
it's
see
me
text
today.
messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
When you reviewed the photographs,
Did you say look at
from
this photograph?
Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
Did you ask her why
What was
she
that?
named her phone that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was there was two bullets, 2 rounds, and I believe her hand. It caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it. And one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture. And it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel primer?
Yes. Well, silver.
Silver, nickel.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds from the set of rest?
It did.
All right, counsel, we're going to stop for the day. Jury, I want you to, instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30
Oh.
downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
Later start for the jury tomorrow. I wonder if the lawyers will be handling some motions in the morning. And they may be handling, I hope they put on the record what time they want the attorneys back to see if they put anything on the record in the morning. They might. They might have matters they need to handle. So the jury is coming back a little later tomorrow. Will the court put anything up on the record in the morning? I don't know.
We're not dismissed for the day. We're not dismissed for the day. While I'm taking a break, I want you all to get your exhibits ready over here. Everything. Okay. You should lock up for the day. I'll be back at 10. Okay?
The judge just said, we're not done for the day. We're not done for the day. We're not dismissed for the day. I want you to all get your exhibits and come back up here. The feed I was on ended for the day. So I'm going to see if the other feeds did not, because if they're going to put more on the record, we're going to 100% do that. So give me one moment to see if anything else gets put on the record at the end of the day after this witness leaves. And it looks like a little bit. So we're gonna see what that is. So let me switch feeds real fast. And then we will do that. So let us switch feeds and see if they put anything else on the record at the end of this day. And it looks like they do. And then we will also end for the day. Unfortunately, when the feeds get this long, it's a little harder to scrub right to where we need to be. Oh my God. Did they cut the audio? Come on.
His interview was provided to the defense attorneys. They've had it.
Okay, we're
His interview
Okay. Sounds like over Baldwin's interview.
case, and his interview was provided to the defense attorneys. They've had it.
okay. We're not going to argue
I
it.
don't think I'm gonna. No, I don't think I'm gonna have much of a response. I can probably just do it orally.
Okay, fine.
Because I've now figured out what we're dealing with.
All right. So I told the jury to come back at 9:30. I want to be on time when they get here. So I want you all to get settled and be prepared to have the case called and begin to argue the motion at 8:45.
No problem.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And when you're finished with that, send it to me as well. Not just defense at 7:30 p.m. or whatever.
This is over Baldwin's interview.
Just a couple housekeeping issues. There was one is, can there just be an instruction that the witness who's under oath cannot be spoken to by prosecutors?
Yes.
No problem.
Oh, I can't see you. Okay.
I can't imagine she wants to speak
Yes.
to me. But
You're under oath. Don't talk to any witnesses. All right. Anything else?
Not this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay, so we will be back tomorrow at what time are they starting motions? They're starting motions at 8:45. So I'll be back at about 15 minutes off of that. So to give us a little zoom time while they're arguing motions. So we'll be back. That's 8:45 Mountain, 9:45. So 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Central. Law nerds, like, like, jury out, Emily out. I am tired. My brain is tired. I'm sure y'all are tired. I'm going to answer questions the best that I can. I see some of you have mentioned that it looks like gifts aren't being announced in the chat, and we will see what happens there. Karen said, so no reprimand of Baldwin, disappointing. She would have told his lawyers directly. In active trial, I don't think she's going to reprimand the defendant directly, but it can happen. But she didn't. What a long day. I'm going to try to do a summary the best I can. I think, Miguelina, when we quick bits it, we'll kind of grab clips from me earlier in the day, but today was a whole lot. So let's see at the end of what feels like an exceedingly long day 2 of the Alec Baldwin trial, after lunch, the jury took 2 hours for lunch so the attorneys could argue motions over really Alec Baldwin's interview with police and what would be redacted out of that interview with police. It seems that the prosecution intends to play that interview tomorrow. Now they're going to take this matter up tomorrow morning on day 3 before they play that in court. But the central issue, as I see it, was that the defense thought that any mention of Alec Baldwin in that interview about knowing blanks were dangerous or knowing things were dangerous was going to be kept out. But when the court was ruling on that motion in limine before trial, the court was talking about expert witness testimony, not the defendant's interview. And the defense was like, what? We didn't voir dire on it. We didn't talk about it in opening. We would have done those things. And the court said, well, you should have paid closer attention to my ruling. So those statements of Baldwin will come in. I'm very surprised that that surprised the defense. I'm very surprised that that surprised the defense. That seemed like a clear ruling to me. So after that, Baldwin on the record, and the court had told Baldwin he needed to be in court told his attorneys he needed to be in court for the motion hearings. While the court was still on the record, Baldwin walked out. The jury was not there. The court was on the record, and he walked back in later with coffee. The judge did not seem pleased at sidebar, but she was not pleased with the lawyers anyway. So what that not pleased is related to, we don't know. Did she say anything to Baldwin about it on the record? No, she didn't. But then everything just kind of continued off the rails as trial kept going this afternoon, and then smoothed out a little bit as we got back into later witnesses. But what was so wild was we started hearing testimony about a mystery Good Samaritan who brought live ammunition to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department and said, these were given to me by Seth Kinney. Seth Kinney has fooled you. And these rounds are the rounds that were in a green ammo can. But now in testimony, we're starting to see that green ammo can ties back to information from Thel Reed, who was formerly friends and maybe a mentor to Seth Kinney. Of course, Thel Reed being Hannah Gutierrez's father. So the Good Samaritan turns out to be one of Thel Reed's good friends. And when they took those rounds from the good friend, those were not the same type of rounds that were recovered from the set of Rust. The rounds on the set of Rust recovered from Alec Baldwin's bandolier, from the cart, from Jensen Eccles' bandolier, and the rest of it. Those were different than the ones brought by the Good Samaritan, supposedly from PDQ Arm and Prop. I don't think we've heard the last about those mystery rounds that appeared after Hannah Gutierrez's conviction. What a long day. We're going to get to some of your questions. I've got questions. You've got questions. Did anyone fack around and find out more today than the defense? I don't know. Not a great day in court for the defense overall, I don't think. But you know what? It was a great day for the law nerds. Why? Because we've been like number 1, 2 on live trending all day, only bumped by a press conference by the president, and one can understand why. So thank you, law nerds, for being absolutely incredible. I am sorry if I'm lagging. Sometimes at the very end of the day, we've been noticing that happening, but we try to keep the streams up over lunch so that we can have a place to chat. Mary asked, was it Hannah Gutierrez Reed's phone that was named Gorilla Grip? Yep. That was the phone that was named Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal, which came out in court a couple of times. Shazam, thank you for the gifted memberships. Can we go listen to Alec yelling at his attorneys after court, please? Are we joking? I don't think he actually was yelling at his attorneys after court. I mean, I'm sure there were stern conversations, but we'll see what happened. JT said I was supposed to have you in the background and actually get some work done today. That didn't happen. Snark walkouts, 90s sitcom laugh tracks in court, and the IO productivity 0 wild day. I hope some of you were able to body double with me today at work and get some stuff done. But I also understand today was a day where occasionally we needed to look up from the phone or look up from our farming and our Pokemoning and see what was going on. For those of you in the chat that are like, are you spying on me? No chat, but you share with me what you do while you watch and I remember. That's all. Dr. Vix in the chat said, has anyone seen Rust? It hasn't been released yet. I don't know how that's going to be received after all of this. Catan said, and if it's not pronounced like the game, I apologize. We try to play in a family and we get too competitive. And then my husband hoards all of the wheat resources. It's a very contentious issue. So sometimes we're allowed to play board games, sometimes not. Catan said, think the special prosecutor is leading by example and helping Carrie slow down and have composure. I don't know, or if they were trying to ride out the afternoon because they weren't ready for the videos and stuff yet. Maybe. It's nice to see her not as intense with the witness. Yes, she definitely slowed down for sure. So yes, it was good to see. And I really like Erlinda Johnson. I think she's been a great addition to the prosecution team. Jelly Nelly in the chat said, what's Hannah's phone name? Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal is her phone name from her phone extraction. So during that trial, the pickle, this one was named Gorilla Grip Pickle Pal. I know some of you missed the pickles, so today was a day. EDB, where is Hannah incarcerated that she would need advanced transport? She is I read it into the podcast. She's in the state penitentiary. She needs to be transported to local custody. So they need a little bit of time and a heads up to do that because they have to do all of the things. Marcel said, every time I hear Photograph, I can't decide between Def Leppard or Nickelback. Nickelback is more memeable for me, but I'm going to see Def Leppard here in Nashville, and I'm really excited about it. So that'll be Def Leppard and Journey. I'm so excited. It happens to be on our wedding anniversary, so we are going to go see concerts and music play a large role in my life. Like, buy the concert tickets. My children eventually are like, where'd our inheritance go? It's like, children, look at all these Dave Matthews Band posters. I'm teasing, partly. Does says it's 2 a.m. and I'm so tired, but this is too funny. Today was wild. Spyro's face at the end where he was just like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You do you, boo-boo. Let's see where this goes. And then looking back and forth to the jury and looking at the witness being like, sure, bitch. Let's see how it goes. Was hilarious. Amy with the 23 months as a member. Good to see you. We'll see you tomorrow, Amy. It's always good to see you. I also saw Zeke in the chat today. Zeke, good to see you too. Rolling along said, not Gunfather, tired of Italian. I don't know what the tired of Italian means, but thank you. He's poof daddy. I mean, he definitely made the gun. Trisha Lynn, good to see you. It's also nice to slow him down and make sure the jury can understand him and the intricacies of the technical things he's talking about. He was a great witness, just an absolutely great witness. I thought he was a breath of fresh air for the jury. And again, we're going to see the defense saying, Baldwin said multiple times in that interview, I pulled out the gun went off. I pulled out the gun went off. No. I never pulled the trigger. So all the witnesses saying the gun was in working order and it doesn't go off if the trigger is not pulled. AE3 says, one of the female attorneys sitting behind Baldwin was my crim law TA. She was super smart and intense. I wonder if the people I TA'd for would describe me the same way. Probably intense and bursting out into song randomly. I always brought candy though, but former water polo player. So sometimes when I would throw candy to people that would answer questions, there would be ducking involved. And then it became kind of a thing. It was just like, it was just kind of a hurling things at people. And I was like, duck. But I loved TAing in law school. It was one of my favorite things. Janice P said, did she use federal equipment to extract her own phone? I'm not. Look, there is a song going around on Instagram that I cannot escape from. And it's not appropriate. But when we're talking about extracting it with her own hand, I'm just like, it's in my, I can't. Emily, how much have you just told the chat that the song Dick in My Nightstand is stuck in your head? We're just, y'all, we're at 8 hours and 45 minutes into stream. Y'all are here. No one else is going to make it this far in stream. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. The big dill. I mean, maybe. So when we get to the Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal phone, that's where my brain is stuck at the moment. Diana said, do you think Carrie is speaking slower to annoy Baldwin and make it appear Spyro is speaking even faster? I think her brain's probably tired. Trisha Lynn said, excuse me, what song? I will post it on Instagram and I will link it, but it is a parody country song called Dick in a Nightstand. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. So it comes up in my Instagram feed all the time. And I absolutely forget the creator that made it, but it's hilarious. So that's where we're at the end of the stream. Diana said, do you think Carrie? Oh, no, I think her brain is tired. It was a very long trial day today. Loch Nessie said, I have to dip early today. I'll catch up tonight. Headed to Blink 182 VIP with my sis. My friend was just at Blink 182. I haven't gotten to see them this tour. I actually really just want to go see Sum 41 again. Phantom Mickey said, sorry, just got here. What is Stephen Baldwin holding up? That is a hearing device. Oh, I think I answered this also in the chat. He can't hear sidebars. Those hearing devices are court designated listening devices, and it really just amplifies the sound in court. That's it. It's not connected into the sidebars or anything like that. It just amplifies court sound. Diana Miller said late to the live. I love the court reporter's ponytail. I love. I think she leaves out the front section, ties the rest up. It's so good. It's just such a good pony. My poor hair could never, which is why this cut works, because my hair could never. EDB, was the Karen Reed jury allowed to ask questions? I don't think that they were at all. I don't think it was in their opening jury instructions. It was in these opening jury instructions that if you want to ask questions, this is how you do it, but I don't remember. Judge ruling regarding blanks are dangerous reinforces that every day is shut the fuck up day. Look, there is a reason they say anything you say, not just like bad shit you say, anything you say can and will be used against you in court. Can and will be used against you in court. Anything. And people don't realize how things can be taken and how things that they think are innocuous. Hannah Gutierrez saying, I wish I had checked it more. Probably exactly what she was thinking and feeling, but doesn't it look different in trial when a lawyer is standing there pointing the finger at you when you are on trial for involuntary manslaughter saying, and she said, I wish I had checked it more. Right? And the longer detectives let you talk, the worse it gets. So yes, Baldwin doing that is absolutely wild. Jordan said, I'm a little behind. I mean, me all day, but I love how memeable the prosecution's facial expressions are. All of the attorneys were just, they had closed captioning and subtitles on their faces today. Kim R said, you mean he's here to say the gun doesn't just go poof? Yeah. Bang poof. It does not. I kind of love Papa Pistola. Papa Pistola. I love it so much. I love it so much. SF said Ian will be nerding out now. I'm sure he was. Absolutely. Football reference. Stick to the basics. Stick to the basics. Varsity Blues. My mentor always said, you know, the crime and the defendant's connection to the crime. The court is the crime and the defendant's connection to the crime, which is probably why I'm so sideways today, is because what we're not focusing on right now is the crime and the defendant's connection to the crime. That's what we are, you know, not getting around. So they haven't asked the important question. Why did the dummy round sit at the high top tables? Where did the dummy round sit at the high top tables or at the bar? Or did it go to the Canton varsity football game? Let's see. Rebecca says that FBI clip plays in my head now every time. The FBI! Me since I was a kid. Well, teen, listening to K-Rock. Me since I was a teen. Rolling Along says, why talk about the bullets? Live bullet killed someone. We know this. Yes, that's why. All right, you guys, I'm going to swoop through just a few more. I'm not going to be able to get through everything because my brain has also stopped. Caitlin said behind in the chat, hearing you say Phantom Regiment properly makes my heart happy. I mean, we can't have the disrespect, right? Live 30 minutes from them, had many fellow band kids march for them. They are the GOAT. Can't believe you know who they are. Oh, Emily is well-versed in DCI. Better actually now that my kiddo is so involved. So yes, well-versed in DCI at this point. I think even better than when my friends were marching DCI. So I think I pay better attention now. Then I was like shooting to DCI shows in between like water polo practice and stuff. And my brain was very much, you know, as a teen is on your own shit. Coach Field says, is Jensen supposed to be a witness in this case? No. His name will come up, but he's not gonna be in the case. Crime Addict says, shout out to my hubby Jeff, who was homesick. Feel better, Jeff. And are you guys loving, just let me know in the chat, are you guys loving that you can reply to super chats? Are we living for this? Do we love this feature? Can we also appreciate that this rolled out midstream today? Because just loving it the most. I know you guys told Reed you loved it, but just loving it. I'm loving it the most. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's just so good. It's just so good. So thank you. Katie said, don't get Jason involved in this. Yeah, Jason or Jensen. Him too. This rolling along, this is very fair. Runkle, good to see you, said EDB as a prosecutor says, don't talk to the police. Runkle as a defense attorney says, don't talk to the police. Look, I'm here to remind people as a practical matter that what you say can and will be used against you. And it absolutely will. But if you would like to make a case easier to prosecute against you, go ahead and talk to the police. But do I think that's good advice? No, it's just, it'll make the case. It definitely makes the case easier when people say things. Even if you have an explanation for everything that happened, you can have a lawyer handle that for you, which is very frustrating. But a lawyer can handle that for you. Tell a lawyer everything. Tell your lawyer everything and let your lawyer advocate on your behalf. The system we are in here in the US is very lawyer dependent. The lawyers have ensured their own job security. That's a fact. Just, you have to find one and talk to them first, because you're not going to be able to sort it out yourself. Tasha B. Des said the part of Mr. Pietta will be played by Stanley Tucci. I mean, if we're casting Rust, it absolutely will be. So, with all of that, Law Nerds, my brain is tired. Your brain is tired. Thank you, everyone, for the gifted memberships, for the super chats, for the support, for making this the #1 place to watch live trials on the internet, for being amazing. I appreciate you. I am glad you are here. I will see you tomorrow morning. Again, Law Nerds, you guys are funny as fuck. And we've been through some shit today, Law Nerds. I mean, but I was here when? You all were here when day 2 popped off. Most people don't even tune into a case until we get to the defense case. But y'all knew that this case was going to be something. And today it absolutely was. So with that, we're going to roll the outro. Thank you for being here. Huge thank you to our mods, to my producer, Mingolina, to Team Baker, and to all of you that make this such a special place on the internet. I'm going to stop being sappy. Cheers, Law Nerds. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.